Hello friends from all over the world. Welcome to Honor of Kings. If you don't know about Honor of Kings, don't worry. We will give you a full understanding about the game through 4 episodes. If you already know Honor of Kings, you should not miss this program, as you will find all the key information you want to know. Honor of Kings is a mobile game developed by TianYun Studio Group focusing on battle. It was released in China on November 26, 2015, and is currently the mobile game with the most players in the world. You will find a large number of unique heroes and finely designed skins in Honor of Kings. What's more, the immersive battlefield will also bring users fresh gameplay experience. That's why it is a fantastic choice for social entertainment. The first season of KPL was officially launched in September 2016, and we have witnessed the birth of 13 champions. After about 2,900 days and nearly 8,000 matches. Honor of Kings International Championship is an annual world-class esports tournament with the highest level of competition. It's worth mentioning that the 2021 Honor of Kings International Championship, which contributed 600 million content views on the day of the grand finals, reached 170 million users during the tournament. 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship will witness a whole update and hold a dazzling $10 million prize pool. The wild card qualifiers will start on November 22nd, and the group stage will start from December 3rd. You will see the strong teams from all over the world fighting for the World Championship. KIC2022 will kick off shortly. Let's witness the wonderful performance of players on the stage of the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championship. Let's high five for highlight.
感觉得扛不住了，开始吼我进行了一波绕后的位置，想踢过来，但是没踢到什么关键位啊。
Did you came to watch me dance?
但是阿凯就是不要开，
这一波往场进场再来一枪，还能再收一个。无枪进场，
收枪收枪，
微博有点遭不住啊！
李毅知道已经没法打了，他得换线，又找到机会了。
其实，闪现回身再拉到太乙，反杀。
但是张飞直接开，把明天运气血弹砍开大，冲进去，阿里先撤一波，风筝一下砍。先生选择了回伞，
Did you came to watch me dance?
配合迷羊的蓝进场，先将别人给秒了。
Perhaps you'd understand me better.
这一波公孙一绕后开团了。
是的，和蓝的一波完美的配合。
带上，
来一口咬进去，
Nothing draws a shark better
继续上断阳，断阳回头一下，
than the sweet scent of blood.
断阳再一次站了出来，自己还和郭甲站下那个名刀，
公孙离来了，
师傅我给了一推。
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Everything else still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling highlight. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is in our sight. It's our time to shine. Highlight.
A beam of light anywhere can light up the world. Light, a warm and outpour force, brings newcomers hope. Light, a thought for comeback, gives you an indelible desire.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside.
No matter where you are from, the desire to fight runs in our blood.
You don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally
Everyone longing for unprecedented honor. Doing the best is the silent synergy among opponents.
my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down.
Fight, guard, meet the unknown power. Challenge, attack, rise to difficulties till being famous. Center of the world, shine like the star. Unbowed fighter never walks alone. Highlight will be lit by you. Let the world see your light.
It's our time to shine.
Dovrò mettermi a stare. Ah, questa è finita. Quando حضرتك بتاع مصطفى ازاي؟
انا الصراحه مش بفكر في الميد ترم
امال فاضل ايه؟
ان انا الحمد لله قدرت اتاهل في بطوله العالم في كوريا الجنوبيه للعبه هوك.
ايه ده بجد؟ مبروك.
طب والكليه اصلا انت كده بتضيع وقتك واللعب ده ملوش مستقبل.
المباراة ولكن الاتش بي تبعهم از فيري لو، ولكن في ويف قادمه لانه ممكن يحاول ينهي فريق تيم رعد هذه المباراة، وعلى ما يبدو هذا اللي باش يصير 1-0.
فريق يلا سبورتس مش قادرين يتنفسوا تماما في المباراة، وخصوصا عمار قصاد كمية الفايتس اللي عمالها فورس من عند فريق نصر.
شيد سيستين موجودة، لكن في الاخر فريق نصر يبدو كان هو اللي يفوز. ممتاز من رايسر.
انا بحلم اعيش اهلي في مكان احسن من ده، وانا عندي يقين ان اللعبه دي هتخليني احقق الحلم ده في يوم من الايام. في المرحله الاعداديه ما كنت في اعدادي بدات عن طريق لعبه اسمها كلاش رويال، بدات فيها وتعمقت فيها والحمد لله قدرت اعمل انجازات فيها، ودي كانت بدايتي في كوني بروفيشنال بلاير. بدات ادخل في الموبا جيمز سواء شوتينج سواء فايس 5 لحد ما قدرت اوصل لونر اوف كينجز.
فايتهم بتكون موجود تريبل مان حاضر من فريق بيرست رهيب على كل لاعبي الفريق المغربي فوكس جيمنج. كومبو 3 تشامبيونز ديليتد في راي انسين، وهذا النكسس امام اعين كل لاعبي فريق يلا اي سبورتس. في 8 دقائق فقط ستنتهي المباراة. ظهور رهيب هذا الفريق شوينج ممتاز.
الصعوبات التمرين، ساعات التمرين، يكون كل واحد مشغول سواء بقى في شغله دراسته مع الحياة بشكل عام، بس عادي قدرنا نتخطى دي الصعوبات لحد ما وصلنا للي احنا فيه حاليا.
أول مشكلة كانت تواجهنا هي إنه كنا 5 أشخاص جدد على بعض، فما كان في بيننا أي علاقات سابقة أو معرفة أو شيء، فاضطرينا إنه نبني سينرجي من البداية.
يعملوا انجيج هون بالميد لين. انجيج موجود وانستنت وان شوت يصير على اللورد. دارس اهم كاري في فريق سكاي روكيت يموت، ولكن حضاري عبده ممكن يكون اوت اوف بوزيشن لين يحاول يسستين شوي، ولكن في انجيج من جهه اخرى.
فالأمور صارت أحسن وأحسن، وحاليا إحنا عبارة عن عائلة صغيرة.
ولكن في الآخر فريق جي كي مازال كوميتد اكشن ينهي المباراة. التيمت مريوتشي راي مرة أخرى سستيننج مريوتشي، وأخيرا جي كي خلصها 5-0 في الجروب ستيج.
In the first matches everyone was talking so much and it was kind of confusing, and actually I was kind of surprised that we won 2-0 in the semi-finals against GK.
انسين فوكس وانسين جيم بلاي موجود منهم. اعتقد انه اول مرة نشوف فريق جي كي يخسر فيها يكون بالفعل خسران 2-0.
I thought would be much harder. Everyone thought, okay, maybe GK will win this, maybe Clash would win this.
بحس جي كي عندهم ادفانتج انهم يقدروا يفوزوا هذه المباراة بطريقة اقوى.
But we believed in ourselves.
ما حطيناش بالنا على الهزيمتين دول، وعادي اللي احنا كنا داخلين بطولة واحنا حاطين في بالنا اللي احنا هنكسب كده كده. احنا كنا بس في الجروب ستيج كنا بس بندرس الخصم بتاعنا مش اكتر ولا اقل، وعرفنا نقاط الضعف والقوه، وعرفنا ازاي نظبط نفسنا، وما قدرناش نشوف البيكات بتاعتنا كلها، يعني كنا حاطين سيكريت بيك برضه للتصفيات.
So the game that changed everything in the tournament, I'd say, was the Nasr game that went for almost 30 minutes.
completely ignoring اتجه ناحيه النكسس محاولة انه يند، ولكن طلع كان على قدر الحياه. يفول داون وورد لسه عنده فرصه انه يستفاد كمان بالستيج، ولكن ما فيش وقت تايم يرجع ثاني يعيش، ووصل كونتاجي محاولة انه يتانك، ولكن يلا يسبورت لسه مكملين من لسه الجيم ما خلصش.
Since we already had one loss, there was a lot of pressure.
الفريق اللي قدر يتغلب على نصر بعد ما البيس تبعه كله اتدمر هو فريق يلا.
Because if we lost it, there might be a chance that we don't even make it.
يلا اي سبورتس يتمكن من هذه المباراة بعد 31 دقيقة. باتل رهيبة هذا الكلاسيكو، ولكن الفائز هذه المرة في البيست اوف 1 هو يلا اي سبورتس.
مجرد بس نلعب سكريمات، نلعب 1v1، ما كناش بندي نيجاتيف فايبس.
Sat together, we watched the matches together, reviewed them, analyzed them, what were our major mistakes.
ما نستهترش بالخصم، نعمل حساب لكل تيم حتى لو كان التيم مستوى ايه.
بصراحة كان في أكثر من درس، ولكن يعني انسى أي شيء. أنت حاليا مع 4 زملاء لك ضد 5 زملاء هم أيضا فيما بعض، واثنين كل الطرفين حابين أنهم يفوزون، فلازم تبذل كل جهدك أنه تفوز بغض النظر عن مجرى المباراة أو المباريات اللي قبلها. يعني حتى لو أنت خسران 3 مرات وأنت حاليا على وشك الماتش الرابع، لازم تركز بس بهذا الماتش.
We decided a main shot caller everyone is listening to, because in the first matches everyone was talking so much and it was kind of confusing, too much talking and too much nonsense information which didn't help us.
مكنوا الديزنجيج، ولكن هذه هي فرصه لفريق يلا سبورتس انهاء هذه المباراه. تفوكس على حجار مات من الجهه الاخرى في انجيج من جن، ولكن سيستين رهيب. يلا ركزين على النكسس ويلا اي سبورتس ينهيها.
الو
عمار كيفك؟
اهلا، عامل ايه؟
الحمد لله، وانت عامل ايه؟
ما انت كنت حضرتك مقدم عندي تراي اوت لما انا كنت كوتش عليك ادربك، فهمت؟ فلما قدمت انت عندي على تراي اوت بالميدلين، وبعدين فضلتك على شخص ثاني نفس الاسم ونفس اللين ونفس الشامبيون، بس انت طبعا كنت احسن يعني.
ده كده اكيد.
فهذا بدايتنا مع بعض يعني.
انا اتعرفت على عمار بشكل عام زي ما هو قال، وصداقتنا كبرت يعني بعد الماتشات بشكل عام، يعني سواء كل سكريم او تورنمنت. بعيدا عن التيم، انا وعمار كنا معامله خاصه ما بين بعض يعني.
صراحة هو بشكل عام أنت لما تكون طالع من بطولة بعد الإرهاق والتعب، ولكن يكون عندك فكرة إنه أوكي أنا مسافر، فكله راح يروح. أنا مجرد ما أسافر خلص عادي، تعبنا وخلص، المهم إنه فزنا بالنهاية. فخبر إنك تشوف إنك مو مسافر، وخصوصا لما تكون أنت الوحيد اللي مو مسافر، ما عندي مانع. أنا بما إنه الفريق مسافر الأربعة، شخص واحد ما راح يأثر.
يلا على بعد خطوة واحدة من وجوده كأول فاينلست موجود معانا.
كل موجود على النكسس على البيس، هل سيكون الدفاع موجود من طرف فريق جي كي ولا لا؟ يلا بالبوش، هي كيف الدفاع؟ هل سيكون كافي 4v5 ولكن يلا ايسبورت.
بحب العب عامة، فلما لقيت اخويا وصل لانجازات حبيت اوصل زيه.
اخويا بشكل عام كان كل ما اخش بطولة او كل ما اطلع من جروب ستيج واروح التصفيات كنت ببلغه عن اي انجازات بعملها. كنت ببلغه دايما بكل خطوة في المسيرة اللي انا بمشيها في اي جيم بشكل عام. يعني كان هو الشخص الوحيد اللي انا كنت ببلغه باي حاجة. ما كنتش برتاح لما اقول لغيره، لان ما كانش غيره هو بيدعمني بشكل عام.
تستناش بقى لما تكسب.
متقلقش،
اجمعك يا عم وانت وانت جاي.
اللي نفسك فيه.
ربنا يخليك فينا.
المباراة القادمة أقل من 3 دقائق عشان نروح لأول مباراة في البيست اوف 5 سيريز.
ولكن راينا يجي راسه فوضى يسعى ماشي نشوف مش طالع على لوسيفر فانج. كان ربما يكون موجود موجود. والان يلا اصبر انا ما يدخل مع حمزاوي والفوكس الان طرف كيان الالتيميت. يا سلام جوكيش ماخوذه من طرف ماركو بولو. والان فرو هو الفوكس هو تانكي، ولكن مش تانكي انف تريبل كيل موجوده من طرف الاستادري. والماركو بولو اللي تحدثنا عليه هو الكاري الان.
1-0 ستكون النتيجه بالنسبه لهذه البيست اوف 5. اول مره نشوفوا يلا سبورتس بهذه القوه في الايرلي تو ميد تو ليت جيم بطريقه رهيبه.
من الجراند فاينل ويلا اي سبورتس ياخذ اول فوز، وفوز مهم ودفعه قويه.
هذا النكسس كان موجود، ولكن كلاش هو الاسبق. 4 لاعبين اكبر من واحد، يد واحده ما تصفقش بالنسبه ليلا اي سبورتس. وكلاش 2-1 موجود على نظره. اهم تارجت من فريق كلاش لو يجيب هذا الكل عبده ونقولوا خلاص ونقولوا مبروك. لينجيج في الاخرى حمزاوي لو اتش بي. عمار بكل ثاني. عمار يا عمار مبروك.
حمزاوي
يحاول السستين يستون ولكن مستحيل. يلا اي سبورتس الفائز بالتصفيات العربيه لبطوله اونر اوف كينجز.
يلا اي سبورتس
يلا
ابطال العالم العربي لاونر اوف كينجز 2022 تشامبيون شيب مينا كواليفاير، المتأهل لبطولة العالم لأونر اوف كينجز 2022. يلا هو ممثل المنطقة العربية والفائز ب $12,000 من مجموع جوائز تصفيات العالم العربي $250,000 بمجرد مشاركته في بطولة العالم على الأقل. مبروك ويل بلايد يلا اي سبورتس وهارد لك لكلاش.
شكرا. ادعي لي.
ترجع في السلام.
اكيد احساس وحش، محدش بيحب يحس بالغربه، والغربه احساس وحش. كوني بعيد عن اهلي لاول مره لمدة فترة طويلة كمان زي شهر وممكن تمتد لشهرين يعني محدش يقدر يستحمل كده.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2022 Honor of Kings International Championships. Group stage, week 2, day 2. Today we're going to have all the games, all the matches from Group B.
Yeah, today is going to be the day for Group B, and every rank will be settled down after today's matchups being finished. And we can see actually there's a video, right, just before our matchups kick off. And I really love to watch those documentaries because it kind of showed us those stories that we hardly would know behind the scene.
Yeah, of course, it's very interesting just to be knowing exactly what is behind the stage, right? Like we always see the players just playing with the heroes, always competing. We focus a lot on the game, but besides that, there's always families and there's always stories happening, right?
Yeah, when we're doing those games, we almost like focusing on what their strategy is. But behind the scene, we can see for YaLLa, actually it's quite hard for them to make this journey truly like come true. Go to Korea. Like just Abdul said, it's the first time for him to travel for such a long time.
It is very hard for them, right? Like it's just making it all the way to the other side of the world, right? Like for them just making it all the way, for a lot of them, the first time that they're gonna come to Asia. It was actually a very big travel, very big adventure for them.
Yeah.
It wasn't easy for them in the final as they had to take a 3-2 victory in a best of 5 against Clash.
And also like for this tournament actually could reckon as a huge challenge towards them. And also you can see like their original mid actually was absent from the group stage. So they must need to do a lot of effort and try to adapt the like totally new lineup.
It is important just when you're in a team, right? Like when someone cannot come with you to the last stages for any reason that it is, you're not playing only for yourself, you're playing for that teammate of yours that sadly could not make it with you.
Yeah, you know, to this point, after I watched that video for the first time, the only thing that came up to my mind is that when they're playing, they would think of that one of their ex-members are there on the other side of the earth, maybe at his home, maybe with his friends, but he's keep watching. How my members doing now?
Yeah. Huge supporter, right?
Yeah.
One of the biggest YaLLa fans right now, for sure. For YaLLa Esports, we can always see that through that video, the support of your family, right? Like family supporting players, how it is very important for them to understand that being here away from your family is still a big challenge for them, no?
Yeah. Family, friends, and all those support that they gained, for them that would be like a huge encouragement. And though maybe today for YaLLa it might be their last day, but we do hope that they can bring us a really nice showcase.
Well, let's wait and see what's going to happen. But moving back into the game, let's check on the heroes that we're going to be talking about today. A lot of very nice heroes. The 3 that we're going to be talking are going to be Fang, Fuzi, and Byron.
2 of those heroes are for the bottom laner. For Byron, actually, it's not quite usual, but once you saw your opponents take out Mengtian, you will usually use Byron as a counter pick.
Byron, a great, gigantic pick against Mengtian. Like it's been the one answer to that Mengtian pick on a 1v1.
Yeah.
Fuzi on the other side is a very good it's a very good partner with Xiao in the Xiao strategy, right?
Like both Fuzi and also Fang, these two heroes gonna be a best partner for accomplish the Xiao strategy. And for Fuzi, he's the best choice to do the split up push.
Why?
Well, it's mainly because this hero, when he's doing those solo lanes, he's gonna be like gigantic advantages that he had. And also, maybe like there's two enemies come for him, but with his ultimate, he can just easily bound one and escape.
Yeah, exactly. So you can always use Fuzi just to play on his own, very independent and just moving around, same as Fang, right?
Yeah.
There's one on top lane, one on bottom lane. Imagine that. Let's see what we're gonna have for today in terms of our matchups. Let's analyze as well which of the teams have already left the Cisurus and Generation Gaming Esports yesterday. Sadly for them, already being disqualified from our tournament.
Yeah, and this is how it works. It's cruel. For tomorrow, once we sort it again, the numbers still be counting down.
I admire Jojo very much. He can guide such a patchwork team to such a high level.
That's true. Like after I watched the games for yesterday, Hero played, Jojo really did a huge, what we call sacrifice, and also his contribution to this team. Because like for those rotations and for other teams, if you want to use it wisely, coach matters a lot.
He's just using what he's got, right? Like, right now, Hero is still a team that's trying to find the best position for the players that they have in right now. Players not playing in their usual positions, but actually just trying to be utility and moving things around. So the way that the coach is going to make those arrangements and how it's going to make those decisions is going to be extremely critical.
Yeah, like that actually bring up another concept called like the coach staff, because we mainly focusing on those players, but actually coaches also did a huge contribution to the whole tournament, because coach is going to be the one who's holding these cards.
Yes, they're the ones making those decisions, right?
Yeah, how we're going to play this game.
YaLLa Esports is going to be playing against Impunity in our game 1 for today. YaLLa Esports against Impunity, that's going to be YaLLa's best opportunity that they have today to try to take their first victory in the tournament.
First victory, true. These two teams has played against each other before, and Impunity win it as 2-0. But after YaLLa know more about Impunity, maybe they got a chance to win 1 point.
Yeah, if you start analyzing the way that Isurus played yesterday, it might just show YaLLa an opportunity. Just trying to find those compositions that you're familiar with. Yesterday, watching Isurus in the 3 games that they had, they just showed a completely different face that I'm sure that if they would have done since day 1, maybe they would have had a better result. Let's see if YaLLa can do something similar.
Because after I watched Isurus game, that bring up another thing called confidence, right?
Yeah.
You can't just keep following up other people's trend or other people's pace. Sometimes it's more important to focus on yourself.
Focus on yourself. That's what YaLLa Esports needs to do. What do they have to lose? They've got 3 more games. If they want to make it through, they would need to be winning against KPL teams. And based on what I've seen right now, I don't think that that's in their cards.
Yeah.
It's just the reality. But winning against Impunity in this one, it could be just that one goal that they could have for this whole tournament.
Yeah, there's hope out there. And for Impunity, on the other hand, for Impunity, actually they won their place during the wild card qualifier, right?
Yeah.
And they secured the 2nd place. Everyone was like holding high expectations on them. Well, they be the first one who can take 1 point from teams from KPL region.
It was just a tough group for them, no?
Yeah,
EDG.M and
Wolves.
Chongqing Wolves. It's a really tough one. Imagine here, like EDG.M playing to a level that last time they were able to tie to Chongqing Wolves 1-1, right?
Yeah,
that already says a lot about the level that EDG.M is playing to, and we already know the kind of team that Wolves is. So for Impunity, being put in that group was actually very bad news for them, because we know what the boys can do.
And I'm actually a little bit worried about Impunity because actually they got several wins in a row back to that wildcard qualify. But after they went into the group stage, they really striked a lot because they're facing EDG.M, end up with 0-2, the same as they're playing against with Wolves. That must be a huge pressure on them.
Hopefully they will keep working together. I hope that these 5 boys from Impunity are going to stay together and they're going to just keep moving forward. That they're just going to keep going, keep practicing, and hopefully for next tournament they can come even stronger than what they are right now.
And that might be something to do with Xiao, their coach, because we just mentioned about how important the coach is when you want to bring up a team to a further stage. And for Xiao, he's quite experienced. He's also learned a lot from teams from KPL region, and he wants to be the coach for one of those KPL teams.
He's already done it before. Like he's a man that has done that, and right now, actually, I do believe that if you would ask me, after you've done so many things here in KPL, what would you like to do? And just what he's doing right now by going abroad and just taking that culture, taking that knowledge, and try to expand the market of our game. I believe that what he's doing right now is critical for the good development of our game.
And actually, that's something quite featuring for Impunity because this team's one of those teams who can guard their early game when they're playing against teams from KPL region. The opening arrangement, pretty good.
So what's going to be the opening right now in this game that they're not playing against KPL, but they're playing against YaLLa? What do you think?
Vice versa, they're just going to get invaded into YaLLa's field, no doubt. Because they're quite aggressive, especially for the early game.
Yeah, they're quite aggressive, but can YaLLa support? Can YaLLa try to protect that? Because YaLLa already knows what's happening. Like they've already had 6 games before this one. And they've seen like games finishing extremely quickly. Is YaLLa gonna have a different strategy against Impunity right now? Because Impunity might just think like, okay, we're gonna go in and just invade in the first minutes.
Yeah, they definitely.
But YaLLa might have something under their sleeves.
Actually, when I look back to those compositions that YaLLa had before, it's quite solid. And they use like Donghwan Tai as their support, which is going to be really vital for the early game. The problem is they should have those awareness about, okay, we're going to guard our field. That's going to be the point. It's more about I have that kind of awareness.
Let's wait and see. First pick for YaLLa is going to be Shen Mengxi. That's going to be the pick for mid lane. And on the other side, they're going to reply back with a Marco Polo and a Zhang Fei.
Quite solid one. These 2 duels on the bottom lane, though Marco Polo can't win like the priority of cleaning the wave, but after he got at least like 2 items with the support by Zhang Fei, they can be really nice.
And Flower, in terms of a 1v1 against Simjo, seems to have the upper hand, right? Flower has been performing really well. In the last game that they had between Impunity and YaLLa Esports, Flower had total control over that lane, and with the 2 heroes that he played last time. So right now in that Marco Polo, I don't see anything changing in terms of that. And those 1v1s, like there's nothing that is going to change too much in the last 3-4 days. And let's see right now with that Marco Polo, like if Flower is going to have the same authority as he had before.
Yeah, because you are talking about those mechanics that he has. Once like your mechanics better than your opponent's, you can just ignore what we called counter pick or etc.
Second round of bans. Donghwan Tai, Kai, and Master Lupin.
These 2 supports are the most played for Clyde. And also, if Impunity banning away Donghwan Tai, that also give a sign of we're gonna invade to your field, and how you're gonna stand with it, how you're gonna withstand with it.
Zhou Yu. Good pick in terms of trying to make good pace, right?
Yeah, and it even makes their composition in the early game much more stronger.
Lady Sun with TianYun.
Nice one. Because Impunity is quite fancy about those team fights, quite fancy about those engaging. So for YaLLa Esports, after they got the extra, they changed.
TianYun sounded like a more solid option.
Yeah. Because the point, like the weakness of Lianpo is that if you want to engage, it has a delay. It can't do it instantly. And if you use it as a support who wants to gain the vision control without the money, you can barely do that.
TianYun just allowed you to have that gold advantage, right? It allowed you just to have that gold advantage in the early game. So why not to go with that one? Like if you're unable to protect your resources, if you're unable to protect your jungle in that scenario, at least having a TianYun just stops Impunity from snowballing very quickly. But with Lianpo, then what you are actually expecting is that you're going to be able to start fights.
Well, I guess that's something to do with Clyde's hero pool, because due to the previous series, he rarely played TianYun. But instead, Lianpo is one of his most played heroes. So I guess that's the reason.
If that's the reason, let's hope that it's going to work for him. Let's hope that it's going to work. It's the only thing that we can do. On the other side, Impunity looks extremely solid. As seen on that, Guang Yu gonna be a lot of trouble for Abdo.
There's actually no what called backliner in this composition. Everyone just gonna dash into the battlefield.
Impunity, as you mentioned before, is gonna try to play extremely aggressive. Wanting to just do exactly the same as everyone has been doing. Finish the game early, very fast.
And they know that for Impunity, though it's gonna be very hard, but there's still a very slight hope left for them. Like if they take 2-0 play against YaLLa, and if they can achieve that what we call beat the teams from KPL region, they still have got chances.
Yeah, like, mathematically they have a good chance, right?
Yeah.
What's not playing on their favor is the fact that EDG.M and Chongqing Wolves tied. So that puts them in 7 points. That's a little bit out of their reach, right?
Yeah.
Because if they just make it, if they win this one, they're gonna make it to 6.
Yeah.
And then they would need to go and win both games against either EDG.M or Chongqing Wolves. In the other scenario, if it would have been either Chongqing Wolves or EDG.M, the ones that they would have taken the victory, then you have like one direct opponent.
Yeah. Though it's just like mathematically, but it was tried, so.
It is worth a try. Let's wait and see. Hopefully they can make it. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, finger crossed. And for Impunity, they still carrying 2 smart. They're always carrying 2 smart.
They always do. Like, and it has worked for them up until right now. And why not?
Enemy minions will arrive in 5 seconds.
Let's see. First game of today, YaLLa Esports against Impunity. YaLLa Esports is going to be taking the blue side, and Impunity is going to be taking the red.
Check the opening. Impunity, they always want to get invade in the early game. That's one of their features of playing.
Look at that. It's going to be Megumi, the one that is going to go and check on the blue. They're really worried about their own blue because Marco Polo just stayed here with Lamb up until Lamb got his blue.
Yeah, they're also worried about whether you're gonna get into my field or not.
Sadly for YaLLa, it's going to be the blue. Megumi is going to take that successfully.
Yeah, actually, after I saw Shenmengxian and Lianpo turn their wave into that blue buff, I thought they can guard it. Because you can just pull that blue buff out. And that's one trick if you want to guard it. You don't need to like really fight with your, ooh!
They just need to re-aggro it, right?
Yeah, just buy some time. And as we've mentioned, it's basically because of the mechanics. So using Marco Polo, Flower can help him gain the upper hand.
Doma jumps out of the bush extremely early. Marco Polo still had his dash. He should have waited a little bit more for the cooldown not to be available. Has seen taking very low, but it's now going to be Lam, the one jumping in. TianYun wants to take his first blood. It's going to be first blood for Impunity. Ray is going to reply back using his ult, trying to stop him there. The Razor cavalry comes in, but it's not going to be able to take the kill. Yeah, that Doma takes one more, because just one more hit. What? He wants to chase.
No!
He should have just dashed.
Just flash in, and with a normal attack, he can just easily take Ashin down. That was so close.
It was very close, like he just chased him after the whole reboot. It's a matter of flash and an A, right? Just flash, A, done.
Like, Flash has such a huge flexibility.
Yeah.
You can use it to attack, and also you can use it to retreat. Wow, but so lucky for Ashin. Today's gonna be his day. That was so close.
Very close. Look at that. TianYun trying to find the right angle to Doma.
And again, into the blue side field.
Ray not being able to just focus on his blue buff. Goes around, takes on the cheetahs, goes for the lizard, and right now it's going to be 4 people from Impunity already just camping in his jungle.
Actually, there's several ways that you can secure your blue box. You can kill someone like this, force out the ultimate first.
Megumi having to use his ultimate to survive.
Yeah. And also, TianYun came in and forced out Shamoshi's flash.
So you see, like right now, Doma has no flash. He should have just used it before and take the kill.
Yeah. You can't always rely on a flash to like treat it as a way of retreat.
YaLLa going for the Tyrant. Flower gets the vision, but he does not have the ability to go and contest it.
But actually, I think YaLLa's doing quite good. Because the last time when they were playing against Impunity, when they are up to 4 minutes, they were already done with their
with a huge gold advantage, right?
So they really make some progress.
That's pretty good. Let's see what they can do. Ashin's taken to half. Ray jumps in. And right now it's going to be Impunity trying to check on this red buff.
Are they going to do it? Because
Megumi has his might. Ooh, no, it's going to be for Ray.
Because we can see for that kind of engagement, Megumi's ultimate isn't available at that time.
You could have just tried to come in. Okay, that's going to be 4v2. Someone just TP'd back. X here is going to fall.
That's a way of using flash of blood, right? There's a delay when you're using your ultimate for Lianpo, so you can use the flash to chase up.
Very flash dependent in terms of initiation, right? Out to B2. Simjo is going to be using his Purify to just to run away. Great timing for that Purify.
Yeah. By using this Purify, Lidison successfully avoid not only the ultimate of Zhang Fei, but also the one from Marco Polo.
Yeah.
That's quite nice.
And then Megumi just going back to base.
Yeah.
And an ex-hero just being surrounded by 4 people.
Trying to push the mid. But actually, Lianpo is one of those tanks who's really good at cleaning the waves. Because once you use the first ability to hit some targets, he can refresh his second ability, which is gonna deal like a long range of attacking.
Abdo trying to TP over there on top lane. Marco Polo sees him, does not engage. Could have gone for that.
Well, maybe for Marco Polo, the priority is to farming up.
That Ray is going to be surrounded. It's going to be first TianYun, the one that is going to engage. Ashin jumps in after, and it's going to be a 2v1.
That reminds me of something, some tricks when you're playing this game.
Yep.
Where it seems like Impunity wants to push more because they got the Vanguard in the mid. Oh, Ashin leap forward from behind of the turret.
They want to use the Vanguard for the turret right now.
Yeah.
That turret cannot stand for long. Abdo can only see it fall. Look at that, Fallen God coming in. Flower has a good angle. Abdo is being taken extremely low. He's going to be pushed out of the fight. Asin still on the hunt, gets on one, gets on two of them.
Rampage goes to Lam. And for this engagement, Marco Polo even is absent. Like he was there, but he just instantly go away from
Look at that, Ray waiting for the right moment.
Yeah.
He's only at level 10. He's got 2 levels disadvantage against TianYun.
There's little things he can do.
There's nothing he can do about that. Sadly, he could not just dash away. He wanted to contest that Firehawk, but to what price?
His Firehawk actually is not that precious.
Look at that, TianYun. TianYun is really good at that. Just like finding the right moment and then just jumping in. For me, I believe that TianYun has a great timing, at least on this hero.
If you're playing a jungler, timing means a lot. Because for those junglers, they're really good at doing insta-kill, but not like constantly doing those outputs. They're quite vulnerable if they just dash into the KO.
The way that Asin just chased after that kill that we just saw on the top right corner of your screen, amazing way of how to use that Guang Yu.
Yeah.
Always chase, just chase.
Because you can gain extra movement speed.
Life comes in, but now it's going to be TianYun followed in with the chain. Amazing, it's going to be a double kill. Now TianYun is trying to go for the triple one. Can he get on Clyde? Clyde is going to have to go back to the fountain. It's going to be the one more kill that Guang Yu is going to take for them.
TianYun is just like swimming in that battlefield. And the Lucifer, he did 67% back to that engagement, and he's looking for more, just like a real shock. Take another people down with this minion wave. They can easily take down this crystal. First game, congratulations to Impunity.
Congratulations to Impunity taking the first victory of the day. YaLLa had a good start of the game, but then after that, a couple little mistakes, a couple little movements from Impunity just made that level just disappear in their eyes.
Yeah, because our game's quite high tempo. So actually we can tolerate little mistakes during the game. And Impunity for this team, they're quite good at seize those moments and just easily use a snowball, close out the game.
Very well done. Seeing on that Guang Yu was one of the highlights. I would say that the way that he just found the angles to jump into the fight, the way that he just used everything that he could with that hero just to allow TianYun just to come in and just to take the kills.
Yeah, like it seems like I think with that Guang Yu, he's the one to like keep pushing their enemies, keep forcing their enemies to retreat or move back, and it's quite difficult for Guang Yu to like constantly doing that push.
It is difficult, but at the end of the day, he was able to do that. So that shows a very good understanding. Impunity had a very good strategy. Like they wanted to be aggressive, but at the first time, we did not see that same aggression as we were expecting the first 2 minutes, right?
True.
They were aggressive after 5. After they allowed Marco Polo to have a little bit more items, a little bit more gold, they became really aggressive, just really counting on those mistakes from YaLLa.
Like from this kind of process, actually I can see 2 improvements for both teams.
All right.
For YaLLa, they did a better opening like strategy. They know that they had this awareness about we need to guard our field.
Yes.
And on the other hand, for Impunity, actually they're quite regardless before back into the wildcard qualifier. They're just like, okay, we'll just go straight into it, but they never think about the risk or what's gonna be the consequence. But you can see after like the first round in our group stage, they can just like slow down and be patient.
Be patient, just understanding that it doesn't need to be done everything at the same time, right?
True.
Like, you don't need to have to be fighting all the time just to prove that you're good. And that's a very big misunderstanding that a lot of people that play this game get into. The fact that they believe that I need to be fighting, I need to be getting kills in order to prove that I'm a really good player.
Yeah.
You don't have to do that. You need to win games.
Yeah, and the purpose, if you want to win this game, your ultimate purpose just gonna be taking down that crystal. Okay, let's see. Game 1 MVP goes to TianYun. This shark, he's really playing like a shark, you know, just being liberal when he's doing that engagement.
The way that he just jumped in, like we talked a lot about like the timing of it, and you can see it from his KDA, right? He jumps in 8 times, kills 8 people, and dies none. So that's just that. Like you should not be the one initiating the fights. You should be the one just finishing them. Let your teammates initiate. Let your teammates take most of the damage, and your job is just to come in and then just to take kills. That's it.
And actually, for junglers like Lam, it's quite rare to see him with 33.5% of damage out. That's quite
in
rare.
that last fight, like he just used his passive so much. Like he was just like really, like when we had that last fight around the crystal, he just jumped in multiple times.
Yeah, and there's multiple targets help him to stack up his passive. So many enemies, so many minion waves. These are all concluded as what we call target.
This one right over here.
Yeah.
Look at that. Waits for the right moment, comes in, and then he takes the first one, right? Megumi's ultimate was actually vital. It was really, really important. Comes in, taking double kill in there. Could have been a triple one, but Asin just took the last one. Got the last hit on that one.
And actually, you can see Impunity is quite have those big smiling face. Because for them, actually those improvement would be they try to slow down and not like be so rushed into something.
Very clear strategy from them. Very well done. A very good and important victory if they still want to have a chance to move out of the group stages, right? Because remember that that's what they have in mind. These two teams are facing each other with 2 very different goals. The goal for YaLLa Esports, very simple. Try to improve every single match. Just trying to play a little bit better. And in this matchup against Impunity, see if the formula that they have come together can give them a win. But on the other side for Impunity, their goal is very simple. Win against YaLLa and then see what they can do against EDG.M or against Chongqing Wolves.
Because people still held that expectation on Impunity to be like whether they're gonna be the first team from other region to take even 1 point.
Yep, we've said that right now. Look at that. The gold advantage did not start after 5 minutes. It wasn't 5 minutes the moment that actually there was something happening for Impunity. Before those 5 minutes, YaLLa Esports actually was really good at just defending themselves and not allowing Impunity just to snowball quickly.
Yeah, because like before in the previous matchups, we can see those goal lines just increase dramatically. But instead, this time it's quite smooth. So that's actually a good job for YaLLa.
It has been a trend from all the teams that they just joined us for this group stage from other areas. It has been a trend that during week 1, in the first 3 days of week 1, we were having snowballs happening after 1.5 minutes, after 2 minutes, right?
Yeah.
But after this, in the last 2-3 days, we've seen actually a very good improvement in that, understanding how to slow down during the first 5 minutes. So we would be able to say that successfully they have understood how to protect their resources in the first stages. Now, understanding that is a good first step. What should be their second step?
Well, the second step would be how you're gonna vie for more resources because they're acting defensively. We just guard it, but what about gain for more neutral monsters, such as heading to those Tyrant, hiding to those
YaLLa took the
Overlord?
Tyrant in this one.
Oh.
They did take the Tyrant in this one. So they're understanding that, and probably just was that Tyrant the one that allowed them just to be able to hold to their ground for a little bit longer. But what if the other teams are not making no mistakes?
If their opponents even don't let any mistakes happen, that's something tricky, but for YaLLa, maybe step 2, like realistically, that would be get to know more about this timing. For example, take that brawls happening on the bottom. Like for example, Shimengxi stepped forward a little bit earlier, right? If he just hold on for a second and take Marco Polo down, things might change.
We're gonna have to see what YaLLa Esports can do in this next match that we're gonna have. Our second game of this best of 2 between YaLLa Esports and Impunity coming right after the break. Okay. YaLLa Esports against Impunity. It's gonna be their second opportunity to try to take a victory. They need to try to do something different. These compositions are not working for them. Do something else. Come on, try something different.
You know, actually, I'm thinking about another thing of YaLLa Esports.
Yeah.
Because we know that actually their former mid lane were absent, right? Absent for this game. And Doma once played top laner before. So is it possible for them to just use 2 warriors instead of like using one of those marksmen?
So you would say using 2 warriors
Like one tank, one warrior.
Okay. So probably like a Guang Yu on one lane. What would be your suggestion on the second one?
Well, it's easy. Like you can, but they've already used Lu Bu because usually they would like use Lu Bu or Fu Zi.
Yeah.
Or Guan Yu, like these heroes to pair up together. But if you want to do those two warriors composition, you need to have a core player in jungle. Like Tigress.
Oh yeah, because Tigers then can push turrets, right?
Yeah.
Well, let's wait and see. It would be a good option. It would be a good gamble. Like if what's happening right now is not working, why not try to do something different? Let's see that. Maybe that's an option. Maybe the other option is going to be just do something like what Isurus did yesterday. Go back to your familiar heroes and try to just leave the meta away. Don't be just restricted by the meta, and then just go back to what works for you, what you're familiar with.
But in that case, it's because the rotation. Simjo didn't play the marksman before back in their qualify, and the same as Doma, their mid lane, so that's gonna be a little bit tricky for them. It's quite the same, you see. Like Kai and also Xiao, these are quite solid front line.
But they're gonna change it to Miyamoto Musashi.
Okay.
Well,
never mind.
Nah, Miyamoto Musashi is a good option for Ray. Like if he's able to lock in their backlaners, if there's gonna be able to lock in Impunity's backlaners, then that's going to be a nice one. On the other side, Impunity, just saying if you're not gonna take that Kai, well, I'll take it.
And also
I'll welcome
Kai.
him to my family.
True. And also for Kai, it's gonna be a really hard target for Miyamoto Musashi to contest.
Kai with invincible warrior can just face on a 1v1 most of heroes, right?
Yeah, and because of his passive, when Kai's doing 1v1, he will gain extra damage dealt.
Second round of bans is already out there. Impunity just very clear, like they banned most of the supports.
Yeah, because
they did exactly the same during game 1.
But instead they let Dong Huangtai out for this turn. So maybe they will go for neither Dong Huangtai or Wan Master. Because if they want to deal with Impunity's composition or frontline, it's best for them to choose maybe they ban away TianYun themselves. So maybe Luban plus with his father, Luban Master.
Yeah.
Zhang would be a nice choice.
And it would be a nice choice, Zhang, but it's not available.
Yeah, it's also banned in a way, so Luban would be the one.
Let's see. It's going to be difficult for Clyde. At Master Luban, very good option with Mongya.
Yeah.
But they're gonna have to be very aggressive.
And
Lumber is better. I agree. Lumber is a better option.
Because for Luban Master, if he wants to use his ultimate, it's not gonna be easy. It won't work during this game. Since Impunity has so many people can use those abilities to invade of that control. Issue, bring some engagement.
Who are they thinking about just pulling in there?
I think it's quite good and it's quite suitable. Because for Impunity, they have enough damage out, they have quite solid front line. So the only thing that they miss is they need someone to engage, to initiate. And she's gonna be the best choice. And also we can take a good look at YaLLa's composition. These two front laners, they need to get so close to you. And that will kind of make them to be easier target for Sishu.
So Sishu is going to be used in a more aggressive way, trying to initiate instead of being used as a defensive option just to lock people away, right?
True.
Sishu was one of the other of the other heroes that we've seen during these days as a good option against Mengtian, right?
Mengtian?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We saw Xishu just being a good option against Mengtian. We were just talking about like what could be good against that. So practicing that hero right now would allow you to be a little bit more familiar as you're gonna move into the next games, facing a Mengtian, just having that Xishu right there, understanding the mechanics of it, just kind of like moving your fingers, right? Understanding the game.
Well, the role that Xishu's playing was usually recognized those utility mage. Just use the first ability, try to manipulate someone, pull them back, and to initiate. And that's quite cost effective. Because you can see other people take Lambert as the example. If he wants to engage, he needs to use his ultimate and probably with his flash. And that takes like 120 seconds cooldown. But instead for Xishu, if you miss one, it takes you 10 seconds.
True.
So that's cost effective if you really want to engage.
And in terms of cooldown, like for sure, like it's gonna be harder for Clyde to initiate. It's gonna have an option of that flash only every 2 minutes, right?
Enemy minions will
Let's wait and see. It's going to be the same. YaLLa Esports on the blue side. Impunity is gonna be on the red. Let's see what YaLLa can do.
Due to they have Lambert, so they won't be that worried about their early game invasion, I guess. Because Lambert's passive can offer his allies extra magical and also armor defense.
But look at that Doma already taken to half of his HP.
What? I was thinking about, actually I was just want to like reward Clyde because it seems like he wants to pull that blue buff out. And that's what I just mentioned, one trick if you want to guard.
Look at that, YaLLa tries to go to change. It's going to be manipulated Ray. It's going to be surrounded by 4 people. X-Hero has his ability and cooldown one more time. Goes in, it's going to be first blood for Impunity. There's still one more. But their hand is going to be wide, and then it's going to be Doma, the one that's going to run away.
Oh, this opening one goes that well to YaLLa Esports. Wow.
They tried to change, to exchange those with the other side's blue buff, right?
Yeah.
But why did it take them so long?
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, if you want to do one thing, you need to do it thoroughly. But first, Lambert didn't pull out that blue buff, just halfway through it, and then stop. So they just easily hand it over to him. And on the other hand, they want to take their opponent's blue buff down, but they also waste a lot of time there. So only keep focusing on doing one thing.
Hesitation.
Yeah, hesitation would drag you down.
Too many ideas at the same time. It's something that we saw from YaLLa's video at the beginning of this whole cast, right? Let's talk about that in a minute. Right now we can see Clyde just falling. They took the Tyrant, but at the end of the day, they just lost this fight as well.
Impunity, 5 members all gathering together.
What is Megumi doing? He did not even have his ultimate. Jumps in, takes the turret damage, and it's going to be a 1-to-1 trade.
Maybe.
So talking a little bit about that, like we talked at the video when we watched about YaLLa Esports, they mentioned something very interesting. They mentioned that when the team just started, everyone was just making directions. Like there was always 5 people giving 5 different instructions. It was not until the end of their qualifiers that they found one person that was going to make the calls. I don't know if after just coming back over here and making all the way to South Korea, if that probably just happening one more time. It just seems
they got the rotation.
It just seems to me like they have 5 different ideas happening at the same time.
And too many voices sometimes going to be interrupting. It's going to like confusing you would be. Because you don't know which voice you should follow up, so short caller is going to be quite crucial for a team. So maybe that's something to do with the rotation, once we said, right?
Yeah, it might have something to do with that rotation. It is difficult, for sure. Ray is going to be able to protect the Firehawk. The third hand from Megumi comes in. Ashin gonna jump in as well. It's going to be X-Hero. 3 people from Impunity already here, camping in the red buff's jungle.
And check Ashin's spot. What he's doing, what this guy's doing now. And
Flower taking control of the jungle.
Yeah.
All Impunity coming in to try to contest this red buff.
And once we saw Guang for several times, it's worth mentioning that because of the passive for fun, he can deal extra true damage to those monsters.
Clyde procs his ult is going to be early, as right now is going to be his bottom laner, the one that is going to fall. He just broke his Armageddon just to check on the bush.
Oh!
Double kill for Megumi. Dama is going to follow.
It
seems like YaLLa already falling pieces because everyone's doing their own stuff. But check out, like, Impunity is already gathering together, do it as in a 5-5 way. So that's gonna make Impunity always have numbers advantage.
Easy rotations for them, no? It's very simple rotations. I don't think that YaLLa has been able to do the exact same good game as they did in the previous one.
And if we take a good look at this Xishu's selection, we can see how it works right now. Easily use the first ability. Pull some people out, like this one. Force out the flash, another normal attack. Unstoppable.
Flower is showing his abilities right now, right? Like his team is just going around him. TianYun is going to take a second position right now. Like he's not gonna take the front line. Like right now, the front roll and the main spotlight for the whole Impunity just goes around Flower.
And after Flower take down this red buff, he's gonna be even more powerful because the blue buff will allow him to slow down the movement speed for his opponents, which is going to be really helpful for him to stack up the first ability.
For all marksmen, it's super important just to have that red buff, right? Like that red buff is very important for most marksmen just to have in there. TianYun overstepping. YaLLa trying to protect their blue buff, and TianYun taking control of the vision. As at the same time, Impunity in the bottom lane is going to be Flower destroying more turrets.
It's clearly that you can see YaLLa's members from YaLLa are always minding their own business. But Impunity, they're always unite together and do all those things together.
Yeah, like they need to try to work a little bit closer to each other. Good third hand is going to be Doma, the one that is going to run away using his passive.
That's quite impressive. 3 people be stunned, and Megumi even didn't use his flash.
Yeah, just straight up a third hand, and that's it.
Yeah. Again.
Abdo manipulated. Heaven's Origin is going to come in. It's going to be the same. It's going to be the one the one that is going to jump in, trying to take down the turret. The minions are still here. The turret is taken to 1/5 of its HP, and it's not going to fall. Now the comeback Ray is going to lock in on one. It's going to be X-Hero, the one that's going to follow. For YaLLa Esports, they go over here and take a very crucial kill.
You can see Ray just find the spot and take X-Hero down. Because he's Miyamoto Musashi, and also with his ultimate, he can easily take down those people with a low HP bar.
Good movement from Ray. He found the opportunity just to counter-attack. Look at him. Comes him, locks in on X-Hero, and straight up.
Even X-Hero uses this flash, but his movement speed already slowed down, so he can hardly escape away from it.
In this moment, if I would have been X-Hero, I wouldn't even have procced my flash. You just need to understand that there's nothing that you can do in there.
Like anyway, I'm doomed.
Yeah.
Just save it.
At least save your flash, and then it doesn't need to go in cooldown.
Sure. Again, 2 minutes cooldown. That's quite long.
Impunity taking control of the vision, taking control of the whole map. Right now, the only thing that they need to do is just to work those minion waves, trying to make them crash at the same time, and then just jump into high ground.
And because it's a significant go difference, it's really hard for YaLLa to withstand Impunity right now.
Mid lane high ground turret is going to fall, and it's going to be right now. Impunity splitting in two halves.
Red team has
Yes, they don't need to worry about their attack. See, Guang is being so tough. He's just using his ultimate and not be afraid of anyone else.
Megumi comes in, trying to stall, allowing Flower just to take some damage from the turret.
Impunity, are they trying to close out the game? If they do, they need another minion wave. Just engage. Such a nice engagement. Check Lu Bu used his flash, tried to take Lambert down, but it was about the front line. Yamato Musashi just be taken down. And Meng Ya's trying to doing constantly output, but check Flower used the second ability, tried to dash in, but instantly flash out.
Look at that, it was extremely well done from X-Hero, not allowing Doma to jump in and try to clean up the wave. Now it's going to be Clyde, the one that's going to follow. The super minion comes in. That's going to be the last nail under coffin. Is going to be a game for Impunity.
Another 2-0 win play against YaLLa Esports. Congratulations to Impunity.
Congratulations to them. Very good performance from Impunity. Sadly for YaLLa Esports, the good things that they did during the first game were not emulated for the second one. Very early, the game just started turning for Impunity this time.
That's something to do with their hesitation. We already mentioned, if you have plan, you have plan A, you have plan B, but just focusing on execute one at once. That's going to be the best way for you to execute your strategy.
Flower gigantic in this game, right? I would definitely just give the MVP to Flower because he was the main option that Impunity had in terms of dealing damage. Flower came in, dealt some damage, and then no one, since very early in the game, no one was able to stand that.
Do you remember that interview that we did with Flower back into that wildcard qualifier? I remember that might be the last game that they played and they lost it. He said like for about 2 minutes in that interview. And it seems like Flower is quite emotional, and also he's never give up that kind of feeling. So for him, he definitely got the goal to play against a higher level team. So for today's status, we can looking forward his performance, I guess.
Yep. Impunity played really well in that composition using Fang and using Sishi. Very aggressive. And Sishi, just your ability to be good on that Sishi is going to be a tool that they'll find necessary when they're facing EDG.M and when they're facing Chongqing Wolves. Having that option in there is going to be a good one. Flower's Fang at the same time just being a very high point. So that just puts coaches from the KPL teams to think about, are these two heroes supposed to go in the bans, or are we just going to allow them out?
For those teams from KPL region, I don't think they would do anything on these two heroes, since that's not quite prevalent. And for Sishi, they already being experienced about how I'm going to get a void of that control, of that ability. So I don't think Sishi would bother them a lot.
So I like that. So if it is not going to be in the ban, as you mentioned, the coaches might just say like, well, that's not something that we need to ban. And if it is going to be available, so with even more reason, you need to be practicing it right now. So the more you practice it, if it's not going to be banned, it's going to be available for you. So the sharper that your knife is going to be, no?
Yeah, that's going to be a way for them to, when you're doing best of 2 or best of 1, the key point if you want to win this game, you don't need to consider about your hero pool. It's more about constantly practicing one composition. That you have full faith and confidence with the composition. You know that once you take it out, you're going to win.
Amazing.
So, yeah, maybe these two heroes can be one of those compositions.
Let's wait and see. Hopefully that's going to happen, as Impunity's X-Hero is going to take the MVP on that Caesar. The way that X-Hero just played, it was an amazing performance.
Yeah. Like for X-Hero, we can check the assist, actually. It's nothing to do with his damage dealt or damage taken. It's more about his assist. He's always using his visibility, accurately to pull someone back.
Coming in, pushing people out. And then it was just the damage just following in. Like it was just focused damage on one specific hero.
Yeah. And since we can see Impunity always unite together, and always 3 or 4 people being together. So after he take 1 people back into it, the damage gonna be easily follow up.
It cannot be that already 1 minute, it was already like 1 kill for the other side. YaLLa Esports in the first game did really well at doing that, just like not allowing the snowball to happen earlier than 5 minutes. But this time it was just impossible for them to just do exactly the same.
It's more about they made some mistakes when they want too much.
They tried to reply back to Impunity trying to come to get their blue buff. Impunity came to take their blue buff and they replied back with a good strategy. Okay, you come for my blue, I'll go for yours. But it just took them so long time just to take that blue. And I think that was the mistake. The mistake was not the decision of going there. The decision was just execution on how it's gonna take that long time if you have 3 heroes trying to take on that blue.
Yeah.
Why?
Like the reason why they didn't take that blue down, or the reason why they didn't successfully execute their strategy. Well, basically, I'm so glad that they've got those awareness about we are gonna be aggressive. But the point is, 1 mistake, Lemmer didn't pull out that blue buff by some time. And the second, they're not aiming to poking down the HP bar from the IMP side. Or they're just go straight forward to that blue buff and take it down and retreat. They want to block away their enemies, and at the same time, they want to take down that blue buff. That's not easy. Especially they're using Miyamoto Musashi, whose damage not that quite significant in the early game.
Very difficult. Very difficult for YaLLa Esports, but at least after this game with Impunity, they can just go back and start thinking about like what they're going to do. They're going to be part of our game 3, and they're going to be facing Chongqing Wolves.
Yes, for YaLLa Esports, they're going to play against Chongqing Wolves. Maybe I guess it's just another lesson for them to learn from it and just enjoy the journey, because it's not easy for them to make it.
Mathematically right now, YaLLa Esports cannot make it out of Group B, and sadly for them, that's going to be the end. After today, they're going to have to head back home. But it's been a really nice trip for them at least.
And I still remember their members in that video once said they're not afraid of failure. They're not afraid of challenge. And they know that if they keep trying, keep pushing, and be persist doing this, one day they're gonna accomplish their dream.
One day. Sadly for them, that day is not gonna be today, but hopefully it's gonna be in the very close future. Very close future for them. All right, after game interviews, let's see who we have.
Hello, X Hero， 先来和大家打招呼吧。
嗨，大家好，我是 H Hero。
首先第一个问题想问一下，在赢下这个比赛之后呢，你们还会再一次对战到重庆狼队和上海 EDG.M， 你们有做什么样的准备吗？
我们就多加训练了，就以前训练的那些组合之类的。
Okay, so the first question was what kind of preparation that they did since they're going to play against Shanghai EDG.M and Chongqing Wolves next. And Max Hero said they just trained a lot and just stick on their composition and try to master it. So the next question is, after like you've been to this group stage, what kind of experience or what kind of feeling that you got? 那其实你们现在已经是打到了小组赛的一个最后一天了嘛？那感觉这一段时间有什么样的收获吗？或者有什么样的感想吗？
收获倒是挺多的，就一开始玩的不太，就很多东西没有那么理解，然后遇到 KBN 队的话，然后也学到很多，就打法那些思路都能学到。
So he said that they learned a lot from this journey, and it's basically because they actually don't have that kind of clear understanding at the very first time getting into this tournament. But after they've been through this group stage, they've learned a lot of how they're gonna execute the composition or etc. Okay, so thank you to be with us in this interview, and really looking forward to your future play. 感谢你接受我们的采访，期待你们接下来的表现。
They can see exactly what they can get from here, right? Like if they cannot come in and get a trophy, if they cannot come in and get a medal, at least what they can come and get is just a good experience and some new knowledge that they did not have before.
Yeah, and that's something that we are really glad to see. Like everyone can get something from our tournament.
Excellent. Now, Game 2 is going to have impunity against Shanghai EDG.M. It's going to be a final for them if they want to move into the next stage. First, let's have a little break, and then we'll be back. Let's go. Game 2. We're going to have Impunity in what's going to be their final opportunity to try to make it out of group stages. They're going to be facing Shanghai EDG.M.
Yeah, these two teams, actually this game's quite crucial to both of them. For EDG.M, they now have the even spot with Wolves. So that if they want to make it at the first place, they need to end it with 2-0.
They have to end it with a 2-0. They cannot accept a one-pointer in here. They must go for the 3 if they want to try to make it out in first place.
Yeah. And one of the reasons why everybody wants to fight for the first place is because after this group stage, we're going to go for another draw.
Yes.
And the teams in the second place going to play with those first place in other groups. And we've already know the first place in Group A will be E-Star Pro.
Yeah, and I don't want to have that 1 out of 3 chances of playing against them. That 1 out of 3, that 33% chance of having E-Star Pro as my first pick for the first round of knockouts. Nah.
Yeah.
I don't want that one. So everyone, EDG.M as well as Chongqing Wolves, both of them are trying their very best to finish first.
And for Impunity, as we've mentioned, this is going to be their last chance to gain 1 point from EDG.M.
I don't think that 1 point is going to make it. They must go for the 3. They must go with the 2 victories in here. If they want to make an upset and try to get out of the group stage, they must win these 2 games. A draw is not going to make it for them. Not anymore.
If they want to have that goal about going to the next stage, they need a 2-0 win. Well, quite hard, but they still got hope. Still need to try. And the first step, take 1 point. Use those compositions that they have the best confidence with. Because due to that last interview we did with X-Hero, they're just train more, but basically just keep training those compositions that they already had. So it's more about those mechanics or how they're gonna execute it thoroughly.
I'm totally sure that for X7, he's already done everything that he could. All the cards are out there. Everything that could have been prepared has been prepared. And right now it just depends on the players. Their performance during this game is going to define if they're gonna head back home or if they're gonna be here with us during the weekend.
So they need to be fully engaged into this game. No playing around. They need to be very serious.
There's no playing around, that's for sure. Can you imagine taking this as a practice? This is probably their most important game in their very short esports career. This is it. When people is going to think about okay, what can they do when they're under pressure? They're gonna watch this game. It does not get bigger than this for them. This is gonna be the one game where everything that they've worked for is gonna be on stake.
So this is gonna be the D-Day. And if we take a look at EDG.M, we can see they're quite relaxed since they won the 2-0 win last time play against with Impunity. So it seems like they don't worry a lot. And also for Rock, he got his pentakill achievement in this tournament in group stage.
So after you got a pentakill, I'm totally sure that the confidence is top.
It's on the peak, it's at the peak.
Let's see and hope that he can have a very similar performance in this game. The bans start coming in. That Xiao is going to be the first ban.
Maybe YaLLa is going to be the next, so that Impunity can take away Shimengxi on the blue side. Mengtian.
Lots of respect toward Nature.
But Impunity really had a high priority on Shimengxi. But since YaLLa is still out there, EDG.M can take it. Gongsun Li for Flower.
So Shanghai EDG.M is gonna go with the Bomber Cat, I imagine.
They'll let you have it. Because they have
let
full
you have it.
confidence. Yeah, Maislan is gonna be the counter pick to Shen Wengxi.
Agutua?
Agutua.
Matcha?
Oh!
I like this.
Oh, I like this too. Well, because Xin is the only and the first one using Ma Chao back in that wildcard qualifier. So actually, I'm quite impressed with that performance. And today, the first game.
They're really going for it. They're really going for it. And just playing an Agutua Machao composition is just gonna put so much pressure on Xin. Like the spotlight is gonna be on him. There's nothing that he can do to try to skip that. In the moment that you have a jungler like Agutua, then the spotlight just moves to the top laner. Is he up to the task?
Wow. It's not easy, you know. It's not easy to take out Ma Chao in the first game.
Yeah.
Since you're quite like mastering it. Because like in those games when you're playing 5 versus 5, Ma Chao need to prioritize his farming up pace. That also means the rotation need to be tight and no mistakes is allowed to interrupt his farming up.
What is Ninja going to do about that? And his option is going to be Xiao Tuan, trying to just lock Xin on the top lane for as long as possible.
Xiao Tuan is those heroes that won't be afraid of doing the solo fight with Ma Chao.
You see, I don't understand this combo. I don't understand this Master Luban and Gunsun Li combo. Gunsun Li already on its own is very mobile. So you use that Master Luban just to do what?
Well, actually there's two different ways when you're playing with Master Luban.
Okay.
One is using it as a protective support, just as you mentioned. Play with some marksman that is immobile. And another way is to use it as an engagement weapon, to use his ultimate to engage. Because if we take a good look at Impunity's composition, there's not actually one person can take the responsibility to do the engagement.
Yeah.
Maybe Agudo, but it takes time, right? And also maybe Luban Master for this game is gonna bond with Ma Chao to bring him faster to other lanes, to have those minion waves, to farming up, speed up.
It's difficult because Shanghai EDG.M just banned a lot of very useful supports, right? Like they banned Untitled, they banned Sheldon, they banned Lumber. Lumber would have been a way better option for this composition for Impunity, right? Like sadly for them, it was not available. But Master Luban, I'm gonna put that one for me as a very big question, a questionable pick. Let's wait and see. Hopefully Megumi is going to be able to just show us something completely different and try to surprise us. The fact that they're using Aguto and Machao as a composition against EDG.M in such an important match, for me, it is a very big surprise.
Actually, me too, but they definitely had their own reason. Because actually, this game won't be that easy for Luban Master to initiate. And also for EDG.M, they're quite familiar with those warrior playing style because Ninja is reckoned one of those best warrior players in KPL region. So he quite know about the pace, about the strategy, about how you're gonna play with Ma Chao. So on the contrary, he know how to block Ma Chao away.
Whenever that you know already, like because he's been on that same position, right?
Yeah.
Like when you've been on that position, you know exactly what he needs. So probably Ninja is not going to engage him in 1v1s. Probably Ninja what's going to do is just to slow him down. That's what I would do. The first thing that you want to do in this situation is just to slow him down. Have him stay on top lane for as long as possible. And then if Machao cannot leave that place, if he cannot come out and try to engage, if he's not able just to move around, he loses the mobility that these heroes just best suit.
And I want to highlight one thing that possibly gonna happen in the early game is EDG.M definitely gonna go for the blue buff on the blue side. Since Agudor has like really weak early game dominance. And also, Chongqing is not one of those mid laners who can perform quite good in the early game. Because, you know, usually paired up with Ma Chao and Agudor, they would use Shimengxi or Zhou Yu. They can like fastly just clean up the waves. And also the damage dealt in the early game is going to be massive, but not for Zhao Jun.
Yeah, Zhao Jun is going to depend a lot on her ultimate ability to clean wave, right?
But apparently he won't be able to upgrade to level 4 in the early game, especially in like 2 minutes, right?
No.
Yeah.
No.
So it's going to be
That's
one
not
of
gonna
those
happen.
things. EDG.M carrying 2 smites and they use Pena as their jungler. That already gave a sign of they want to hurry up. They want to first slow down Agudor's farm and then they can use it to target at Ma Chao.
We just saw it in the first game between YaLLa and Impunity, right? Like the fact that the other team wants to invade, it does not mean that, okay, things are gone. You can always just reply back to that by using your own strategies, right?
Yeah, and one solution that Impunity can reply back to EDG.M is that maybe they would rotate Gongsun to the mid at the first minute.
Yeah, Gongsun needs to move to mid and then Wang Zhaojun needs to go to bottom lane. I think that would be the best way how to try to protect their resources. Just move Wang Zhaojun to the bottom lane, just have her just stand under the turret, just clean wave, try to survive, and hopefully, Flower can just help to protect the blue and the red buff.
Yeah. But since we've already said too much about those analysts towards these two compositions, we still need to highlight Ma Chao. He's gonna be the one put under the spotlight. The first game for Impunity, all those money put on Ma Chao, put on La Xin.
Gonna depend if Ningzhi wants it to happen or not. Well, talking a little bit about Impunity's journey in our competition, they came in and during the wildcard qualifiers, they finished second place just under Scars, right? So they did have a very good performance during the wildcards. Then for the group stages, very good performances against YaLLa Esports, but whenever that they were facing EDG.M or Chongqing Wolves, things didn't go their way.
Yeah, it's because of the previous performance back into wildcard qualify. Everyone had such a high expectations on them. Like, will they be the team to take points from teams from KPL region? They still got chances, and today's going to be their last chance to accomplish that kind of high achievement.
Let's wait and see. Everything is going to be defined in this game. Is it going to be Impunity Esports making the upset and actually taking the points, taking the win from EDG.M, or is it going to be EDG.M just going to keep going in their pristine performance and make it a 3-pointer for them?
And check the scene. This is exactly what we predict to happen back in the ban pick phase. And Impunity rotate Flower to the mid. Try to guard the early game. Try to guard the blue buff. Check Yuan.
Look at that, it's still very slow. Yuan is going to have to push back. Good defense from part of Impunity. Now Flower is going to jump in the mix. Yuan is going to take successfully that blue buff. The damage is not going to follow. Ningzhi has been taken to half. Guang Yu is very unhealthy. Megumi is going to flash away. And it's going to be EDG.M successfully coming in this invasion.
It seems like teams on both sides are trying to fight until the last time.
They just keep trading abilities. They just keep trading and trading and Ming's span is going to be a little bit wide.
Yeah. They're trying to trade the HP bar, trying to trade those abilities. But still, Yuan successfully take away this blue buff.
Now he's gonna have to start with 2 buffs, right? It's going to start with 3 buffs. 3 buff starter for Yuan. It's going to be really good because then they're going to have priority over everything.
Oh, and Rock trying to even take the Phoenix away.
What they want to do, it's already time to go back. Flower needs to replete. It was a good freezing by Hero, right? Like he comes in, he drops the cage, and then he freezes like his opponent. The damage does not follow immediately, so there's no need for you to just try to follow after that. It just didn't happen. That's it.
Nice frozen again.
But again, the damage is too slow.
Ooh, but without much. Trying to get one, but being pushed back from allies from EDG.M. Even one, like he just needs one more spare. He can take Yuan down.
He just needed one more. That's what he needed. He just needed one more spear, but then sadly for him, it did not happen.
Because all those allies from EDG.M, they just try to aid. And also the passive from my Nui push Ma Chao back.
Damage needed to be a little bit more solid, more focused on that specific hero. Everyone should have been just dropping their abilities towards Yuan.
See, this is a problem. We can see Ma Chao trying to have 2 minion waves, right? Both on the top and the mid. But since they don't have the vision control, and Agudo don't have the power to gain it for them, so they need to like sneak far away from the field. So that makes him be later to get on that top.
Yeah, exactly. This is what we mentioned about how Nintri has played on this hero, and he understands what that hero needs. And if he understands what the hero needs, and he's just not going to allow him to have it.
Tower shields have been shattered.
Because Ninja can just stand on the top lane and clean up all those minion waves and let the opponent's tower to take down all those minion waves for Ma Chao.
Now EDG.M is going to take the Overlord, he's going to take the turret. That's going to be bad news for Impunity.
The problem for this composition is that why they chose Wang Zhaojun. I will leave that as a question. They don't have the priority. But the accuracy is quite good. Zhao Fei's ultimate, that's insane. And get for more 0-3 trade.
Has slain an enemy.
Perfect control coming from Mai Nui, coming from Ming. Just taking things, putting 2 times in
triple kill goes to Zhao Fei. That's alright. This bro's going crazy right now. He's a support and he got his self triple kill.
Lovely, good performance by YaLLa. Good show that EDG.M is putting here for everyone at home. The audience should be really happy about seeing this because it's only 5 minutes. And that last movement rolled everything into a 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah. Like from this replay, we can see Ming and Yanmeng's synergy. It's quite tight, right? After the ultimate, Ming just flash in, use his ultimate. 3 people will be knocked off.
EDG.M trying to surround.
Yeah, no one
they haven't spotted Ming, and Ming is coming in, comes in with the fan, takes 1, is going to try to take the second one. It's going to be defeated, the 2-0 trade.
This is a slot. EDG.M, they are just being fearless. There's nothing that they should be worried about.
They just need to keep just working with this advantage.
Yeah, keep fighting, and that's it. There's already 8,000 gold lead goes to EDG.M. And we barely can see how much Chao's gonna work in this game since he's already been slowed down for his upcoming arc.
No, there's no way that it's gonna work right now. I'm so sorry just to put it out there for everyone who still has some hope, but it just doesn't look like it's going to work. That's the gamble that you have in this composition. It either works really well because everything goes your way, or it just explodes in your face. And I think that, at least for us seeing, it did explode in his face.
Well, maybe the only way that Impunity can slow their enemy down and buy some more time should be X0. I want to highlight him since he's quite accurate with his second ability.
A tower.
And if he successfully used the second ability and ultimate to shred down some HP bars, that might work.
They'll have the advantage of the Wang Zhaojun's ability to protect the high ground. Try to go for a counter-attack in the high ground, probably.
See, that's the conflict happening in their team. Once you want to take out Ma Chao, you should never play defensively. You should just be aggressive, be proactive. You don't need to think about doing counter-attack if you want to play this Ma Chao system.
Yeah. Let's wait and see. They're trying their best, trying to protect that second turret in the mid lane.
Oh, the ultimate didn't work for Megumi. We need to wait for some time. But what about the minion waves? EDG.M managed 2 minion waves on the side laners simultaneously arrive at the towers.
That's gonna be the Winters here, the one that's gonna protect the one on bottom lane. And the rotation from Flower and Megumi to top lane.
EDG.M's waiting. Maybe they want to get another Overlord and use those vanguards to push forward.
Just as you mentioned, that's the decision taken by Yuan.
Red team has slain an enemy.
Wow.
Red
It's a
team
solo
has
kill.
slain an enemy.
1v1 solo kill jungler against top laner. I think that for a top laner, that's one of the most painful things that could happen to you, right? Like when you're being taken solo 1v1. Top laners just are those players that really believe in their 1v1 skills. And when you're just being spotted like that and just being taken down, huge, huge hit to your confidence.
Yeah, and there's already like 3,000 gold lead. Goes to Week2.
Ballista's already in.
They're waiting for those vanguards. Do some poking and force out the ultimate. Once the ultimate isn't available, they try to catch Week2, but the ultimate of this hero can allow him to restore HP.
And right now it's going to be the bangers coming in. It's going to be 20 seconds for Flower to come in and put this as 5v5. It's going to be a power play for EDG.M trying to get on high ground right now.
And Zhaojun's ultimate still unavailable.
But it's too many bangers coming in. There's only one ultimate.
So which one he's gonna choose?
All right, the Wild Blood comes in. Megumi is the one taken extremely low. It's going to be the Winter Skier coming in, forcing Yuan to go back. The bangers being very unhealthy, but there's going to be one more wave coming right now.
By EDG.M, they're already be fulfilling because they know that they're already taken down 2 high ground towers. That's the difference once I look into EDG.M, because the last time when I saw them playing against with Impunity, they're quite rushing to it and being quite careless.
And right now they're just trying to be careful.
Again, they need a 2-0 win. They're not allowed to have any mistakes or let their opponents have any chances, because their goal is gonna be the first place.
Running the game for 2 minutes longer than right now, it's not gonna be a make major difference.
Yeah, it's nothing for them. They're secure their advantage. Yingzhi, 1 man versus 5 people. Try to hold them off and gain a lot of time.
Trying to jump in. Ming trying to find the angle. Yuan is gonna go for the turret.
Minion waves arrive. EDG.M try to do the fatal strike.
And look at that, it's going to be fatal. It's going to be X0 and Megumi, the ones that are going to be falling. The rest of the blue team is being forced into the fountain. The crystal's going to fall. And it's going to be EDG.M taking the first victory.
And also, Zhangfei got another double kill at the last team fight. Yamon gains a lot from this game. Triple kill isn't that normal for a support player.
I love when supports can get kills.
Yeah.
It's always fun. It's always fun to see the supports just coming in and getting kills as well.
Like, let me finish it. Wow.
Sadly for Impunity, they needed to win this one. They needed to go with the 3 points. After this loss in here, it's very few things that mathematically they can do if they want to make it all the way out of the group stage. And it's gonna be right now. If it was already a very big challenge, right now it's a gigantic challenge.
Yeah, like they already made their last stage effort, but it didn't work. But to be honest, I guess it would be a good news to them, because all those expectations or all those hope might be a burden on them.
So you think that impunity is one of the reasons that impunity is not performing at the level that they're supposed to perform is the fact that there's too much pressure on them?
I mean, maybe, because everyone knows that they did a really great job back in that wildcard qualifier. So
Scars did a very good job as well.
Yeah, so maybe the same thing happening now on Scars at the same time.
Maybe. Maybe right now everyone is just feeling the pressure. It's a completely different platform to whatever that they played before, right? And I think that at the end of the day has a toll on you. It has some kind of a weight on your shoulders.
Yeah.
It's very difficult for you to perform when you are in a completely different place. I don't think that is the pressure. I do believe that the fact that they're playing against people that they've never played against before, that they're playing against someone that it's 3 or 4 or 5 moves ahead of you. I think that that's the reason why they're not performing. It's not something intrinsic, but it's something coming from the outside.
Yeah, that makes sense. Like sometimes you know that your opponent is quite strong, but once you do it face to face, you would exactly know the gap. This time, MVP goes to YaLLa. He's Zhang Fei. 5 kills for Zhang Fei. For support.
Very crucial initiations coming in from YaLLa, right? Like the way that he used his ult was always on spot.
Yeah.
It is not that easy to use that Zhang Fei and to use that ultimate accurately. Because number one, it takes super long time for the cooldown to have that ability available. And number two, is being able to proc it into the right people right over there. Like he procs it into the right people and then the damage comes in immediately after.
And also what's more impressive is the synergy with Ming.
Yeah.
Right? These two people, their combo, quite like effective.
This one right over here, look.
Incredible.
Waits for the right moment, and then he takes there 2 people, 4 people in that perfect crowd control. Insane. It's just very, very good performance from YaLLa. Just showing us that it's not only about just proccing your ult, but actually finding the right angle, the right moment to just maximize that ability.
Yeah, because it also requires a delay for his ultimate to unleash. So it's quite tricky, but EDG.M, they perform quite well, especially for those team fights. And this is quite EDG.M style, playing style. I still remember when they're in the summer season, they're reckoned as those late game playing style. But on the contrary, once they appeared in our group stage, you can see like they're being more aggressive in the early game.
They're being way more aggressive in the early game. Just besides the game that they won against Chongqing Wolves, that actually just was pushed until the late game. And besides that, everything that they've won has been less than 10 minutes.
Yeah. So, you know, actually the point is when you're trying to make some progress, don't forget your opponents, your rivals, they're also making progress.
Everyone is running towards a goal.
The speed.
At the same, exactly. I think that you just mentioned something very important. If everyone is running in the same direction, then it's going to end up being about who's running the fastest, right?
And also, there's another thing about those competition is that once you have a goal, I mean someone stronger than you, you have a goal, you can just, you know, run towards him. It's gonna be quite like easier for them to execute. But on the other side, if you don't have any enemy standing in front of you, you need to be the pioneer.
Yeah.
You need to find a way out. That's somehow maybe more tricky.
That's a little bit trickier. Pioneers, they're going to be as impunity. It's going to go back and try to take everything that they just learned here and that try to just show it to all the other teams that they're going to be playing against.
Yeah, utilize it.
You got to remember that in their own area, Impunity is being seen as one of the strongest teams in their area. So it's important that they just take this understanding, that they take this knowledge, and they just share it with everyone and back in their own zone.
Yeah, they're representing the South Asia region.
This one was a very sad one. Could have been a completely different thing if Ashing would have been able to take that first kill on Yuan.
Exactly, that one. That was so close. So that's one of the reasons why match house composition is not that favored, especially for teams from other regions. Because once you lost your advantage, it's really hard for you to turn it over, to turn it around.
So it does not have, it does not allow you to just make any mistakes. At the end of the day, like one mistake just could take all things around and then just make you put you already on your back foot.
Yeah, so that's one of the reasons why it's quite rare that we saw it back into this wildcard qualifying.
They tried the Machon Aguto strategy, and sadly for them, it did not work out. It did not pay the dividends that they were expecting. EDG.M takes that first victory, but we still have one more game, right? It's going to be a best of 2. So what about if we have a little break and then we just come back with that second game of this best of 2? This is going to be our second game for this best of 2. Impunity have a second opportunity to try at least to grab 1 point from EDG.M.
And this is going to be their last chance. Well, we've mentioned it over and over again. It's because we really had such a high expectation on Impunity. We saw their dominance in YaLLa qualify, and we know that these young men, they have dreams, they have ambitions, they have passions. So we do hope that they can take 1 point from those teams from KPL region.
We can only hope, but they're going to have to do big changes because based on their presentation from this game 1, they're not going to be able to take anything if they're going to keep playing the exact same way. They just need to change it. They just need to forget about that first game and then just completely do something different. They tried that very risky strategy and it did not pay off. Let's try and see what we can get in this one.
What about release themselves?
What do you mean by that?
Let those energy, let those powers out. It seems like when they're playing against those teams from KPL region in our group stage, they're being so cautious. They're always be quite afraid of like making mistake. So what about just you know, go it wildly?
Go wild. I actually believe. Actually, I see it differently. I believe that teams like YaLLa Esports, teams like Isurus, teams like Red Canets, or teams like them, for me, when you say like go wild, it just depends on their different understanding of the meta, right? They did not participate in the wildcard stages. Like they just came in after winning their own qualifiers. So they have a different understanding of the compositions. So when you say like go wild, I imagine that it's just choose the heroes that worked before for you. For Impunity, the heroes that they're using right now worked for them 2 weeks ago. So when you say go wild, do you mean like choose different heroes, or
no,
is it gonna be a different attitude? What do you mean?
Maybe it's like they can choose more early game style composition.
Okay, so being more aggressive.
And also go wild is more like I can feel like when they're in that game, especially for Flower, he's not that aggressive when he's doing those solo lanes, play against teams from other region, isn't it? So go wild means he just need to release that power. He got mechanics. Don't need to be afraid of whether I'm gonna die on the bottom lane. It's kind of feel like he got those pressure. I need to like be stable. I can't make any mistakes. That somehow means he can't show off his mechanics.
Let's wait and see. He's gonna need confidence. That's for sure. Now for Flower in a 1v1 against Rock, would you put your money on Flower?
Well, I was wondering whether he's gonna use Mengya, but it has been banned away from EDG.M. For Marco Polo, that's gonna be a little bit hard, to be honest.
So again, just going back to your point, you're mentioning like go wild. Okay, so on a 1v1, Flower against Rock, Flower goes wild. Would you put your money on Flower against Rock?
It depends on the heroes.
I wouldn't.
Why?
In no situation, I don't believe.
Okay,
I do not think that Flower right now it's ready at the level where in a 1v1 against Rock, in any kind of combo, he's gonna have the upper hand. I wouldn't put my money on Flower. I'm so sorry just to put it like that. I don't think that he can just take against Rock on a 1v1 and then just be able just to win that 1v1. Clearly, since this is not an individual game and it's a team game, Impunity could come up with a strategy how to help and how to support Flower to win against Rock as a team, not in 1v1s. So.
Okay. So yeah, I get what you mean. So for Impunity, it's more like move quicker and do more ganks and play it as a team fight. Since they got Zhang Liang as their support, they are possible to do that.
True.
Achieve that.
Okay, yeah.
And on the other hand, we can see actually EDG.M tried to do something new. The 百里守约, that's one thing that we mentioned about for those teams who's already preparing for this knockout stage.
Yeah.
For best of 7, they need to master 百里守约. Because this meta, this patch, the choices for mid is quite limited.
They have to. Like that 百里守约 and 墨子 has shown during this group stage that it's going to be a combo during BO7s. That's going to happen. That's going to be a combo for game 5, for game 6. That's for sure. So having their accuracy on point. So for me, the way that I see the composition from Shanghai EDG.M right now, with no disrespect towards impunity, Shanghai EDG.M is just going to come out and just going to try to practice what they're going to need to improve for BO7s.
Yeah.
That's how they're seeing this game.
Especially for Rock. So for Rock, when he's doing solo lanes, the first 2 shots gonna matter a lot. If he can poke down that HP bar for Marco Polo or not.
All forces, move out!
Let's see EDG.M against impunity. Hopefully, impunity can come in and perform better than what they did in the first game.
Check TianYun's passing. Where he is.
But they're gonna spot him right over there. They saw that he was not on his blue, and they just immediately just realized that man needs to be over here.
Oh, it's a little bit early for TianYun to use that smite. It's just like 1 second earlier.
1 second earlier, and right now it's going to be tragic, as it's gonna be his teammates, the ones that are gonna pay for this. I think he's gonna be able to take 1 kill, but it's gonna be a triple kill for Ming. Can he make it 4?
Can it make it 4? YaLLa allowed it.
It's gonna be taken out by Yanmeng. It's going to be a 4-1 opening for Shanghai EDG.M.
You had those awareness, had those movement, but the problem is it's just 1 second earlier to use that smite. And YaLLa guard that red buff, do some poking damage with all those rotations. You be surrounded, be taken down, flash in. You see, since he got those red buff, he can even slow down the movement for his opponent, and everything went chaotic.
Good for us, seeing he was the only one that was able to take a kill out of that whole thing, right?
Red team has slain.
Wow, and the second ability of Mozi of YaLLa is quite accurate. 3 shots, all banned.
Wow, we were talking just about that, right? Like in between games, we were talking about how YaLLa's performance has improved so much, right? Like recently, like it's been YaLLa, like the one player from the whole EDG.M that has shown us a huge improvement compared to the previous cups and the previous tournaments. It would be really nice for us to know exactly why. What has he been doing?
We can put that as a question during our interview.
That's gonna be on you. That's gonna be on you.
I'll take that responsibility.
Let's wait and see. Look at that. It's gonna be Lamb coming in and taking 1 more kill. And Guang Yu is still very deep in the jungle. Ninja is taking extremely low, but he's gonna run away. Guang Yu wants to go for the kill, but he's gonna fall instead. As Heng right now trying to do his very best to survive, but it's gonna be completely unnecessary. Look at that, the counter attack. They were the meat and then they became the hunters. Right now trying to go for the snipe. Comes in, Flower is gonna be taken to 1/3 of his HP. Tries to go around. Yanmeng and Rock are just trying their best, trying to poke on him. He's trying to run. Rock puts his laser through his chest. It's gonna be Flower moving in left and right. And he's gonna survive that hunt.
Flower did such a great job. It's not easy. That situation is quite dangerous for him. He's almost on the edge.
Oh, Yanmeng is going to fall right over there. He needs to let it go. Look at that. Coming in, allows Rock enough time to go and get into the bush.
Oh, that's something I want to see from Flower. And what about Nianyu?
The snipe. It's gonna come in and it's going to be accurate. Yuan is being suppressed. He's gonna have to run away. But now Megumi's ability is gonna go on cooldown.
Well, actually, there's one man that almost also need to be cooled down is TianYun. You see his UQ Tachibana in 4 minutes already being killed for 3 times, I guess. Well, I know that he really wants to prove something, really wants to gain something, but it shouldn't be that like carelessly, right?
Yeah, like he's just going around like the way that he just started the game was
Tyrant has been defeated.
not the best.
Yeah.
I know that you have a Yukio Tachibana and that you're strong in the early game, but it's not enough. Look at that. I see him trying to counterattack, trying to look for Ming. He comes in with the flash, comes in and takes 1 kill.
Nice one, nice flash. Even one more since Flower got his ultimate, but they're a little bit afraid of YaLLa.
Trying to show some respect as well, right? And they could have just jumped in, but they don't know what YaLLa can do. He did not have his ultimate. His ultimate wasn't cooled down, but he's been so accurate. Rock trying to go in.
Again.
Comes in, gets Flower. Yuan is going to be put in between 3 people. It's going to be him that is going to fall. Nintri procs his ultimate, trying to block the way out. The kitty bombs come in, chipping the HP bars, but it's not going to be lethal damage.
It seems like both junglers are going wild. But good news to Impunity. From this kill, they can buy some time. And I think
can he get the second one?
No.
Oh, killing spree!
Hey, why would Ashin turn his back on it? Like for just 1 second, you saw that movement, right?
Yeah.
Like movement. He could just straightly go away from that battlefield.
That's gonna be Yuan, the one that's gonna come in. He's gonna take the red buff. Rock getting better at the snipes, right? Like he did not start really well in the game, but look at that right now. Him and YaLLa are totally online. Ouch!
Oh, a sure hit for 7 times.
That Asing is going to proc his ult. Coming in, just cleaning the waves. That's the only thing that he can do right now. He's only at 3,700 gold, Mongtian.
But once you use the ultimate, try to clean the minion waves, that also gonna mean that you're gonna be weak during those team fights. The cooldown's not that short for Mongtian.
It is pretty long.
4,000 gold lead goes to EDG.M. And I still want to highlight YaLLa and Rock, their synergy, their potent damage.
Umi flashing away from that. Now it's going to be Asin, the one that is sucking in damage. He does not have his ultimate yet. He's going to receive 1 snipe. It's going to force him back to the fountain.
And EDG.M take away this blue buff. Try to snowball the game. But that flash from Megumi, quite impressive.
Yeah, he saw it. He saw the snipe coming his way and he just decided, you know what, I'm just getting out of here. Suppressed, the damage does not follow. It's going to be Flower, the one that is going to come back. It's going to be the one who takes that kill. It's going to be Flower, the one that's going to fall.
Red team has slain an enemy.
Flower wants to use his ultimate to shut down Lam. But the damage out is apparently not enough.
Yeah, without the stun, the damage is not going to lock in, right? He needs to be able to stun first and then go in with his ultimate.
The reason why he's taking flash maybe is because he wants to aiming for Rock, for for me.
Has destroyed a tower.
So he need an extra distance for him to move forward.
Look at that Rock aiming.
Whoa, the
constantly
accurate. Again, ultimate.
Asin trying his very best, trying to clean that. His generals are just going to be taken down so easily by EDG.M.
But another minion was going to follow up and already arrived at the high ground tower.
TianYun, what can he do? The stun comes in. It's going to be Megumi, the one that is going to follow. Flower is going to follow him.
And Ashin's being surrounded. Take 1 done. Make a trade. This is a 2-3 trade.
2-3 trade, but they're gonna have to let that bottom lane turret fall as well.
Lost 1 high ground tower. Take 2 man done. Well, it's the best thing that Impunity can do.
Yeah.
And Ninja's engagement is incredible. This second ability plus with his flash for 2 men back on that wall.
Now everyone in this whole group stage have been playing that Ata just like that. We have not been able to see Ata just being very tanky and being able to survive fights. Actually, what we've seen is just Ata just sacrificing himself for the team. And that's literally what Ninja did. Came in, sacrificed for the team to be able to get that turret.
Force out Zhang's flash. And what about this one?
Take that!
I am
Rock.
looking for this.
Rock coming in, showing the laser. When the laser shows up, you know that something's gonna happen.
There is a laser line when he's aiming at someone.
I see him trying to clean the wave. That's the only thing that they can try to do right now, right?
Flash in, try to take Rock down, but too much.
Taking so much damage from everyone.
Yeah.
Bit wide.
Actually,
Every single time that Rock just starts trying to aim with the snipe, and like we go all quiet, as if it could allow him just to get a better focus, right?
Oh, actually, the first ability, the name of the first ability is like Tranquil Eye. Everyone just went silent.
10 minutes and 50 seconds. The bangers are gonna come in, trying to allow EDG.M for that one last push that they need in this game against Impunity.
They're ready now, since Yuan's already decked out.
Oh, Yuan being suppressed, comes in, and you're gonna follow with the damage, but Yuan is going to run away. It's gonna be the snipe that is gonna come in. Bullseye takes on Flower.
They put all those abilities on Yuan, take him down, but what about the next? Since Rock's still alive, 4 people still remaining from EDG.M side, and there's a Vanguard spawning in the mid. They're looking for more. First, take down Yixing. What about next? There's 2 people still remaining from Impunity side. Vanguard's already arrived. Ultimate suppress Ata, but this is the only thing that Impunity can go. Crystal being taken down. Congratulations to EDG.M.
Congratulations to EDG.M taking the 3 points. Still with that great opportunity to fight today Chongqing Wolves for the first spot of this group.
And also another good news to EDG.M is that they show that they already be used with this new composition. They already mastered it. So accurate about all those shots made by Rock.
Yes, yeah, like if they're accurate, then they're gonna be able to use this composition later. I think that if they were not accurate at the beginning, I don't think that YaLLa and Rock had the accuracy necessary in the first stages of the game. But then as the time just kept passing, as the game just came in, as we moved into 5-6 minutes of the game, their synergy just started working better.
Those poking synergy. And for heroes like Bali Shuing, you need time to warm up, you know. You need time to get used to that kind of cooldown, wait, and snipe. And for YaLLa, his mods play such an important role in the early game. Not only help guarding that red buff, and also use his controlling abilities to take someone down.
Yes, exactly.
Quite impressive.
Very impressed, very, very impressed. Sadly for TianYun, he had a clear idea of what he wanted to do in that early game. He had a clear idea of what he wanted to do during that first minute of the game. Sadly for him, he was spotted. And if you're spotted by one of the KPL teams, there's no way that you're just running away out of there with the red buff and your life.
Yeah. And more vital, he's being quite panicked when he wants to do so many things at the same time. You see, there's so many thoughts in his mind at the same time. So that smite 1 second earlier, those kind of mistakes won't be tolerant when you're playing against with EDG.M.
The smite, I believe that the smite could have just allowed him to take the red buff, but at the same time, having or not the smite was not going to allow him out of that place. He was just surrounded immediately by 4 people from Shanghai EDG.M, which just shows you the decisiveness, right? When they just spotted that the red buff was in danger, every single person just rotated towards the jungle. So they just made a united effort in order just to take this jungler out of it.
So that's why tight coordination matters a lot when you're playing mobile game. Move faster, have a short caller. Maybe that one could be YaLLa.
Yeah.
Like everyone, our red buff's in danger, and let's see, I'm on my way.
Being on his way. It was really good. I would say that for this exact game, Yuan was there sometimes when he was necessary. Most of the responsibility just fell on what Rock could do on that Bailey show.
Seems like in the early game, Rock need those support, need YaLLa's help. First stun the enemy and then him gonna shot. But when the time passed by, he just used his own ability to shot and take some fatal strike, which is quite important. We'll let you go.
Yes, exactly. Look at that. MVPs right over here is gonna be EDG.M's Ming. Damage of 37.7%.
That also means with his ultimate, he always leverage his ultimate on a bunch of people. That's the reason why he can cause such a high rate of damage out. 8 to 13 KDA, 13 assists. That just approved what we just said.
The area of effect that this Shenmengxi has is very big, it's very wide. And not only you're going to be slowed down by the bombs, it's just so big. The range, the reach is just very far.
And once you have a huge gold lead, one ultimate by Shenmengxi and another shot by Bailey Shouyue is already enough to kill a backliner.
The coordination between those two heroes, it was really good. Look at
this one.
This one right over here. Sadly for him, it was only 45 seconds of the game, and things just did not turn up for him. Followed in. Those 3 people, that poking strategy is gonna be a really important one. Look at that. The kitty bombs come in, boom, straight into 3 people from the Impunity's backline.
And in the same time, Ninja just flash in. That's what we call tight coordination. It seems like they've already got a plan. The thing is, we're just gonna execute it. We have steps, one by one, and we know the layers of doing team fight.
Very well done. One more game for Shanghai EDG.M. Very big win for them. Like the way that they won this one, it was just completely just left Impunity with no opportunity.
Yeah. And more important for EDG.M, it's not only about they got 3 points more, it's more about they've got a new composition. It shows like they're quite ready for best of 7.
They are ready. Like I don't think that the fact of them being ready or not is what comes to question right now. But the fact is, are they gonna be able to beat Chongqing Wolves today so they can make it to the first place?
Yeah.
I think that's actually what is in their minds right now. In terms of BO7, like they've got the compositions, they've got the depth. Can they make it out in first place today so they can have a better matchup for the next round?
Yeah, this important game, we'll leave it at the last one for tonight. The answer will be reviewed at the last game. But the next one will be YaLLa Esports play against Wolves. And that also means EDG.M have some time to observing how Wolves, like how's their condition for today.
This last match between Impunity and Shanghai EDG.M has just shown us that Impunity, among the other area teams, they're pretty strong, they're very solid, but these 2 matches were just like very clear verification of the distance that there is in between them and the KPL teams.
There's still a long way to go. and that also gave them a strike and let them don't be drowned in that kind of achievement. All right, we are now dominating in this wildcard qualifier, but they know it's not enough since they already faced this truth.
Facing the truth. Sadly for Impunity, that's gonna be it. That they're gonna have to go and beat Chongqing Wolves in their next matchup, and they just hope and see what they can do against Chongqing Wolves. Oh well.
Yeah.
After match interviews, let's see who we have on the other side.
Hello， 野梦，先来和大家打招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是上海 EDG.M 野梦。
看到你最近的状态可以说是非常的好啊，像今天第一把张飞的这个3杀，然后墨子第2把的这个手 buff， 还有这个准度都很好。请问最近是有专门做一些方面的调整，或者说得到了什么样的帮助吗？
最近和队友还有复盘什么都复的比较多吧，然后就有点进步吧。
Okay, so the first question is, we can see Yemo apparently is in his best condition during this series. So what's the reason for this kind of best condition? And Yemo said he did a lot of review for those games and watched a lot of records with his allies, and they find a lot of problems and he made some progress. So the next question is, the next matchups you're gonna play against with Wolves. And last time you end up with an even, with a draw. What about this time? Is there any possibility for you guys to end with 2-0? 那最后一个问题想问一下，就是上一次其实对战到重庆狼队的时候，你们是打成了平局嘛？那想问一下有没有做什么准备？然后这次有没有信心2-0呢？
这次就正常打吧，就平常心打吧。
Okay.
尽力打就行了。
好的，so his answer is like treat it as a normal matchup and just do our best. Okay, really looking forward to that matchup and hope you guys can do well. 感谢你接受我们的采访，也期待你们在接下来的一个表现。
Oh, he's been working. That's the answer that he just made public for us. He's been working, watching videos, reviewing with teammates, working hard. If that's what he thinks is the reason why he's performing so well, what was he doing before?
Yeah, and that also mentioned something about the speed. You need to speed up your progress.
Yeah, let's wait and see. Next game, we're going to have YaLLa Esports against Chongqing Wolves. It's going to have that after this break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, and no one let me down. Destiny is calling high and I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and
Game 3, YaLLa Esports against Chongqing Wolves. Chongqing Wolves already saw the performance from EDG.M in the last game. So they know that they need to bring their A game right now if they want to finish first. And for YaLLa Esports, this is gonna be a tough match.
Yeah, last time when YaLLa Esports were playing against Wolves, actually that game ended up within 6 minutes. So this is gonna be a huge challenge for them.
They had their first challenge against Impunity, which was a little bit closer to their level. This in here, they're gonna be having one of the top 3 teams in KPL.
Wolves. Actually, you know, this game means a lot to Wolves because actually last game after EDG.M just take that 3 points, already secured 1 spot to make it to the knockout stage. So if Wolves make it to 2-0, after this, they're gonna go straight to that knockout stage.
Yeah, I think that right now there's no question about the fact that Chongqing Wolves is going to make it through. Can YaLLa Esports do something, show a miracle? Because anything that is not going to be a Chongqing Wolves victory right now for me would be a miracle.
You mean every victory? You mean like 1 point for the game, or
any result that is not going to be a victory from Chongqing Wolves 2-0, for me it's going to be a miracle. That's what I believe. And I know that there's a lot of people at home that after watching the group stage and after watching the performances, they're going to agree. And if they disagree, I'm very glad, because that means that there's more and more people believing in miracles.
We always expect the miracle would happen, especially for esports industry. Well, for these 2 teams, for this game, instead of speaking to miracle to me, I would treat it as the last show for YaLLa. It's more like you can give all you have. You don't need to be desire of what we call 1 point or what etc. It's more like you need to focus on yourself, give all those things that you have, and that's it.
Do your best. We've been asking them to do their best, and their best is what they've been providing. Sometimes it's not a matter of attitude. I do believe that YaLLa has been trying really hard. And I'm completely sure that YaLLa has been practicing. And I am 100% sure that they've been watching video and then trying to solve these things and trying to come up with formulas. I'm totally sure that Coach Tony has been there just having sleepless nights, putting things together.
Being quite stressful.
But it doesn't matter how much time you spend on that. It's not a matter of 1 or 2 or 3 days. It's a matter of a culture, an esports culture, an Honor of Kings culture.
They've been too new to this game. But you know, what's more, I do believe that this kind of journey, this kind of experience can make them to be a tighter family. Because you remember that we saw it in that video. They know that after they've been through that qualify, it makes them feel like a family. And now they're in their low times in this journey, face a lot of challenges. And challenges makes them to tie together.
Working all together is what they're gonna have to do. The BP starts right now. YaLLa Esports is gonna be taking the blue side. Chongqing Wolves take the red. Let's see what YaLLa Esports is gonna come up with. Are they gonna try to use the same heroes as they used in the previous match against Impunity?
I guess so. Lü Bu or Ata would be quite favored for YaLLa Esports.
Their first pick is always a Shenmengxi for Doma, whenever that it is available. And they're just gonna do exactly the same. They're just gonna give Doma that Shenmengxi.
And they already banned away Mai Shlinui because they all know like it was a counter pick. One of the reasons why sometimes we would use Zhang Fei as sort of protection due to this Shenmengxi is because you can use the second ability to grant a shield to your allies, and that can cover some of those AoE damage dealt by Shenmengxi.
I think that Chongqing Wolves is gonna try to finish this early. Those two picks, Zhang and Gongsun Li, already show you that they're business.
And this would also be the matchup for them to warm up because they have a bigger mission to do. The last match, play against with EDG.M, try to vie for the first spot. So they need to win it clean, neat, without any mistake.
Xiao is going to be a lock for Chongqing Wolves.
And Lü Bu for YaLLa Esports.
Everyone is just doing like very direct bans towards the support for teams from the other areas, right? Straight is first is going to be Sheldon. Second one I imagine is going to be Master Lupan probably. Oh, Lady Sun.
Lady Sun. If Lady Sun be taken out, there's rarely have a hero that can contest Gongsun Li on the bottom.
So what is going to be Simjo's options in there?
Maybe to my surmise, Jie paired with Luban Master would be great.
Yeah, Jie Master Lupan, sure.
But the problem is, I don't know if he can play Jie well or not. He used it before one time, but lost it.
Let's see Simjo and Clyde, what's going to be their combo. And Jie Master Lupan would be a good one. Let's see if they're going to follow us, or Jie with a Tai trainer would be a second one.
And actually, they don't need to be that worried about early game since Wolves take Naklulu as their jungler. Naklulu is quite weak in the early game. Again, Lin Bu.
One more time.
One more time. YaLLa Esports playing style.
A little bit more of the same.
Shangguan Wan.
That's good. Like, as long as you have two assassins in your composition, that's going to be trouble for Simjo. As Simjo knows that as Yu is going to make it to level 4, and he's going to have to replique and then just move away.
There's no way for him to get out of those surround. Well, because for Jie, it's true that his second ability can allow him to like remove all those debuffs.
Yeah.
But Wang doesn't do any like control. It's just burst damage.
And if you are good enough just to be able to control your strokes and to control the movement, you can just hold to that last final stroke for as long as you need.
Yeah. So it's quite tricky if you want to play with Shangguan Wan. But once you master it, it's gonna be the one who has a huge difference after he upgrades to level 4. Once she got the ultimate, she can just go everywhere, anywhere she wants, and do some ganks. So,
after level 4, that's going to be the moment for Chongqing Wolves.
Yeah, and for YaLLa, they need to pay attention to when will be the time for Wang to upgrade to level 4. Once they know that Wang got ultimate, they need to hand back.
They need to try to spot her. So Clyde's job in terms of vision is going to be critical.
Yeah.
Just Clyde being able to spot where Wang is, like to understand the pathing that mid laner is going to have. That's going to be important. I do believe that that's going to be Clyde's main job, vision. Simjo's not supposed to need that much support in terms of fights, but he's gonna need the vision. He will need to spot where Wang is.
Basically, Clyde needs to just roaming from up to down in the riverside, and that's it.
Minions will arrive in 5 seconds.
Let's wait and see. It's gonna be our game 3 of today. It's gonna be YaLLa Esports against Chongqing Wolves.
So
You can see Wolves did a rotation because Wang is not those mages that gain the priority of the midway claiming.
So they just let YaLLa just to go to the mid and take it.
And actually, they're trying to guard their buffs because Narclulu is quite weak in their game.
And that's a good decision. That just shows understanding of their strengths, understanding of their weaknesses, and respect towards their opponent.
Yeah.
The fact that they're playing against YaLLa Esports and that YaLLa hasn't been able to take a victory yet, it does not make them to lower their guard.
Yeah.
On the contrary, they're just being even more careful in that opening.
That's quite crucial because even you're facing some teams that are reckoned as like weaker or don't have the same skill level, but they still be quite cautious.
Look at that, Fanfan is going to be surrounded by 3 and he's going to fall.
Has slain an enemy.
It's going to be a 1-to-1 trade. The first blood is going to go for Chongqing Wolves, but good for YaLLa going in, seeing that Fanfan just stepped in too deep, allowing him to go back.
So that was a 1-1 trade. Check next movement. This is a quite smart movement. They try to lock down Xiao, lock down this Wang.
He's not level 4 yet, and it's gonna be YaLLa coming in, taking the second kill.
Oh, that's quite impressive because Wang means a lot to this composition.
I love it.
Wow.
They're going all together.
Yeah.
You see? I like that rotation. I like the rotation when you're just going around as a team, not as individuals. And YaLLa Esports right now in this game, showing us again that they know how to play this game.
And they're even trying to gain more. Whoa, Heng, take away this red buff.
Look at that, they're gonna try to counterattack. It's going to be Fly taking that kill. Doma trying to come in, but it's going to be Wang coming in for the vengeance.
This is a revenge. Xiao watch to take him down, but Lu Bu uses his ultimate jump forward. That's quite risky.
Yeah, he was very low, and his teammates were not there to follow with the damage. He wanted to go back and take revenge on his own.
Uh-oh, something happened. The blue buff goes to Fanfan.
Look at that, Fanfan just being surrounded by 3. Nothing he could have done to get out of there.
Blue team has slain an enemy.
That was back to like 1 minute.
Well, these last 3 minutes of YaLLa Esports, not bad.
Not bad, to be honest, especially for the first ganking movement.
Look at that, again, 4-to-1 rotation on top. And that's going to put Simju in a very, very difficult position. Look at him, surrounded, untargetable. Oh, did you see the way that he just holds to his last stroke? He holds to his last stroke for the right moment. He's taking the damage from the turret. He knows he needs to just block it in some sort of way. And then he goes untargetable at the right moment.
Because he knows that the damage done is already enough by using first and second ability. So he can use his ultimate to avoid from those damage done by the turret.
One more time. It's gonna be the kitty bombs jumping in, but he's gonna have to flash out of that.
Well, to be honest, I'm quite impressed.
By the way that YaLLa Esports is playing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're doing quite good. I'm really surprised. We've already mentioned last time, those rivalries happened from these two teams. It ends up within 6 minutes. And look, now it's almost 5, and there's only 2,000 gold lead. And
showing
now,
understanding and showing improvement.
Yeah, and what's more, YaLLa trying to do something. They're not playing defensively. On the contrary, they're always trying to trade for something.
Heng is waited in the bush for an ambush. There's no opportunity. Now it's going to be a 3v3 on top lane.
Get enough iron!
$3,000 gold lead. Wolves trying to use those neutral resources. Control it, snowball the gold, snowball the level. Heng already
More
got
time.
2 levels in advantage.
3v2 in middle. Killing spree. Xiao is going to take one more kill. He's going to move from mid lane to top lane so quickly that we did not see how that Fan ultimate actually worked out.
He's just like, whenever I got it, I just use it.
Yeah.
Trying to engage. Again, force out the flash from Shimengxi. And they got the opportunity just to take down the mid tower and even the life of Brave.
Good movements from Wolves. Good for them. The way that Xiao is playing right now, like he was ganked in the beginning of the game. And I think that touched the nerve.
Yeah.
And I don't think that he was very happy about that.
He's not
because right now
furious.
he's right now just going around just dealing damage to everyone.
He's furious.
He took it personal.
Yeah.
I think he did take it very personal. Look at that. Fly takes the turret in mid lane.
And now it's time for Wolves to speed up, to accelerate the pace. They're invincible right now. Nothing can stop him. Especially for Naklulu.
They're in a very good spot. Like, they've got gold, and right now they just need to try to manage things around. Let's see how YaLLa is going to reply back to that. They were rotating really well, but right now that there are no turrets around, there is no rotation whatsoever. You cannot rotate out of there. If you go out, it's just going to be to find your death.
I guess one of the problems for YaLLa Esports is because they can't secure the damage dealt by Jirenjie.
Yeah, he's not being able to find the angles, right?
So without those damage dealt by your marksman, and also Lu Bu's not his time to show right now. So the team fight is going to be a little bit hard for them right now. And for Wolves, for Pan, 6,000 gold, that's a lot for Naklulu.
That is a lot, but the gigantic that YaLLa is right now. Shadow Ripper and Doomsday at the same time. Here and Jet does not have yet. He has only Doomsday right now.
And the way they try to pile up their items is just aiming for those attacking items, not those defensive ones.
There's nothing to defend. Just go for it.
Yeah.
Dive in.
That's something we bring to you since you've got such a huge goal difference, goal lead. 2 vanguards separately on 2 lanes.
They're gonna rotate to top lane, waiting for the right moment.
So his ultimate is available. Wolves, they're being quite cautious. They know that you've got Lianpu, you've got Lu Bu, and both of your ultimates available.
Yeah.
So you have the chance to do a counter attack.
Yeah, the counter attack is the one thing that Wolves does not want happen. It's the one thing that YaLLa Esports is just looking for an opportunity. They're just waiting for a moment where they could actually try their very best just to jump back.
So YaLLa Esports is wisely use this high ground tower as a shield, as a shelter, and try to do counter attack, but they go far away from the high ground tower and be forcing back by Wolves. Now there's 2 lanes arriving at the same time.
2 lanes, YaLLa, the one that's gonna pull Doma all the way back. It's gonna force, concentrate on taking the bottom lane turret. Jumping in, trying to take a little bit more. That minion was too unhealthy. Second wave jumping in. Look at that, Han trying to find the angle, jumps in, takes someone. There's gonna be Abdo trying to counter-attack. He's gonna be successful at protecting that turret, and Xiao is going to fall.
That's quite good. YaLLa was really doing a great job. They improved a lot. They know that the heroes that Wolf chose are all like doing burst damage.
Yeah.
Right? You came in, you done with your combo, and what done is it done. So after all those skills have been used, they just use the ultimate and try to do counterattack. That's quite smart.
If they can keep doing this, hopefully for them they'll be able just to take something out of this fight.
Overlord has been defeated. Blue team has destroyed a tower.
And now it's up to 10 minutes. Well, but still the goal difference quite significant. And by taking down this Shadow Overlord, Wolves now have the priority on both 3 lanes. All of those 3 lanes release the strongest one on the top, means they want to aiming at the top and high ground tower. Managed 2 waves, simultaneously arrived. How YaLLa Esports gonna reply?
Vanguard's coming in, it's going to be Fafa proccing his ultimate, and it's going to be Simja, the one that's going to die. It's going to be Guang Yu, showing that he is an assassin as well. Abdo's taking very unhealthy. It's going to be 1 by 1. The players from YaLLa Esports trying to fall. Clyde trying to make the revenge, but it's going to be the Vanguards pushing it on the crystal. It's going to be game for Chongqing Wolves.
Congratulations to Wolves, take another game. Well, for this game, both teams have quite standouts, especially for YaLLa Esports. I'm quite surprised and astonished by their performance.
Yeah, I am very happy about their performance. I wouldn't say I'm surprised. We've seen them playing well. Now, when we saw them playing their qualifiers, when we watched their videos, we saw that they were a good team. It does not come as a surprise, the fact that they can defend. It comes as a good, happy event. They were unable to defend before. And right now, for at least the beginning of this game and the beginning of the first game against Impunity, they're showing that they are aggressive as well. We come back to the same question. After you are aggressive during the first minutes, you need to be able to do something different. That is the moment where they just show that there's a little bit of distance between them and the other teams. Not only the teams from KPL, but between them and the other teams from the other regions.
Like, we're not trying to like push them. It's more like we can see potential hiding in this team. We can see those potentials that would believe that they can do much more better. And they've already achieved something. The first ganking, quite impressive. And also the first guard also succeed. So that's the reason why we can see potentials from these players, and we are quite optimistic like about the next time if we saw them come back.
Let's wait and see. We can only wait and see, because the way that they played during the first 5 minutes in this one, and the way that they played the first 5 minutes against the game against Impunity, both of them were really good. Now, we already saw this script happen in the first game against Impunity. They come to the second one, and things just went downhill extremely quickly. Do you predict that it's going to be the same?
About the composition, I guess it would be the same. YaLLa would just be consistent with the one that they did before. You know, actually from this game, what I see from YaLLa is more like they know what's the key point of your composition.
Yeah.
They totally know that your first pace, your first movement gonna be done by Shanghai. So that first ganking, it's not just easy like I take you down.
Yeah.
It's more because I know what's gonna be the trigger of your composition, and they successfully did it.
They found the right timing, right? Like they made it all the way before Shanghai was in level 4. And that's what allowed them just to go there and be successful at that gank.
Yeah.
And they do exactly the same rotation a couple waves after on top lane. But the problem is that that allowed Chongqing Wolves to take on their marksmen. They were trying to gank on fly, but at the same time, they were unable just to protect Simjo.
Xingzhou need to take care of himself, to be honest.
Well, it is difficult to take care of yourself when you're facing one of the top teams.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. This round, MVP goes to Fly. Xiao. The engagement also, like the first ability with his flash, did a lot of nice crowd control and also some crucial engagement.
Besides seeing Fly today on that Xiao, like we've seen him perform really well during this group stage. Ups and downs today in this specific matchup. It was not a very big challenge for him, but making some good decisions. For example, this one. Jumps in, ultimate, and flash.
And this movement was the turning point for Wolves. Because at that time, Chongqing had just been taken down.
Yeah.
And they used this 4-man to get invasion, do some trade.
Very well done from Fly in there. Turning things around for Chongqing Wolves, right? Like that's the only thing that they need. Just a little bit of an advantage, just a little opening. It doesn't need to be big. It doesn't need to be a gigantic mistake. It just needs to be a little opening.
But again, for the next matchup, actually I'm looking forward to seeing Chongqing Wolves will take something more aggressive. For example, Mengtian with Zhou Yu, with Jing. Just, you know, they need a quick victory, help them to warm up, because they know that their true goal, the biggest mission, is playing against with EDG.M. They need a neat and fast victory.
They're gonna have to try to pick on something else, right? Like EDG.M showed us after they got their first victory that they wanted to practice a different composition. So that brings us to the same question: is Chongqing Wolves gonna do the same? Are they gonna try just to finish the next game quickly, or are they gonna try to just practice a different composition that could be useful for their BO7s?
I guess both things could happen. It depends on their coach. If he wants to prepare more for the best of 7, take one step further, then they may use something new, something not familiar with. On the other hand, if they want to aiming for that kind of atmosphere or vibe when they're playing against with EDG.M, they will gonna do something quick.
What's your opinion?
I prefer the second one.
You prefer the second one?
Especially you need to vie for that first place, or you're gonna play against E-Star Pro. I don't mean like they can't defeat E-Star Pro. It's not that way. It's more like you want to do it with less risk, right?
Nobody wants to defeat E-Star Pro.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to. That's not up to the discussion, right? Nobody wants to get that card. But for YaLLa Esports, it was a really good opening. We were very happy to see that, to see them performing a little bit more confident. They had a very nice start. They just need to be able just to try to find those opportunities and try to cement those advantages. From the side of Chongqing Wolves, I'm totally sure that Xiao took that first kill very personally.
He took it very personally. Furious. And sometimes, you know, you need to be mean when you're playing this game.
Well, you need to completely just show everyone that they need to respect you.
Yeah.
If you're not gonna respect me, like, I'm so sorry. Like, you need to show yourself that you are the top dog. That's for sure.
Yeah, and always have that kind of fist that I want to fight back. Yeah, I won't let you just take advantages from me.
That's true. Well, we're just getting ready for the second match. I believe that YaLLa Esports are gonna try something different. I'm really hoping to see something else, something that would show us a little bit more about their depth or their hero pool. I would like to see different heroes in different positions. We're coming to the end of their journey with us, right?
Yeah.
They have one more game against Chongqing Wolves, and after that, they're gonna have one more game against EDG.M, and then that's gonna be it. So what about showing us right now a little bit of what you have in there?
I'm also expect to see that, but I've watched those matchups before in their own qualifiers. But since the rotation happened, so actually I don't know what kind of hero pools they have. Well, back to that qualifier when their mid lanes was still Ama, he played a lot like Zhenji, or other like some unusual mage. But for Doma, he once played as the top laner, as I just mentioned.
Yeah.
He rotates to the mid. So I don't know what.
Do you think that's the reason why their first pick is always Shen Mengxi?
Because in those kind of limit time, you can only be able to master 2 or 3 heroes. You can't ask for more because like the time's quite limited, right? So that's the reason why I guess maybe they can try something different, like picking those like 1 tank plus like 1 warriors and have a cool play.
That would be something nice to see. It will be a really nice opportunity for us to see something different coming in from them. The champions of Pena, they're here because they earned a spot, right? They won in a BO5, a 3-2 against Clash in their finals right over there. It was not an easy match. Every time that we go back and we see that, we can see a very confident and happy team. Right now in here, like when they put them, and it's something that I believe is not really their weight, right?
Yeah, they have that kind of desire about like prove themselves and show some powers. Well, maybe it takes time, but well, I do hope that they can bring us something new and do some like impressive showcases. But to be realistic, right? To be realistic, it's more about if you want to make a breakthrough.
Yeah.
It's like you need to hit that bound. You don't want to be limited by your own mind. Try something new. It's more like you have that kind of desire about trying something new. For example, use 2 warriors, right? They haven't used it even once. But after maybe they used once, things will be different.
They need to try. They need to just give it a try. Talking a little bit about today's matches, we're going to have a second match between YaLLa Esports and Chongqing Wolves. And then after that, we're going to come to the second half of our today's games, right? Like Chongqing Wolves is going to be playing Impunity for 4th game, and then it's going to be YaLLa's last game in our game 5 when they're going to be facing Shanghai EDG.M.
Yeah. So
last game of today is going to have Chongqing Wolves facing Shanghai EDG.M.
Everyone will be focusing on that game because that decide a lot, and also all those rankings and also the draw means a lot. So they're going to be like best of 2, but there's going to be 6 matchups in total for today, and Group B going to be done tomorrow. Group C going to be done. The day after tomorrow, Group B going to be done. See, like our second round of our group stage is higher density.
The highlights are already here. Look at that, just the way that the game started, like everything just looked really well, like very balanced up until like around this 3 minutes fight. This, as you mentioned, was the one that turned things around.
And those highlights for Xiao is taking it personal, right? Rampage.
I think that YaLLa, in terms of defending their high ground, they did a good job. Like they did a good job. Like they had good strategies in terms of how to really protect those high ground turrets, how to push them back, right? Now, we're gonna go to a little break, and then after we come back, it's gonna be YaLLa Esports against Chongqing Wolves, the second game of this best of 2. Okay, and we're back. YaLLa Esports against Chongqing Wolves. It's gonna be our second game of this best out of 2. The compositions are gonna be completely different. We already saw some different heroes right now, right? Like we could saw Nakoruru, we could saw Shangwanwa'ar, already showing preparations towards the best of 7s.
So the question for Wolves is that, will they go for the first choice that we give or the second one?
I think that what they're gonna do, they're just gonna try to finish the game quickly.
Okay.
Now, I just think that in this one, they're just gonna go for probably a strategy with multiple heroes who can just take turrets down.
Then Meng Tian's gonna be the one.
Yeah, just go for something quick. Probably what they want to do is just to get done with this quickly and then just get back to prepare for their next match.
Well, speaking to that, maybe Meng Tian, Shen Mengxi, these heroes quite favored. Okay, YaLLa Esports, they did their homework, banning away Meng Tian.
They're not gonna allow fly. They have a lot of the other area teams, like they have like huge respect to fly. Like whenever you ask them, like, who do you want to be facing? Like, I want to be facing fly. Who do you want to beat? I want to beat fly. So they have a lot of respect towards the man. So that's why they're not gonna allow him such an OP hero.
True. And I remember that Fly tweeted once that why always me? Because he saw those interviews. And he's also like being so curious about why always me? Why I'm the one?
Why?
But a man with such a high achievement.
He's a role model for everyone else,
Yeah.
right? Like when you are so consistent and when you're relevant in a competition, when you're relevant in a game for so many years, that says a lot about yourself.
Oh, Dianwei. Oh, okay.
They just
My voice just sounds like I'm doing a roller coaster.
They keep doing that to us. They keep doing that to us. They keep showing us like, oh yeah, we're gonna try something different, and then no, they go back to more of the same.
I almost want to say, because one of the words of Dianwei, this hero, is "let's go crazy." And I almost want to mention that. And wow, at the same time change to Miyamoto Musashi. Okay, I accept it. And we can see Wolves taking out Mengqi as reply, doing the counter pick to Miyamoto Musashi.
Yeah. Mengqi on Xiao, right? Xiao, like him being able to use that Mengqi really well. Not only he's going to be a little bit tanky, like he's just able just to find the right angles all the time. Like he understands really well just the mechanics of the heroes, and he's able just to find the right angles from anywhere, regardless where he is in the valley.
True. So he's tanky, and with those money lead, he's also going to be quite a threat.
Yeah, with a gold lead, he's always a threat. I do believe that players like Xiao, even without a gold lead, they are a threat. They're just a walking threat in any place that they go.
And you know, not even mentioned to actually Xiao has the highest priority in Wolves.
Yeah.
Everyone would give those resources and monies to him. He's always going to be the carrier.
He's already built. He's already built an image around, not only around Chongqing Wolves, but around the whole KPL of being one of those junglers that you need to respect.
Yeah, I guess he's one of those like most strongest junglers. He's always playing as a core player. That's something worth mentioning. Okay, let's go for those draws.
And here I thought that Chongqing Wolves wanted to go for a quick strategy, something just to push on turrets quickly. And that combination of Sun Bin and Lu Bu just completely says something different.
Yeah, goes in a different way. They want to engage team fight. And actually these compositions are mostly reckoned as the late game playing style. Meister Nui needs items, at least 2. Lu Bu, definitely a late game hero. Sun Bin need items, need time to farming up. So what about the marksman? If they really wants to do those big team fight, Marco Polo may be the one.
Marco Polo could be an option. I would have preferred TianYun, but there's no TianYun available due to YaLLa just put it on the ban, right? Marco Polo it is?
Yeah, because for TianYun, he's afraid of those damage dealt by Zhou Yu, those AoE damage, burning him out. But for Marco Polo, paired with Sun Bin, and this is a quite... Yeah, and also he won't be afraid of like those two solid tanky standing in front of YaLLa's team because of the true damage he did. But the only problem is, actually this composition is quite late game style.
Are they gonna allow YaLLa Esports an opportunity in the early game?
That's gonna be a question, because if we take a good look at YaLLa's composition, it's quite aggressive in the early game. Zhou Yu and also Lambert, right? They have the power to harass, they have the power to invade, they have the power to do something, make something happen.
Let's wait and see. Let's wait and see. Let's see what's gonna happen.
Yeah.
I love the way that how everyone is just like trying and facing this game. I love the way that how right now, with this composition, YaLLa Esports have an opportunity in the early game. And if they're able to play their cards wisely, if they're able to just try their very best, they could just come up with some surprises.
Yeah, and due to the last performance that they gave us, the last game, it was great.
They played really well.
Yeah.
They played really, really, really well in those first 5 minutes. If they can emulate that right now, they could come up with a surprise. Let's wait and see.
And I'm really looking forward to see those surprises happen.
It's gonna depend a lot on Xinju and Clyde, right?
Well, like first Clyde need to gain the vision control and also do something in the early game.
When you say do something in the early game, what do you mean by doing something in the early game? Just for the audience that is watching us right now.
First, he need to gain the vision. He need to spot where Monkey is and spot the passing route. Second, he needs to bring Zhou Yu to somewhere else and using the passive wisely. And they can poking down those HP bar in the early game, win the priority.
Okay, so let's wait and see if Clyde is gonna be able to follow Nora's instructions and hopefully be able just to provide the vision that YaLLa Esports is gonna find so necessary right now.
There's no doubt that with Zhou Yu, they can win the priority. The problem is, what's the next movement? They're heading to Monkey's field. A very good sign, and without the smite. Okay, still guarded. But what about poking down some HP bar? They successfully did that.
It did. Mai Shiranui finds out that Miyamoto Musashi started with his red, decided to invade immediately on the blue buff area.
Well, that actually could be Abdul's job, because Abdul should like look after the field, because you know that something might happen in your field.
Like in the moment that Mai Shiranui disappears, after they clean the wave, like Abdul needs to understand that if they make the rotation towards the top, and they don't show up where he is in top lane, it means that they are in the jungle. They're not just gonna be standing in there just looking at the bush.
Yeah,
like he needs to give that information to his teammates, and they need to make a decision.
So again, this is a teamwork playing.
It's a team sport. That's what this is. It is a team sport. Doma being taken very low. The fan is going to be wide. The fire comes in, trying to support himself.
And that restore.
Xiao still hasn't yeah, he really wanted that kill.
He has got those ambitions. Once he takes Zhou Yu down, he can easily rotate. He can easily win the priority. Xiao Pang.
Chongqing Wolf just taking control. Look at Xiaopan's rotation towards bottom lane.
And for the bottom lane, YaLLa using his mechanics win him an upper hand.
YaLLa in that battle against Simjo, unless that Clyde can come up and try to help Simjo, there's nothing that Simjo can do in there more than just clean wave and go back to his turret.
Yeah, but YaLLa knows that, especially for Clyde, he knows that he needs to roam in the river side, gain more vision control, and try to block Monkey away. He's really doing a great job. He's always following up with passing route.
Yeah, comes in, the Armageddon is going to be late, it's going to be wide as well, it's going to be first blood for Chongqing Wolves, but they're going to reply back and they're going to be taking flying on top of lane.
A nice ganking. YaLLa's truly learned something from this previous series. They know that you can't just let someone to take one of your member down. You need to trade for something.
Yeah, you need to try to come up with something. Look at that. Simju just revived, came back in, and was almost sent back again to his base.
Thanks to his Purify. He's used it quite
Look at what happened. Plagius gang, it was a 3v1. Good combo chain for part of YaLLa.
Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving out.
Wolves, they try to speed up.
One more time. Coming in, trying to control that red buff. Wolves got the numbers in there.
They're aiming for Lady Sun. There's no way for Simjo to get away from it.
The moment that Fly just proc his ult and jumps in, like Simjo's death sentence was already written. Again, one more time, like we talked about how YaLLa did a very good performance during the first 5 minutes in the previous game. When we come here to the second one, it's a completely different script.
Red team has
For
destroyed
YaLLa, wow. They already missed the first chance to get the things in the right way. They did a nice gank on the top, but the problem is for these compositions, they need to combine together to do those big team fights.
Yeah.
But everyone just split up together. And also, for Wolves, they've already aiming at Lady Sun and take him down for twice, right? Twice.
It's difficult for Clyde because he knows that the vision depends on him, but at the same time, he needs to help Sinjo. So he makes the decision of going around the river, just trying to get the vision, and they lost both turrets in bottom lane.
So the point for Clyde is that there's too many people he needs to look after. So that's the reason why I mentioned about Simjo sometimes need to take care of himself. Try to hold that pressure.
Yeah.
Though it's gonna be hard. His support sometimes need to do a lot of things, and he can't take care of everyone in the battlefield.
Rotation to top. Minions are gonna clash in. Doma uses his ultimate wide away from the turret. The Armageddon comes in, trying his best, trying to clean the wave. Was successful at protecting that turret.
Yeah, the engagement is quite good. Ultimate plus with this flash. 3 people being launched, but there's no damage can follow up.
And that Ray wants to recover, but he's gonna just poke in Xiaopan 2 times, and Xiaopan is gonna come back, he's gonna take his life.
And doing normal attack twice, just shut down Ray. This is Monkey. This is why Monkey is picking as a counter pick towards Miyamoto Musashi.
Minions come in, the turret is going to fall. Already a 6,500 gold advantage for Chongqing Wolves.
That's a lot. And relying on this gold lead, they can just use Reboot's ultimate, just jump in, block away all those people. Create an environment to let Marco Polo take down some HP bar of the tower.
Heng right now taking on the Tyrant. 4-1 rotation for Chongqing Wolves. Heng is not participating in this 4v4, 4v5 fights. He's just in charge of building up and farming.
Yeah, and be busy with warming up.
Yeah, exactly. Oh.
Because the goal lead, he won't be afraid of anyone.
Look at that. He's gonna take the first kill. He's gonna try to go and get a second one as well.
You don't even realize that he didn't lose any HP bar actually.
No?
Use that Pierce guy, get rid of a lot of damage out.
Right now, YaLLa is gonna be depending on Doma staying alive to protect that high ground. It's the only option that they have to protect that high ground right now.
So that also means Xiaoyu's next target is gonna be Zhou Yu. He's gonna flash in, get straight to Zhou Yu.
That's the only thing that they need to worry about right now. Getting Doma offline.
Take him down.
Silence.
Jovino. Minions on the top.
Clyde with your Armageddon. Fly is the one that is going to be on air. Protecting that wave and successfully protecting their high ground.
7,000 goes to Pond. He's quite wealthy.
That they want to finish this in here. Fly jumps in. It's going to be pushed back, but right now everyone's got their eyes on Doma. Doma is going to fall. Abdu's going to be the next one in line. The one's waiting for his future just to be decided. Clyde is going to try to run away. He's going to fall. It's going to be a double kill for YaLLa. Ray, the only one person left from YaLLa Esports.
1 versus 5. This is going to be quite hard, and there's still minion waves on the top. First, take down the high ground tower, and the next target gonna be the crystal. And this time, game 2. Congratulations to Wolves, another victory.
Chongqing Wolves take another victory. They're gonna take 3 points, tying up with EDG.M right now. Both of them top of their group with 10 points.
Yeah, and with this win also means they already secured the spot. Goes to the knockout stage. So the deciding matchup gonna be the last one for tonight. EDG.M play against Wolves.
That last game between EDG.M and Chongqing Wolves is going to decide who's gonna be first and second, right? And before that, we still have games for Impunity and YaLLa Esports. They still have one more, each of them, that is gonna be their goodbye game from our tournament.
Yeah, YaLLa Esports still have got 1 game left, and the same as Impunity. Well, and actually, we can do some pre-cast on Impunity since they really want to play against with Wolves. And last time they said like they learned a lot from it. This is their last chance. Play against the one that they most want to play against with.
Oh, yeah, and I hope that they're gonna enjoy that experience, right? Like sadly for them, mathematically they cannot make it out of the group stages. This is gonna be the end of the road for them. But they can still just go in and they just take one more nice experience. Go there and they just play against the best. Try to learn something new.
And actually what surprised me a little bit is about the performance that Wolves give us today. Because it seems like they're trying to calm down. They're trying to slow down. They're trying to be stable. They don't want anything that out of their expectation would happen.
Yeah.
So that somehow means they want to be cautious and they want to slow down and be serious with that matchup, play against with EDG.M.
Yeah. And showing respect to your opponent regardless of who they are. It's one of those most important things about sportsmanship, right? And sportsmanship is what they need to start showing right now. They need to show why they are so respected so much abroad and why they're respected so much here in KPL. They need to act like what they are, a top team.
Yeah, for Wolves, we know that their ultimate goal won't just be stopped in this stage. They definitely want to vie for a higher spot and maybe the championship, because actually they won the last championship for KIC.
Yeah, like if they're able to come in and just try to perform the same well as they did before, like I'm totally sure that they're going to be making it very, very far away in the tournament.
And for these teams, we've already like analyzed a lot for them, and also we've mentioned about our group stage. Week 2 is quite high density with high density. So for Group C and Group D, they also need to prepare a lot for the knockout stage.
Tomorrow and the day after, we're going to have matches for Group C and Group D. That's something that I hope that everyone is going to stay online. For what we saw from YaLLa Esports in this game, look, good performance during the first 1 minute. Then after that, everything just falls apart.
And one man I want to highlight in YaLLa Esports is their support, Clyde. He's doing quite good. No matter like those vision control that he gained or those engagement he did, they need like maybe more tight coordination, and that's it. MVP.
Well, he was dealt a very difficult hand. He was dealt a very difficult hand.
MVP goes to Xiao, monkey. He's like, his ear is just like wings. And monkey has his nickname in another region. And he's called Bunny.
Bunny?
They call him Bunny.
That furball, that monkey is just looks like so many different animals. That's
furball. Actually, furball is the name of Agudo's animal.
Moving in, look at that. Pong, just every single time. Like Ray had no option against him. And for some reason, he was always trying to find him on 1v1s. Like Ray knew that he had no option, and he was just like really like trying his best to fight him.
But with that significant gold lead, you can see from this how many abilities have landed on Xiao. But with this Pure Sky, he barely just lose any HP.
His HP bar did not move at all.
And being so solid.
That's crazy. Crazy. Heng showing us how it is done. Congratulations to him for getting at the MVP, and congratulations to Chongqing Wolves on taking the victory.
$12 kills. Wow, and also with this composition, even we've mentioned about it's quite late gaming playing style, but we'll still accelerate it and end up within 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was not expecting that this whole combo with Sunbin and Lupo was going to be able to be so superior during the first stages of the game, right? Like, normally you would expect that combo just to become online after 13, 14 minutes of the game. But since minute 4, it was just everything for Chongqing Wolves.
And again, we can see like the gold line. Whenever we saw those gold line performed by Chongqing Wolves, it's quite smooth and showed an upward trend. Always.
Yeah, like when you analyze this gold line, right? Like when you analyze this gold difference, the one thing that you do not want it is for it to be just in this exact way. It's just a straight line that just starts just showing that how progressively the other team just gaining gold without any contestant. Like what you want to see is like big curves on that line, right? Like it says like comings and goings, and you were able to try to respond back to things. But when the line just looks like this, it just looks like it was a one-sided game.
Yeah. And we can take a good look at our ranking for now. Still an even spot, an even point for EDG.M and also Wolves. So the deciding matchups, as we've mentioned, gonna be the last matchup for tonight. And for the next one, it would be Wolves play against Impunity.
Wolves against Impunity, the next match, just for them just to try to keep warming up. It's going to be the last game for Impunity in our KIC for 2022. So hopefully for them, like they can come up and they can just finish this in an elegant fashion, right?
Yeah.
just by trying their best. That's the only thing that we're expecting from them.
Oh, okay. So we have a short interview, and let's see who's going to be with us. Hello， 项羽先来和大家打招呼吧。
好，大家好，我是重庆蓝队项羽。
看到你第一把就试了一下上官婉儿，感觉手感怎么样？状态怎么样？
第一把上官婉儿看对面阵容没有控制嘛，然后也是很久没有玩了，然后但是我们平时训练赛玩的也是比较多，然后看对面阵容就选了，然后感觉的话还是有点小失误在里面的，因为有一波大招没有飞起来嘛。
Okay, so the first question is, what's the reason for picking out that Shengguan Wan'er? And Xiangyu just said because they use it before in the trainings, and also because their opponent's composition is lack of control abilities, so it's the best composition for him to take out Shengguan Wan'er. But there's still some mistakes that he made, and he tried to avoid it in the future. So the next question is, next game you're gonna play against with Impunity, and Impunity always wants to play against with you guys, and that's going to be their last game. Is there anything you want to say to them? 那下一场的话，你们会对战到 Impunity 嘛？那其实 Impunity 一直很想和你们交手，提及了很多次，然后待会儿也会是他们的最后一场比赛，有没有什么想和他们说的话呢？
只能说那个每局都没有那个遗憾吧，那个，因为我们今天也是一个收尾战嘛。
Okay, so he hoped that they can do it without any regrets and just do their best. And also today's gonna be the day for Wolves to end up all those matchups in the group stage. So hope these two teams can both do best. 好，谢谢你接受我们的采访，也是期待你接下来的表现。
Live the stage with no regrets. That's the most important. I think that's very good, a very good piece of advice, right? Like, regardless in whatever sport that you're playing on, like just being there, going to the platform, going to the competition, and then just allowing yourself just to go back home with your clear conscience that you did your best. That's all you can do.
No regrets.
No regrets at all. All right. Our first half is done, and then after this, we're gonna have Chongqing Wolves against Impunity for the next games. We're gonna have TianYun and Jacko that they're gonna come here to bring you more of this amazing KIC. Now, let's gonna have that after the break.
right, guys, thank you for waiting. And here we go, the next half for today's matches. And I'm the commentary for today. TianYun.
I'm Jacko.
Nice done. So in total, 6 matchups will be taken place by today. So we've already watched like 3 of them between YaLLa, Impunity again versus EDG.M, and YaLLa again versus Chongqing Wolves. Quite a quick ones.
Quite quick ones, and that's a lot of stretch just from the Impunity because they're gonna face the Wolves again. But
yes.
Yeah, but that's what they dream for.
Now this is one match that is highly expected for those KPL audiences and KPL fans because a lot of stories are laying down between Fly versus 拽哥. We have a very special nickname for Xin because he is so cool during the interviews. So our Chinese fans give me a very lovely and cute like nickname called Mr. Handsome.
Cool brother.
Cool brother. And I think hopefully like the whole members from Chongqing Wolves will get fully prepared for this one to come because they will have another fight going forward against EDG.M.
Yep.
That's the best one.
That's the best one, and EDG.M already showed competitive in this group, especially when they come out against the Chongqing Wolves. They actually get 1-1 tied. And today we're gonna be another mystery in this kind of competition. Competition because Wolves and EDG.M actually they have some rate to add more match.
Yeah, so let's just leave our most anticipated games at the last one. So let me focus on this one. So Chongqing Wolf versus Impunity, the last battle they have about each other, I think it's okay. But Impunity really need to be like work harder for this because Chongqing Wolf will be quite a challenge trying to handle.
It will be the challenge, but also the chance for them to learn a lot of things because Impunity also show a lot of competitive as a non-KPL team.
Yes, of course.
And they're very strong, but when they face to the original, the very old school and strong team, Chongqing Wolves, then they're gonna learn a lot of things, especially the detail and the strategies.
And this will be their last battle in 2022 KIC. All the procedures will be done. This will be the destination of their journey. So hopefully they can leave a good impression and leave no regrets to themselves. That will be the total like target for them to counter in. And I think like Impunity, there are 2 options available for those non-KPL teams to choose when it comes to composition. I think the first one, you either go for those very surprising compositions, for example, like Xiao and Heng together yesterday, or otherwise you might still go in for those meta heroes compositions, but you definitely have to work harder and you have to perform better than before.
You have to be performed better than before. This is the crucial factor and the crucial things for them. Maybe the first solution is more suited to them because while you are on this stage, you don't want to regret, right? You don't you have to left something behind and focus all in this game and play what you can play best, especially the hero.
Wildcard qualifiers will be the very first stop for KIC. So started from November the 22nd, like Impunity had the game going on. So they had the longest time trying to prepare for a lot of things to happen. So hopefully the last game for them, they can try to come up with a better solution, better answer for themselves. Okay.
But we'll check this in the BP.
Yeah, BP. Look what X7 like Xiao will be trying to get for them, Impunity.
Yep. 大乔 Wang spin down away and then Kai Gong Song Li. And Zhang Fei is the first pick of the Impunity. That's a common pick for the this meta, and Zhang Fei actually is pretty working this kind of tournament and this kind of meta.
Yes.
And the Chongqing Wolves. My Shinari.
Yeah, we don't really have to elaborate more on these 2 picks because if you have watched our tournament for example, like 3 days, you have complete understanding of how this hero will be working and how this pairs will be working on. Okay, I love this.
I really love this.
Finally.
And our Cuckoo brother, we're gonna use the Ma Chao playing against the Fly.
Who will be the hero that Chongqing Wolf decided for Fly to get?
because they still need to choose the jungler and the side laner.
So when it comes to laning, a lot of options are open to the Wolf to choose. For example, Xiao will be a good one.
Yeah.
When it comes to doing the laning up going against Ma Chao, a lot of CC controls over there, making Ma Chao very hard to move.
Xiao maybe as a choice, but for Fly, I think it will be more competitive because he can use the Charlotte. Maybe he can try to use the Charlotte in this game.
It's available. I mean, the damage is obviously enough from my Shiranui and Mengya as well, but also like if Fly really want to enjoy the game, doing those very countered, laning up, going against Ashing, I mean, Charlotte is okay.
Yeah, you can enjoy this game. You can combine the Pangu and then the Charlotte.
But still, going for those very old-fashioned, like very common countering.
And they're still preparing for the next stage. So they just do what they can do best, or just try something original from their training.
I mean, by getting this Ata as a very frontliners for the whole the whole composition, Chongqing will be the last choice when it comes to jungler, while be a very like assassin core when it comes to junglers, because they need those burst damage coming from whoever they're gonna pick. And finally, we see Nakaruru over there. It's been a while since the last time we saw like Nakaruru on the BP.
Yeah. And Xiao actually used the Nakaruru in the last game and he won this game. And right now, this is the second time he used the Nakaruru. So actually, I think Xiao is trying to practice this hero for the next stage.
Yeah, I mean, Chongqing Wolf is leaving Impunity no choices. When it comes to teamfight, you can see those assassins, together with Nakaruru, while constantly trying to find the best angle to dive in, and those burst damage coming from this assassin will be huge.
And this is an old school countering relationship, because the Nakaruru in the late game with the burst damage can actually counter Ma Chao.
We could sometimes highlight this part more. So usually we'll see if one opponent choose Agudo as a jungler, the other one might be going for this Nakaruru, because these two junglers share one common quality, is that they are extremely weak in early game. So you don't see any invasion happening in early game, because these two junglers need quite a time to farm up.
Especially this game, because the mid lane of the Chongqing Wolf is My Shiranui, and the Impunity, the mid lane is Zhou Yue, which can always keep the priority of the mid lane. So they are in highly defensive. They can have the highly defensive of the jungle lane.
Yes.
Maybe there will be a peaceful farming up in the early game.
But you know, in total, like 4 smites has been taken out. So hopefully some invasion, some little stealing of animals of jungles might happen during the game. And one more thing, the last time like Chongqing Wolves going against EDG.M, they also used Luban in the very first match, but they lost it at the very end. And during that match, I think Fan, the support from Chongqing Wolf, could have been doing like a better job. So they're choosing the same hero for this player, and hopefully he can do a better job than this.
Just tracked himself the best, because they actually Fan actually have some mistake in
going too far during the team
going
fights.
too far, and you have to take care of YaLLa in that time. So this is another challenge for them.
So the coordination between like Fan and YaLLa should be different in this match, and hopefully they're fully ready for this. And for Impunity, this will be their last battle in KIC, and this composition I think is okay. They put a lot of highlights on Ashing, and Ashing will be doing his best going against Fly.
Yeah, Ashing definitely Ashing win. He won the key, so everyone's watching this guy.
Yeah.
So just hopefully he can play this match better than before.
Please,
in this game.
Give us more screen showing these two heroes. What happening on the top lane will be very interesting. Fly is a very good player when it comes to how to play Ata. He played Ata for a very long time, and every single movement, every detail is very clear and designed. Very like Fly excelled in using of Ata. Very good ones.
I think Ata, maybe that is a pretty easy hero for a lot of new players, but a lot of details should be discovered by the professional player, especially the KPL side laner, and Fly is one of them. So we can just watch the Ata, how Fly dealing with this kind of details and invasion is quite important for them to learn.
Because you will have a very special auto attack offered after you use the first or the second ability, and that one more auto attack will enable you to have like extra pullback to the enemy backliners. So what differentiates good autos and poor autos will be the use of those auto attacks. So these are the very detailed techniques when it comes to play and how to master auto. So hopefully Fly can do a little bit tutorial for us.
Yeah, and what he can do is to invade the jungle land as much as he can, and then he will offer a lot of vision and protection for Xiao, and Xiao can farm up easily.
I mean, whether Fly can enjoy a moment for this one, I think it really depends on hard farming and how well that Flower is doing on the bottom lane. He's using Marco Polo, so we all know the truth that Marco Polo will be dealing a lot of true damage. This will be fatal going against Atta because Atta is a frontliners, right? So how well that Flower can do the farming will totally be like Impunity's squad's responsibility to make sure that Marco Polo stays safe on the bottom lane.
But I think it's not easy because YaLLa actually play with Meng Ya, which is a very aggressive hero in the EDG.M, and then combined with the Luban number 7, Luban Master. So I think the Zhou Yu have to keep the priority of the mid lane and then rotate around the mid lane and the bottom lane to provide the vision and protection for the Flower.
Yeah,
quite important.
Like the massive pressure when it comes to bottom up laning up will be very huge for Flower. So I was worried whether this Marco Polo will gain enough gold when it comes to personal farming ups.
Yeah.
And switching of lanes, we can see that the Eldar goes into the mid while Atta Fly already getting very far to the jungles.
Yep, but the Purify is being forced out. So this red buff might be in danger. 3 versus 2 right now because Marco Polo already lose the power to join the team fight. And Fly, actually, he can get the red, but still in the level 1. Although he's been taking the help, but he can live with the red.
This is what like doing in the very beginning of the match versus KPL team so difficult. You never can guess what kind of opening they're looking for.
Yeah.
They can basically send every single member to the mid lane, and by the fact you discover some enemy might hide into bush, you already lose your first round of the buffs.
And I think the non-KPL team actually can learn this kind of laning switch. Yeah, Meng Ya to the mid lane to keep the priority of the mid lane. And then the Nakaroro will clean the top lane wave after he clean his red buff. And then Arta just invade the red buff of the opponent.
After invaded in the reds, finally, eventually Wolves got Nakaruru a double buff in return, making sure that Xiao can get to level 4 safely.
Yep. And look at the bottom side, actually provide a lot of protection for the Flower.
All right, solo lane up here, Ashing versus Fly. And obviously, when it comes to how fast these two heroes can fight for those priorities into the lanes, obviously like Ma Chao can quickly finish the lane and move forward to the mid lane, gaining extra gold and experiences using the mid waves.
Yeah. The priority is the farm up. You have to farm up very quick in early again because you can share 2 lanes go.
So look at the positioning from Atta Fly. Don't even care doing the 1 versus 1 solo laning up, going against Ashing. That will be the job for Xiao.
But this blue buff might be in danger. Look at Ashing use his sprint and trying to get inside, find some kill or find some damage. But finally, they zoom away the wolves. They can successfully protect the blue. But the blue belongs to Chongqing.
Yeah. Use the smite trying to protect the blue back. Oh, this is not good news for Impunity. Like when their only hope, the warrior, get the very first kill. Ashing.
They cannot make any mistakes in this time because any mistake happen will cause a lot of points then.
Oh, bottom lane. Very aggressive.
And then pull back, look at the damage, waiting for Meng Ya's first ability, still in cooldown.
I think the coordination is great. You can see those combo chains using the ultimate from Zhang Fei trying to make sure the damage will be connected using Flower's ultimate, but early on, without any items offered, Marco Polo's damage will be highly restricted.
Yeah. A little bit detail for that.
Yes. Sometimes you have to wait for a lot of things to happen when you're playing Marco Polo. So basically you have to accumulate those bullets using the first ability, trying to get a 100% like hit rate, and then followed by your ultimate will be giving you the maximum amount of damage from Marco Polo.
Yeah, but first of this, you have to build up some items, especially the Doomsday and Spark Forge stack. And look at Asing, surrounded by 3 at the back up. It's too late for getting over there, so it's hard to catch them, and then they just let them go.
Yes, it's a very dangerous place where Ashing's standing. And even though the rest of the teammates trying their best to do the rotations, but the damage is not enough. And right now, Joey is very low in the mana, so I think it will still be Wolf's like initiative trying to gain the blue.
Yep. That's exactly, and then you just got the blue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Look at the damage. Yeah, Marco Polo's been taken very low, so we have to retreat and recover. Look at that, Guido is in a poor positioning right now. Nobody is around, nobody to stay around him, so this is a pretty risky choice.
So this is how the strategy works from Wolf. So using the 3-2 formation at the very beginning of the game, making sure that Ashing this match of the core for Impunity cannot find him a very safe and wealthy starting point. And then using the natural advantages, winning lane on the down lane. You don't have to pay more attention. You don't have to do the rotation to the bottom. Like YaLLa and Fen together will gain your team a lot of advantages.
Yeah. And look at this team fight, and Xiao forces the Marco Polo to pure fight out, and then everyone should trade some HP. And right there, Fowler actually have some opportunity to find a kill and fly strike back beautifully, and still doing the HP restoring this time. The ultimate was missed, so they have to let Megumi left his place.
And another skirmish thing to happen in the jungle where Ashing went down again. Double kill over to Xiao.
Things gonna change from this kind of skirmish.
Yes.
Mid lane, bottom lane.
It's very hard to accept the truth that you're losing 2 team fights within one, like the same time.
Yeah, actually, I think Impunity they're doing great. They were doing great in the early game, the first 4 minutes, and after that, everything became chaos.
And right now, Xiao is ready for the battles, ready for the dive in, because level 11, the Axe of Torment will be ready, and he's making it towards the Siege Breaker. Once this item has been completely formed up, I think they're looking for a lot of engagements.
Yep. There's no front eyes in his eyes. Look at that.
Good initiation.
Once again, fun, so initiation. Pretty great.
And down there, like my Shinonui is responsible for the skirmish happen down there, even though that Yu is very low in the HP, but managed to fake away.
And this cooperation is so great.
Yes. It's very hard to compete with this kind of enemies.
Yeah. Fan once again forced Zhangfei's ultimates out, and look at my Shinonui jump into the backline and zoom away all the members of the Impunity, and then Marco Polo will take down by the pound.
Good dive in from Yu. Xiao managed to take down 3, and even though I think it's quite a play, the counter fight is okay using the ultimate from Megumi, but unfortunately the damage and the space is quite restricted on the jungle, so that wolves can appear anywhere, and Xiao basically flying just up front, directly dive into the backlines. There's no way to go.
Look at Asing right there. Look at the burst damage. We belted Asing down within seconds.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. You don't want to give this kind of go lead to your enemies, especially when they have 2 assassins in their compositions. Everywhere seems quite dangerous now for Impunity's members.
They're gonna go outside. They have to stuck in the high ground turret.
Ashing went down for a long time ago, so YaLLa standing in the mid lane trying to make sure the vanguards are keeping rushing in. They're planning to take out all the outer turrets.
And all the resources of the map.
Yeah, farming up using the 6 jungle area. This is something.
8 minutes, 8,000 gold lead. And Guido uses ultimate to save himself. But yeah, what else? What about the next team? But Xing is trying to do some damage off this Maishinanui, but it's not enough for any kills right there. Oh, Xing. I think he has some ambitious in that, but without the gold and the item, he actually cannot do anything.
He really tried. But after getting down and getting killed for several times at the very beginning, like see the KDA 0-4-0, that's very hard to catch. These like differences in the gold or in how the situation is really going on for this matchups is really hard to climb up. What a wall. I mean, yeah, you don't want to share the same gold going against Ata when you're a Macha.
Yeah, and Megumi's ultimate being forced out. It's too dangerous. Flying uses ultimate to block the way out, but not really successful. But it's really okay right there. Look at Xing still in danger. But luckily, that's the Macha. He runs so fast.
But the waves, who can clean a wave in the mid lane? Zhou uses the fires, trying to clean a wave. And starting from now on, I think X Hero really needs to find him a safer place and safe positioning. Once he will be going down, I think that might be the time for this
might be the time
end.
we end this game.
Yes, he's the only hero who can clean the wave in a quite safe positions. So he really needs to be rotate more carefully. Just stay in your high ground towers.
He's only one can protect this kind of turret up the high ground. And right now, I think they have to strike back with a beautiful team fight.
Yeah.
Especially in the high ground.
But facing this kind of goal differences, 8,000 gold deficits against your enemy, it's not a good sign. So I think the only choice and option they got is trying to buy themselves a little more times, trying to unite together, clean the wave, and gain more gold.
Okay, once again, Marco Polo's team pulled back by Fan Fan, and this kind of position, I think, is quite dangerous. But the flower, you just leave the purified available.
Yeah, he could have like hesitated and trying to struggle for a while.
Yeah, maybe he would like to save it for the next team fight.
I mean, the reason they choose to go out is because they know like Wolf is trying to get this Overlord, but I think they can wait for Megumi to have the ultimate and trying to go in further out of the high ground tower.
And now this is the time the Shattered Vanguard is gonna destroy this game, and look at the Megumi to jump front. And then use the ultimate to pull back every single enemy, but not Combo can follow up. But look at Xing, the damage from Mengya is too high for that.
One member down, 4 remaining. Wolves still looking good in their HPs, and Vanguards are still available on the bottom side. Fan using the first ability, trying to gain some opportunities right there.
Yeah, and the big one's still coming, right? Still on the way to the base. Right now, they're carried around the impunity and trying to destroy the base right there. Look at the Megumi, second ability, jump there and then trying to receive some damage, but it's too high. It's hard to take this kind of damage.
Marco Polo!
Marco Polo, Beaver Brush, jump inside, but everyone staying low, but nobody get killed in this time. And congratulations to Chongqing Wolves.
Yeah, again, I think it's a very easy win-in for Chongqing Wolf. The easy victory is almost nearly like 12 minutes they needed to take this victory, and every single rotation is quite nice without doing any kind of mistake. They just safely secure 1 point down.
Yep.
1 point down.
1 point down.
11 points it is right now.
But I think the next one, I think the 3-point for them is quite easy because impunity actually they have a gap from the Chongqing Wolves. That's obviously.
I mean, we can spend some time and highlight one factor. So you have a winning lane when it comes to the mid lanes. You're using Zhou, you're going against Maishinanui. You're supposed to have those mid lane priorities if you followed like closely with the instruction that your coach just told you. Make good use of the mid priority and then make efficient rotation it is. We kept like talking about this over and over again because after watching a lot of matches during the wildcard qualifiers, including the very first week in the group stage, we have been covered this like concept for a long time.
Yeah.
So if you are going for this meta pick using Zhou to stay in the mid, you have to make sure after you clean the wave, you make efficient rotation to either side. You can choose to go to the top, you can choose to go to the bottom, it's all okay. But make something happen will be really, really important.
Yep, I think this is a crucial point for them because BP from the coach Xiao is right there because it's pretty acceptable, and I think this kind of a conversation they're really encountering for each other. And the point is the strategy inside and the opening of the game. I think they did well in the first 4 minutes.
Yeah,
but
it's quite safe and sound.
Yeah, quite safe and sound. But after 4 minutes, everything's changed.
Yes.
But we have no idea.
But you know, the reason why the 4th minutes went quite safely for the side of impunity is because the jungle they chose, Chongqing Wolf, will be Nakoruru. Just to imagine if they're going to those Q touch bananas, Tigerus or something like that, you will definitely get invaded all the time.
Yeah. So this is a point for them, the impunity, or just for every single non-KPO team. How can you play the early game bad? So this is a detail you have to discover, and you have to practice a lot.
Quite a challenge, yeah. So it's like confident enough for them to pick Aguro at the same time with Ma Chao, but how to protect, how to make sure that Xin can find himself a quite peaceful starting point of the game, trying to kick off the game, he need the assistance of all the rest of the squad. So hopefully maybe like Zhou Yu can do a little bit help towards the top lane, making sure that Xin stays safe.
This is quite hard decision for him because I think you have to offer some protection to the bottom lane because Marco Polo needs some farming up space.
This will be the fact.
Yeah, but you have to decide which is the core you need to protect, Marco Polo or Ma Chao. If you want to seek Ma Chao as a core, you have to protect Ma Chao. But in that time, you already lose the priority of the mid lane, so nothing else to say.
Yeah, this is the factor you have to consider when it comes to composition. So in total, you might face in a situation where you got one lane winning situation right there, using Zhou Yu to going against my Xiao, but you're facing like 2 losing laning ups when it comes to the side lanes. So this will make the rotation very hard to decide which will be the lane you choose, trying to do some help. So maybe like impunity should found themselves like better composition when it comes to laning
but
up.
mostly is the bottom side. The marksman will suffer a lot of pressure, just like when you start Pro Yizheng, right?
I mean, the early game, the split push, those laning exchanges from wolves are really good. Like legendary, they use the marksman go into the very first round of the mid waves and then make quick rotations, make good use of the Ata with a smite, basically taking every resources from their enemies.
Yeah.
Wow, that's good.
That's quite good. MVP of the Chongqing Wolves is Xiao. This Mengya is quite insane.
Oh, aggressive it is.
Aggressive.
It's everywhere.
Yeah. I think he's trying to kill him, but at that time, Mengya already leads so much. Again, this Ma Chao, it's hard to kill him.
I mean, Chongqing Wolves are displaying quite a quality of the proficiencies of this composition. They are so familiar with this. They know exactly when is the time they choose to farm out and when is the time they're trying to find those engagements.
Yeah. And they choose Arthur because they choose Arthur carry the smite and just jump directly into the jungle lane in the first minute. So this is quite important for them.
Yeah, this is a good sign.
Yeah, they already know you're that good, or you have no ability to defend your jungle lane. Maybe you have the ability to defend the jungle lane, but you have to know it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zhang Fei together with Zhou Yu, actually you can clean the medium wave so fast and then return to the red buff. But the thing is they haven't got this kind of experience or face to this kind of situation, so they don't know. They didn't know what Chongqing Wolf exactly will do in this time.
And quite a challenge for Agumi to play this Zhang Fei because both side lanes are facing a lot of threats. So he have to make sure those side lanes will be protected. And if he like wants to stuck in either lanes, the whole team will be losing vision for a long time. And you do not want to lose your vision when your opponents have like 2 assassins. Like Mai Xianui and Nakalulu might be appearing at any places on the map.
Yeah.
That's very dangerous. So Megumi must be facing a lot of challenges during the game.
So impunity after 4 minutes did this kind of job. They have to stay together, or they just leave one lane to release one lane, such as you can lose your turret.
Yes.
Yeah, you can lose your bottom side outer turret, and then the impunity you can release your you can release your Marco Polo and then switch to the mid lane and then start up the pace.
This is a really good opinion. When you're facing the dilemma, the best thing you got is trying to decide which lane you want to choose.
Yep.
You don't hesitate there, standing there making rotations, making decisions, spending almost 2 and 3 minutes. And this 2 and 3 minutes will be extremely fatal for your entire team because your enemies are definitely taking advantages during the whole hesitation process you had. So if you're facing 2 questions, just quickly decide as a team. Making a better decision for the entire team will be a better choice.
Yeah, decisive play is so important for the impunity because you can leave your just like I mentioned before, you can leave your marksman the turret of the bottom side, and then the marksman just switch to the top side and combine with Ma Chao, Agudo, and Zhou Yu to exchange some resources to push the top lane turret.
I think it's not a dead end when it comes to composition. They can win using this kind of composition. It's quite happening because a lot of KPL teams use this kind of composition and actually won the victory. So they just have to work on making those very important decisions to the team. If you're going directly to this matchup and Agudo system and this composition, this pair, you'd better give a lot of sacrifices, give more attention towards this duel. This will be a better thing too.
You will have more work for the Ma Chao, because still the original point for that, you have to decide which core you have to protect.
Of course. Okay, and this will be the very first match between these 2 teams. The second one will be going soon, so hopefully we can see a better performance from both teams. We will take a short break together. All right, welcome back. The second match between the two teams and the very last one for impunity.
And very last one is pretty important for them, but I think impunity is trying their best to winning the first 5 minutes. I think the first 8 minutes to against with the Chongqing Wolves.
Yes, I think that I've been said this sentence once. So before you learn how to run, you have to learn how to walk. So basically, I think impunity is in a stage where they can run, but their opponent Chongqing Wolves,
they can fly.
They're flying, yeah. This
flying.
will be the differences between these two teams. It's not that you're not doing good enough. It's because your enemy, the team that you're fighting against, is too powerful.
Yep.
Yeah, this differences will not be just compensated using several days of practice. You need like more time to invest in this, and finally, hopefully, they can be like compatible with one another.
When your opponent is too powerful, well, that is a challenge for the impunity, and that's kind of a challenge. Maybe will be some kind of active to push the impunity to move forward, step forward.
But I've seen some interesting scene over there. So after getting defeated, Ashing was kind of happy, showed a very happy face, smiling, getting very excited doing this matchup going against Fly. That's a very good sign, which means that they're not like affected mentally. They were fully prepared and confident enough to the upcoming battles.
Pretty confident because Chongqing Wolves is the idol of impunity.
Wow, this is so good. Finally, your idol just show how to play matchup to your face.
Just like a teacher, all right?
Yeah, that's like teacher, like personal one-on-one tutorial it is. Wow, what experience from matching. A lot of players are really jealous of this kind of service. Wow, good ones. Oh, this makes the whole match just even more interesting.
Yep, Ashing is a new generation, and Fly as an old general, I think. It's a lot of things can touch, can teach Ashing right there, and coming out against Ma Chao with Guang Yu. It's quite interesting, this game.
I mean, Fly will be the only one single player who have a FMVP skin that's specially designed for this player, and it will also be applied to Ma Chao, this hero.
Yeah.
I mean, this player have a self-made skin out of this hero, so yeah, just show how proficiency, like what will be like for Fly to play Ma Chao.
Everything just like a mirror playing style.
Role model it is.
Role model and the battle way the Mongya and Fan Master. Okay, look for the others. Is that the same enough from the last game? That would be Zhou Yu?
I think the idea of banning away those Shangguan is very good. They know that Chongqing Wolves really want and really like to use Shangguan as a mid laner, trying to gain themselves as much as advantages in the early game as possible.
Because Shangguan can show the competitive in the early game when she's a level 4, and Yi seems pretty weak in the early game, and Agudo as well. So I think that would be the opportunity for impunity to invade the jungle land?
I don't know. I think, if you can find yourself a peaceful starting point, that's good, because you're also using the warrior in your system, the whole composition, and alongside with this lamb. So how to make greater use of your gold and your resources will be a question.
I think be brave.
A lot of cores.
Of course, and I think impunity should feel more confident for themselves. They actually can do some invasion in the early game because it's so weak of Chongqing Wolves' composition in the early game.
And Xiao really has a very special signature gaming style when you use Agudo. So normally we'll expect Agudo to be playing as a frontliner, to be playing as quite an assistant jungler, offering those HP recovery all the time for the entire team. But it's kind of got different when Xiao is using this hero.
And they're gonna prepare for the BO7. So they're gonna, if BO7 comes to the game 5 or game 6, maybe you can change the switch the core. Yeah, switch the cores into the side lane, because Fly also can be the core.
I mean, how do you think of a composition when you see a lamb together with a Guang Yu? What will be the most important thing that the player have to pay attention to?
pay attention to, I think, is the manager of the management of the economy.
Yeah, who will be gaining those like top lane waves will be the question. So normally, if we see like Lang going upstage, they will be paired with a tank. Getting the top lane and all the waves go to the junglers. But in this side, I think Ashing might be cleaning all the top lane waves all by himself. Maybe sharing with TianYun at the same time.
Guang Yu will clean the side lane wave and the Lam will clean the mid lane wave, and then X0 just find the place. find the place just beside it, maybe beside the bottom lane, and just offer the vision and try to offer some protection for the bottom side.
Yeah, so after getting 2 cores in the top triangle, like finally, eventually, Shen Mengxi will be the one who suffers.
Mid
All right.
Always suffer.
Let the battle begin. It's very nice and always like a good thing to see those laning ups between those 2 warriors, Guang Yu versus Ma Chao.
Maybe that will be a 1v1 solo in the top lane.
Yeah, will we like witness a solo kill?
Yeah. Impunity already gained the priority for himself, the mid lane, and then he really plays some kind of aggressive in this time because Agudo's right there. The Lamb just choose to farm it up for peace.
All right, top lane 1 versus 1, trying to clean away as soon as possible and Fly get to level 2 ahead of Ashing. This is experience.
Experience.
The Ashing views the first ability and trying to take some HP away from Fly. So the first purpose and first goal doing the laning up, Ashing is aiming directly to Ma Chao, not away.
But look at the position of the mini-map of Ashing's right there. He's so scared. He's so scared.
Facing a lot of difficulties, huge press.
Huge press over there, and then Ashing only level 3 and use the second ability to dodge the knockout with the ultimate of the Xiao.
Like nice yanking over there, Xiao using the ultimate, trying to knock out, give some crowd controls over to Ashing, making Ashing have to do the common, so have to retreat back with the loss of another minion wave.
Lost a lot, maybe lost 1 minion.
The next round, I think the only minion, the little cannons are left for him. The first
Luckily, he went so fast.
Will be cleaned up by the towers.
X0 used the second ability to get over the wall. Ma Chao already level 4, and they start the Tyrant and just melt it down within seconds.
Yeah, so after, even though there's no solo kill happen on the top, but you can see some gaining and losses between these 2 warriors. After losing the priority, we can see Fly make quick rotation, even let himself get back to the bottom lane near the Tyrant. But Ashing still trying to finish way on the top.
Already a step behind Ma Chao.
Ooh,
Megumi.
I'll still choose to retreat back, staying at the right position, same positions.
Yeah, because the CD of the second ability of Nova number 7, it's quite long in the early game.
Yeah, it's longer than the teleportation time.
Oh, look at X0 is in danger. And then Lang's been taken very low in this kind of location. You have to take some recover.
And from now on, Wolf know the time, know the spawning time of the next red, and they will keep continuing to do the invasion. Well, YaLLa will be the only one who's happy, so present, so enjoying the game.
Yeah, so enjoying the game.
I mean, the outer tier 1 turret still survived, and they are taking the resource from the red box. Extremely aggressive standing points, I would say.
Yeah, actually they can actually keep the priority of the bottom side, so nothing need to worry about. And look at YaLLa once again. Megumi always got interrupted.
Yeah, this is how vision works. You can see the enemy from Fan deeply going down to the jungles. So that's the reason why YaLLa can go so deeply under the tower to do the damage to the backlines.
Yep.
Another kill happened.
Another skirmish, and look at the coordinary of Yixing combined with Agudo's ultimate.
Yeah, Exo Hero went down again.
I think Impunity, they have to stay together right now.
Fighting for vision all the time, huh? Fighting as a team.
Yeah, Pena as a team, I think want to do it alone. I think it's pretty waste because he used the ultimate and sprint right there. And look at the Lam, not enough damage, and with not teamwork in this team fight, they just go into the team fight one by one.
So even though the diving from Ashing managed to force out Fan's ultimate, but the rest of the squad trying to finish the blue, and the blue goes to Xiao at the same time.
Yep, and they're gonna bottom side impunity. The red, they're gonna lose the red right there. Yeah, the smite really can guard the red, but how can he leave this blade? I think when he just smite the red, he can just run away.
So the truth and the fact for impunity is that they wanted to farm so badly, but Wolves had given them no resource to do so. So if Ashing will be stuck in on the top lane trying to clean the wave, the rest of the teammates might facing the fact that they're losing vision in the river, so that they cannot make easy rotation to the bottom lane. And the first one, the last knockdown for X0 is because X0 wants to clean the wave and go to the bottom. But it got completely stopped by Wolves gathering around. This little skirmish happened on the mid.
Yeah.
Oh, Xiao!
There will be a solo kill.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Like this player playing Agudo is not the same scenario when the other junglers are playing this. It's more like assassin. A lot of damage are coming out from this Agudo.
It's a warrior.
Damage core.
It's a warrior damage corner. Look at the Yixing's ultimate, knock up 2, and then wow, burst damage coming to the back line, and then X2 have to force the flash out, but not able to save him.
Xiao just plays like those heroes with different kind. I don't know. I don't really know how they did this.
Red team
Rich?
Mister, yeah, maybe the gold will be the answer.
Yeah, the goal and he's so rich, and the level and the stack of his passive. So
1,000.2k.
Okay, the red gained by Ma Chao. They already lose every jungle resource in 6 minutes out. I think it's in 4 minutes. They
The
lose
gold
everything in
ranking
4
is
minutes.
very interesting. You can see like 3 members, YaLLa, Xiao and Fly. These 2 heroes share like even gold.
Yeah.
3 calls already.
And look at the corroboration, just like the art of that.
Beautiful ones. And even the player from Impunity is quite enjoying the game.
Yeah.
This will be the last one. It'll be very interesting to finally, going against the same composition that we used before. But at the same time we're still losing during the game. They have to work hard and, as a team unite together trying to figure out the reason why.
Yeah, but that's just such an honor to killed by Chongqing Wolves. Okay, look at X0 killed by Fly. Once again, Makumi's been taken very low. So we have to retreat.
Even though the waves are quite slowed down on the bottom lane, but I think Wolf have enough time. They have enough time to wait for extra wave to rush in.
Yep. Oh, flash. And then we save him. And look at Ashing. Knock back YaLLa. YaLLa is in danger. He's under the turret and take a lot of tower shot. And Ashing is trying his best to kill the bottom side door.
It's okay, 2-2
okay.
trade. I mean, Impunity is losing a lot when it comes to the topic of the personal gold or the gold differences or the situations. It will be always good to perform an even trade going against your enemy when you're losing. Totally.
That's already a good sign for them.
I'm favoring it their inside, obviously. And the marksman goes down. This is one good sign. They gain themselves extra time, even though the cost will be the 2 cores. I mean, Ashing and Yan died at the same time.
Yeah.
But one lucky thing, X-Hero remain alive. So they have Shenlongxi staying right there, making sure that they can clean the wave easily.
They finally got a chance. The Chongqing Wolf will make some mistake before just in front of the high rank turret.
But only one team fight, only one even team fight is not enough for Impunity trying to win this game.
Yep.
They have to look for more.
TianYun trying to retreat back, but Yixing's ultimate block every hope.
Went too far. Look at the mini-map just now. Like the 3 members fucking in the mid, while Shen Mengxi was showing appearance down below. So only one, YaLLa, Lan will be standing alone on the top lane.
Yeah, he's trying to push the Lan to the outside and gain himself more gold, but it's too hard for him because no vision.
Yes.
No vision, no protection offered by your teammates.
He will be completely outnumbered for sure when the skirmish happens. Wolves, after getting the high ground tower in the top, and Lan is quickly rotates to the mid and take down the second one in the mid lane.
Now they already destroyed all the outer turrets.
And look at the cooldown time for those dragons. Common objective it is.
Oh, 1v1 solo is that, but I have a lot of brothers here.
You are surrounded.
As you just said, I want to do the 1v1 solo with Fly.
It's not gonna happen, you know, when you're pairing with wolves. Like, rotation is one of the best moves from wolves. They will not letting any member to face the fact that they're outnumbered during the team fights.
Because what they tight, the formation of the whole team is tied around every time.
I mean, the whole decision and movements are well calculated. We can see like wolves getting the last normal overlord before they went to the dark version, and so that they can have the vanguards staying alive at the map right now and gaining another overlord instead.
Yup, and look at the back lines being destroyed by Fly right now. And Lam and Guang Yu trying to get into the back line, but melted down within the second. And the X-Hero trying to do some damage, but the course is his life.
Wow, it's a massacre down there. Like, Fly is doing 1 versus 3, gaining like 3 kills over to the side of wolves.
And Megumi Flash trying to find a stun onto the members of the wolves, but it's too late to do that. And Lam trying to find a solo kill onto the number 7, and he succeeded, but he did it. Yeah, this is a good sign for them, as that's a good news for them. He didn't succeed to kill the YaLLa in this time.
Hopefully they get what they're looking for. You know, they want to kill this whenever so badly. Every single team fight, no matter what happened just now before. At the very end, they're still going for YaLLa. What a game for YaLLa. Like, the rest of the teammates are enjoying the game, getting the kills. So although YaLLa will be the only one who's kept being killed a long time.
Just like a sentence from a lot of players, we can lose the team fight, we can lose the game, but when number 7 has to die.
Must go down. All right, this will be the last journey, the destination of impunity. And they have performed quite a lot. Like, good moments, like memorable highlight clips for us to remember. I think from the wildcard qualifiers, they performed so good. They make good use of different kinds of like gaming play strategies. And right now, when facing Chongqing Wolves, obviously they're doing a great job, even though that they're losing completely. But the fact that it's not you are not good enough is that your opponent is too hard to defeat.
Too hard to defeat, but I think this is quite good experience for them because they have witnessed the true power of the KPL.
Yes.
Yeah. I think they have nothing to regret.
I think all the fans and spectators from all over the world have been witnessing like impunity growing continuously throughout the entire stage. And we've begun to see those initial shapes from these teams, even though they can be better in the future, but you've seen some hope and potential from these teams as well.
Maybe they can just bring some experience back to the South Asia, and then they can raise a lot more new player and new generation from this kind of from that area.
And more to that, we got to know Ashing, very interesting player, right? Has a lot of friends.
I think he's a very talented player. So maybe 1 year or 2 years after, that would be a quite good player. Maybe he can join the KPL.
Of course, got himself a quite strong personality and also a very interesting soul it is.
Yeah.
All right, so after this match had taken place, we can see that Chongqing Wolf successfully got extra 3 points to their team, making sure that Chongqing Wolf will be running at the very first place in Group B. They gained themselves 13 points in total till now.
And then, for after that, there will be the EDG.M, or the Chase After You.
Yeah. It's like a chasing competition between Shanghai EDG.M and Chongqing Wolves. These teams are competing constantly. The last time they had a fight over each other, it's a tie. Very good ones, very impressive match to watch. And today we're gonna see it again for the very last match of the day. So please stay tuned for the last one. It will be interesting. It will be mind-blowing, of course.
mind-blowing and super. I think that will impress for everyone because Chongqing Wolves actually with EDG.M is totally. It's quite important for them because the first place and the second place in this group is that will affect the next group.
Do you still remember like the interview we do with Xiao? So Xiao was feeling so confident that he is making sure to all of the audiences to us, we're gonna win this game. We're gonna do a 2-0 going against EDG.M. Okay, the MVP with no doubt, Fly.
Fly, nearly 30% damage, 705 KDA, really a teacher.
Godlike
to teach you how to play with martial art.
You know, I actually had experience and together with Fly doing a 5 versus 5 when we were shooting a program, the rest of my job. And to be a teammate with Fly really gains you a lot of like safetyness. You feel extra safe during the team fights because he will constantly tell you what to do and where not to go.
Yeah.
He's like gaining the whole map vision. He knows exactly where this enemy might be standing and well aware what will be the perfect standing location for you to deal damage. Like this, well, all the consequences and result from like a long time of gaming experiences. Fly is really, really a good player.
Who don't want this kind of teammate? I really want this kind of teammates in my ranking.
Yeah, he will definitely be the #1 ranking when it comes to personal achievements. Like how many champions, how many FMVPs does this player have?
That's why we call Fly as a general because you always know the bigger picture of the game.
One of the best players for KPL teams. All right, after this match, take a look at the team data. So then, like the first battle for Impunity, they got 0 kills, and for this one, 3 kills.
3 kills.
I will take it as a
3 steps forward.
3 steps forward.
It's quite interesting because they really did a great job in the first game, the first 4 minutes, and after that, maybe some mistake were made by everyone. I have no idea, but I think the improvement for themselves, they definitely can know it. They definitely knew.
Yeah, so we'll be keep waiting for Impunity to shine on the stage again. So hopefully the next time we're gonna see you guys will be dated into 2023 KIC. Stay focused, stay, practicing hard, and we will be prepared to be stunned by you guys.
Yeah, but remember that's not a long time. That's quite a short time, maybe. Yeah. Time flies. Yeah, and 2022 KIC has been kicked off for over half month, over 20 days right now. Yeah,
the first day of our like matching day, December the 22nd, right? And now will be November the 11th. Wow, how time flies. Oh no, I said it wrong. It's November 22nd, and it will be December 11th. Okay. And so our finals will be on December 30th.
I'm looking forward to see that. And look at the Group B of the team standings. And right now, Chongqing Wolves already gained themselves the 13 points, and the Shanghai EDG.M will have another game in the next match. So it's pretty important for the EDG.M to win YaLLa Esports in 2-0. That all of the thing we set it down in the last game.
I mean, the next match will be the opportunity for EDG.M to gain themselves another 3 points, which means that they will be running together with Chongqing Wolves in Group B. And finally, more information to be added. If they got a tie in the last match, we are gonna see one extra BO1 deciding who will be the finalized #1. Okay, so much for this one, and we are ready for the interview. Hello, Flower， 跟我们打个招呼吧。All right, this will be the last stop.
大家好，我是 Impunity 的 Flower.
We hear you loud and clear. Okay, this will be the last stop for Impunity. So how do you feel about the whole journey of KIC? 这是 Impunity 的最后一场比赛了。这一整个 KIC 的体验，可以跟我们分享一下，对于你自己来说有哪些故事或哪些收获吗？
放松心态去打吧。
收获呢？
能跟强队交手挺不错的。
All right, so I learned how to relax myself and gain ourselves a better mentality when it comes to the team fights. And I think getting these kind of opportunities to go engage with those very powerful, like number 1 or number 2 KPL teams, will be quite experience. Okay, the second question will be like, you are facing the same exact duel in the next, the second match for today. So how do you feel? 今天第2局呢，对手是用到了相同自己。就是用了一样的那个马超跟阿古朵嘛，所以第1局自己也用了这样一个阵容，第2局对抗下来感觉是什么样子的呢？
被对面教做人了呗。
I think a clear lesson is being learned because we saw how powerful this duo can be from the performance from Chongqing Wolves. And 我们下一次见面呢，有可能是未来的比赛了。在这个期间呢，整个团队 Impunity 会有怎样的一个目标呢？
就是保持初心嘛，就是再接再厉，一步一个台阶慢慢来。
All right, what will be the main purpose for Impunity? Trying to grow, trying to be better in the future. So basically, we're seeing that we have to keep a steady mentality and trying to go step by step, trying to be a better self in the next year. Okay, 谢谢 Flower 接受我们的采访，希望未来你们可以越来越好。Thank you so much for doing this. 保持初心。Keep our initial goal, keep our initial dream, and keep pursuing it to the end.
I think this is quite important for every esport athlete because maybe some athletes, they lose some competition, they will lose the patience of the training, of the tournament. So it's quite important for them to keep going.
All right, so we have been talking about the 5th match of the day for a long time. It will be taking place between Shanghai EDG.M versus YaLLa, and let's wait and see. We will take a short break.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against the odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one let me down. Destiny is calling higher light. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's in my sight. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, in time. Everything that still holds us. 'Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can't no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher light.
Thank you for your patience, and we are back for the 5th match of today, Shanghai EDG.M versus YaLLa Esports.
And this is the last game of the YaLLa Esports. I think this is the same as the impunity because they're facing a lot of pressure from the EDG.M. So just relax himself and enjoy the game.
They gave us quite a surprise with the battle going against Chongqing Wolf early on. Even though like it's an 0-2 obviously, but they have changed another direction, like completely brand new gaming style.
They're really learning.
Getting those skirmishers down, right?
Yeah, they're really learning a lot of things because they really they learn how to surround the turret and with 4 people and dive into the turret and trying to make some kill and exchange some resource.
And I began to find some like common qualities from those non-KPL teams. You can just, the previous one, how Impunity did it. So we don't really focus on how to stream the performance from your top laner. We don't care about your jungler, how well they're finally farming up. But we have to make sure one thing, we can get a kill over to your marksman. The bottom lane will be highly targeted. The bottom lane will be a battlefield. This is one common theme from those non-KPL player gaming style.
Yeah, and they train a lot in the bottom lane, maybe in the 4 minutes or in the 2 minutes, because that's what they can do in this kind of short time, because they only can practice like 2 minutes. The limit maybe is the 4 minutes because no much time for them to practice the more.
I mean, it's okay. It's completely acceptable. After several rounds of battling, you finally found one strategy that you felt the most comfortable with, and just go for it. And let's see whether like Rock can find a safe place for himself, trying to farm me up till the late game.
That would be an achievement that you kill Rock.
Rock will be the very first player for the 2022 KIC gain himself a pentakill. That's a record. All right.
70 players. Let's dive into the BP. And 目前 my shooting news ran away from YaLLa. And then Da Xiao, Luban Master, still available.
Second one, the last ban plays from Shanghai EDG.M in the very first round, Gongsun Li. Very common, very typical.
Yep. YaLLa, the first pick I just thinking about is there is the Shimongxi.
Yeah.
Shimongxi is the first pick. And then maybe Lu Bu or Zhang Fei will be the next 2 pick of the YaLLa.
Maybe, or otherwise, like, okay, EDG.M is given this kind of duo for YaLLa. They're going directly towards those warriors, Guang Yu together with Kai.
Because they trust Ling a lot and would like to train some warrior in this game, because the next game they're gonna against with the Chongqing Wolves. So Ningzhi have to warm himself.
I mean, obviously, Ningzhi is one player worth to be trusted. He's so good mastering those warriors, and at the same time, very good at making good use of those tanks.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
This selection of the heroes is quite good. Ukyo Touchman together with Xiao. Early characters.
Early game. So aggressive in the early game. They're really trying to play against with the Shanghai EDG.M in first 4 minutes.
Yeah, who will be in danger? Definitely Rock.
Definitely Rock.
I mean, Rock can choose to play either Concert E or Fawn. I think they might be going directly to Fawn because Fawn is one of the best marksmen Rock has been playing.
Maybe Marco Polo is still okay with 2 dashes.
Yeah, that will be also a quite good chance.
At least you can protect yourself.
But you know, sometimes when you're choosing like Marco Polo together with either Guang Yu or Ma Chao, you'll be facing the fact that you are losing in the laning up when it comes to the 2 side lanes. Just like the first one did, Impunity versus Wolves. You don't want to face this kind of like X factor during the team fights. You'll be gaining a very risky early game for your entire team. What will be the answer? What will be the hero selected?
So they have to find a solution. Okay, this kind of solution I think is pretty work for Rock, and Rock is pretty. He played Marco Polo in best.
Oh, this is quite similar, like the first composition from Impunity. But like the warrior and the jungler duo is quite different. They're using Ma Chao and Agudo, and for EDG.M they're using Kai and Guang Yu.
One purpose. To train Ningzhi in this game.
Who will be the support? 廉颇 or 夏侯惇? 廉颇 huh? 廉颇 maybe 廉颇.
廉颇 will be the support, and the support of the EDG.M will be YaLLa.
Good ones. Finally, we are together. Witness the performance from Rock together YaMeng. This is a very typical, very classic, like bottom lane duo, YaLLa and Marco Polo. We have a very good name for those two characters standing together, YaoMa in Chinese.
Yeah.
YaoMa.
YaLLa and Marco Polo.
Yeah.
YaRima.
Yeah.
Some kind of nicknames just like this, and they always stay together because when we playing ranking with a very strong and powerful teammates, he can play as in Marco Polo, and I will play the YaLLa. Just always stay beside him, and we'll win this game.
Like YaLLa will be a good, like huge, massive protection, taking care of Marco Polo, but they have to wait for the moment where YaLLa will get to level 4. So YaLLa is extremely weak in the early level 2s, so I have to make sure that nothing happened in the early game. Like first minutes will be the time I'm like referring to. So after YaLLa gets to level 4, having the ability to get on the shoulder of Marco Polo, that will be the moment where Rock is becoming invincible gradually.
Yeah. Maybe that's 3 minutes. 3 minutes for support to get to level 4, and then there will be something happen. But I think it's pretty weak in the early game, especially the first 4 minutes. The EDG.M have to be careful of the bottom side.
Yes. Especially
YaLLa, they're really starting to target and aim to the bottom side.
Like the most clearer goal for them is to kill your marksman. Instead of anything, this is their first priority to do within the game. And YaMeng getting a smite to YaLLa.
Smite, the so aggressive players just like jump into the jungle and who dominate the side lane, because YaLLa and Marco Polo absolutely can dominate the one lane just after Doomsday's build.
I mean, from this smite, they can either choose to play passively, trying to protect their own resources, but for this one, maybe for the side of EDG.M, they're looking for more. They're looking for make good use of the smite, trying to gain themselves more common objective. It is. All right, let the battle begin. That will be the first battle between Shanghai EDG.M versus YaLLa. 2 matches in total because we're playing in BO2.
And this is the last 2 games of YaLLa Esports. And I hope they can enjoy the stage. Oh, they want to keep the priority.
Doma.
Is taken very low and got blown back by the first ability of Ming.
Yeah, clearly better locations and better positioning can be chosen from Doma. You don't necessarily need to stand that close to Ming, to Zhou Yu. You can just simply use the first ability trying to poke away those minion waves and stay in a quite safer position will be needed.
So this is target, and this is a decision you have to make, because Ming actually is using the damage to target on person.
And more than that, you have a flash available. Just use it.
Yeah. Doma, it was so aggressive.
Use it to dash away. It's okay.
But he just saved the flash for the next round.
Yeah. Get prepared for the future.
Always have bigger picture. That feels nice. And Yuan uses his ultimate, jump into the bush, and then Ning's second ability, trying to find his stun and knock back the enemy. Oh, Ray. It's hard to get out in this way.
Quite an opening. Earning EDG.M already 1,000 gold lead.
1 minute.
Hard to catch. And right now, see YaLLa movement 3 versus 2, making rotation to the bottom lane. Oh, getting the passive out.
And nothing's gonna happen. And we'll stopped by Ling in the mid lane.
something's gonna happen.
Okay, flash in this time. Can he just get away?
All right.
Yeah, this is the bigger picture.
Saving for the future, right?
This is the bigger picture we're talking about.
The prediction of what's gonna happen when the time ticks into 2 minutes. I think you know what they're trying to do, making rotation to the bottom lane, but unfortunately the bottom lane wave has already been cleaned up, so Rock can just simply go back for a little bit.
It's quite important for them. And EDG.M just get themselves the extra red.
Yeah, this is something like very new So you definitely know the idea of rotations. Like after cleaning the wave in the mid, you definitely want to go to the bottom and trying to help your marksman building the gold lead. But you have always to pay attention to where the waves are. So if the wave has already been cleaned up, you don't have to go down there.
Yep, and you have to careful about the way you go back. There will be some ambush, ambushing from your opponent.
You will be surrounded back then. This is what exactly happened just now. And luckily, Doma saved himself for the flash.
Yeah. YaLLa just offered the vision for Rock and spotted 3 members in the bush already. Once again, so crazy in the top side. Yuan and Ningzhi.
Oh.
And then they finally aim to the bottom side, but is that gonna happen or not? And look at the damage we blown by the EDG.M and another kill. Is that gonna happen?
Yeah,
no.
This is the same thing. It happened again repeatedly. We talked about this before. After you wanted to choose to do invade or trying to do the rotation, you have to make sure the wave's still there.
Yeah.
So another engagement happened because YaLLa chose to do the rotation, and right now, wow, Guang Yu already get into the bottom lane. What a speed!
What a speed of that! They're so decisively.
Yeah, YaLLa is completely losing from now on. No way to compete.
All right, they haven't suffered. They haven't go for 4 minutes. Oh, Ray!
Good one.
That's a good one.
Oh, catch a solo kill during this one.
A little bit mistake by Ming, but I think it's quite okay. And Ming didn't expect that happen.
Of course, because Min has used a flicker once before, and all YaLLa players know this kind of information, so they deliver this message to the teammates so that Ray can dive forward for this kill.
Yeah, and look at Yuan, still another buff. Just right in front of 3 members and then run away.
Abdul.
5,000 gold lead in 5 minutes. Once again, so difficult for YaLLa.
But it's always good. If you're 5,000 behind, it's always good to trade life against your enemy. I think it's a fair trade for Ray to getting the kill over to Min. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's completely a good news for the side of YaLLa. This is Min, and this is the coach, Mi Fenghua.
Yep.
Getting quite surprised.
It's quite surprised for that because the damage, there was extra damage from Doma with the ultimate. Ooh, there's a rat. Doma has been a dead man.
So dangerous, so dangerous. And right now, Simjo together with Clyde are trying their best to make sure the wave will be clean just now. And Marco Polo, after getting to level 4, we can see YaLLa and Rock together are quite aggressive in the down below.
Oh, and then the outer turret of the midlands in danger. Simjo has been taken very low, and look at Ningzhi just crashing to the backline, destroyed everything, and knocked back 2. Everyone's gonna be destroyed.
I mean, he even used the ultimate, trying to move faster.
Move faster to catch the wave.
Yeah. All right, Abdul dodged this kind of damage using the flicker, but down below we can still see the minion survives, and together Marco Polo and Yaria get down the second one on the bottom lane. EDG.M is winning a lot for the single match.
And they are accelerating the game. Especially from this time. Look at Ningzhi use its ultimate to catch the wave.
Yes, I'm so sorry we have to bring this back again, because sometimes when your whole teams are facing a lot of loss and deficit when it comes to vision, you just simply give up your first turret in the mid lane. You don't have to try to protect this. You cannot protect it for a long time. You otherwise just give it up.
Yep. A lot of non-KBO teams, they really did something wrong as they keep the priority of the outer turret, so they lose a lot of things. And surrounded by 3 or 4, it's not going to be made it out of the turret.
I mean, staying alive is always the first priority when it comes to HOK fights. You have to stay alive in order for better things to happen. You don't have to pretend protect your towers using your own life. It's not a fair trade.
Yep. And always have the bigger picture in your mind to predict how many people are surrounding you in the dark.
Look at how flexible like this Marco Polo is right now. He's everywhere, rotating from the top to the mid to the top.
Yeah, you want to destroy the marksman, you can ask Marco Polo, YaLLa. And look at the damage all inside, and they have the solo kill, but the damage is so high from the other side. Look at the Shen Mengxie, the second ability will guarantee the kill, but godlike Ling jump inside the backline and destroy everyone. There will be the ace for EDG. Quadra kill back over to Ningzhi.
Wow.
They're gonna ace, and they're gonna take down the base and end this game in 8 minutes.
The Vanguard is ready. They're ready to take the base. And here we go. The first match between two teams. The victory belongs to the side of Shanghai EDG.M. Nice one. You know, EDG.M are really good at taking those very good number of the kills. Pentakill, quadra all the time.
All the time on that. They have that ability, they have the talent to get there.
But you know, we have to highlight one member I've been talking about a long time. I really love how Min plays the Zhou Yu. Everywhere the flames are all around the world. There's nowhere that YaLLa members can try to find an angle where they are not being touched by the fire.
The wildfire is everywhere.
It's the high ground, you know. The high ground are fully covered by the fire setting by Zhou Yu, and this will be the good example of how to use Zhou Yu in the best way.
About the first ability, the direction, and the accuracy of the direction is so important for them. And you have when the fire is still firing on the ground, you can use the first ability and keep blowing the fire, and the fire will keep pushing forward.
Of course, and you always have to predict where enemies are going to go. You don't set your fire under their foot because they're definitely gonna do some movements right there. So you have to follow up their steps. It's not that easy thing, you know, because you need to spend some time trying to setting up those fires and then using the first ability to push it any further.
Yeah, you have to be patient and you have to predict the movement from your opponent and use your right direction of your first ability.
Yes, a lot of hard work should be paid, trying to make sure that you have exactly the deeper idea of how to play Zhou Yu. So Ming will be one of the best players I could possibly think of right now, because every single time, I think this player have been playing Zhou Yu for a long time, EDG.M Ming.
Very long time, and Ming have been played Zhou Yu for 7 times.
7 times.
7 times and 7% winning rate.
Wow, dude. Winning like 7 times of trying and winning in 6 times, and adding this one, 7 out of 8, right?
Yeah.
Very high winning percentage. Will be that one loses over to Wolves.
Lose to Wolves one time.
That one. Maybe the next one they're looking for using the Zhou Yu again, going against Wolves. Maybe the next time.
I think that's definitely the matter pick, and this is what Ming's favorite and what he can do best. So the Zhou Yu will be the first target on, and then I think for the jungler, maybe Agudo and Kai and Guang Yu, Ma Chao in the side lane, that would be the best solution for them to come out against the Wolves.
You know, one thing we could expect more in the future, because we are going to see those BO7 happen starting from the quarterfinals. So maybe we'll see a lot of more interest in being played as mid laners. So we did our interview with Weibo Huajuan, the mid laner from Weibo. He basically thinks that we are exploring, trying to develop more heroes into the mid lane, because current meta, we're quite limited when it comes to the choices to those very meta picks in the mid lane. So they're trying to use Yuange, for example. They're trying to use Wu Zetian again, old-fashioned way.
Yeah, old-fashioned way of that, because a lot of heroes been discovered, because Wu Zetian, Nora, this kind of heroes been disappear for a long time.
A lot of time.
But in this current data, they just put it out again. Right now, Zhao Jun, Zhou Yu, Shen Mengxie, and Wu Zetian.
We even saw like mid laner Guang Yu.
Yeah, you can count. Yeah, Guang Yu is one of that, but it's too risky. It only fits for the heroes, right?
For heroes.
Not much mid laner you can use. So.
Only hero. All right, EDG.M MVP.
Wow, have you ever seen the Guang Yu nearly 30% damage in the game?
No, it's my first time. 903 KDA, good one. Gaining himself quadra kill during the next team fight, last team fights especially.
I think every team fight plays well. Every team fight can find the backline and destroy the backline and knock back everyone. So this is quite important for him.
Well, I'm starting to have some questions after watching the first battle between these two teams, because we are definitely seeing an extra BO1 being put out if like Chongqing Wolves get a tie versus EDG.M. So after watching their performances till now, I couldn't even decide who will be the winner. I think that still might be ended up in a tie. Some extra BO1 matchups might
maybe that would be the extra
be happening for today.
It'll be happening because EDG.M showed they're competitive in this group, and what's more today they performed so well, especially Ningzhi and Ling and Rock. But Chongqing Wolves, they really they're really coming back with the good stage.
Yes, getting better, huh? Better than
the first day, I think.
Every single time we saw Chongqing Wolves play, they're better than yesterday. So they're gradually find the best condition to fit in 2022 KIC.
Yep, because they haven't been playing in the stage since the summer season, right? It's quite a long day, so they have to take some time to adapt to this stage.
Yep, and let's see the team fight rate. Rock, 46%. This is low because the main thing that Rock is doing is taking down the tower side lanes.
Yeah, he always pushing the turret and 18% of damage. It's quite low for that because every damage we take by the we did by the Ningzhi and Ming.
And this is very interesting. They are basically changing duties between Rock and Ningzhi.
Yeah.
So Ningzhi will be participating during the team fights a lot, like a marksman, while Rock together with YaLLa, like YaLLa and Marco Polo, are taking off those turrets and taking care of the waves.
Yeah. Ningzhi is a full-around player at that time, and then Rock will become just like Yizheng, it's always pushing the turret.
Yeah, this will be the flexibility we talk about during the compositions. So if you are really good teams, you should pair yourself with this kind of abilities.
Yeah.
You should switch to different roles and do different duties according to the compositions.
And find your confidence, because you cannot do anything without your confidence. Just like Ningzhi always can jump inside the back line and destroy everything. You have to do it with such powerful confidence on that, because when you're facing the Chongqing Wolf, you cannot play just like that beautiful, but you can do more of that.
Yeah, so after a short break, I think the second match between these two teams will be taking place on, and let's see some highlight clip before. This will be the tutorial time for us to do a little bit review on Min's performance. This Zhou
Yu performed so well, especially in the last team fight. We only saw the performance from the Guang Yu, but also Ming performed so well in the last team fight. He flashed and placed the fire, and then to find his sun on everyone.
Because if Min's fire is not followed immediately, the damage will be not enough.
Yeah, look at this time. Flash, a second ability, and then find the sun on everyone, and then the Ningzhi will kill everyone at that time.
And look at the fire. Look at the fire.
Ningzhi just keep pushing back the enemy into the fires, and Ming just come on.
This is the coordination we're talking about. If you have this kind of ability in your hero, you have to make sure that you can pull back the enemies, trying to make sure they will get 100% of the damage offered by your teammates. This is what we call teamwork. So much for this battle. We're looking forward to the next one between Shanghai EDG.M versus YaLLa. We will take a short break. All right, thank you for waiting. We're back. Second match. The last one for YaLLa to play.
Between EDG.M and YaLLa Esports. YaLLa Esports actually they try their best and trying to get some lead in the first 4 minutes, but it's the same result. It collapsed just before 4 minutes.
And we're seeing some rotations happen. The mid lane got changed. So this is a very common thing because normally if you are in the very end phase of the entire like regular season, will be happening in the KPL regular season a lot. So you have to make sure that every single member you have within your team can have one opportunity to stand up to the stage, trying to gain more experiences.
Gain more experience and just feel about the stage. When you're hopeless, you have no chance to make out to the knockout stage.
Yeah.
Just let everyone to feel about this stage and feel about this kind of experience.
This will be the one chance for those substitutes finally got a chance to stand forward, getting on upline, and having a battle against Shanghai EDG.M. And the second match, YaLLa will be in the blue side, while EDG.M will be remaining on the red side.
Yep. Quiet is a new player for this stage, but actually in their area, they play the mid lane for a lot. Lady Zhen, Gao Jianli, Mai Xunlü, Shen Mengxi, and Zhao Jun's being used by Quiet. This mid. This kind of a hero is very popular in the MENA area.
Use it. This is a one last shot.
Yeah, you can use the Gao Jianli, I think.
Use whatever you feel the most comfortable with, and making sure all the old fans, all spectators from all the world can witness what kind of gaming styles you're paired yourself with.
Yep.
It's very good. When you're coming from MENA, you have to make sure that every single one of us can finally see what will be the meta pick from your area. Okay, starting from now. Xiao together with Mai Xunlü.
So aggressive in the early game, and look at YaLLa. Zhang Fei. There will be a more stable choice.
You know, because of we're witnessing a lot of KPL versus non-KPL teams. So basically every single KPL teams are going directly to those composition who can get to the end very quickly. So we still have a lot of available options when it comes to late game teamfights. We have Garo as a very late game marksman.
We have Hou Yi.
We have Hou Yi as a god in marksman. We still have a lot of interesting pairs, interesting compositions we might be seeing in the future because BO7, every single one of them will be appearing. Well, they will share even possibilities of being picked.
I'm sure Chongqing Wolf, they definitely will use Hou Yi.
Yes.
Yeah, because they're so good at this kind of composition. Hou Yi can use his ultimate to engage, and then Luban Master can use the ultimate to pull back the enemy, and every single combo will follow up to destroy the person.
Yeah, I'm just trying to raise expectations for the quarterfinals as much as possible because I can assure you more heroes will be picked. We're gonna see a lot of more interesting heroes with different techniques and mechanisms going on stage, and hopefully we can see you guys around in the future matchups. And here we go, after the second bans from both teams, marksmen are being restricted a lot.
Okay, constantly. And Quiet, he used the Yixing. This is the first time he used this hero. Maybe he practiced a lot.
I really like
underground.
I really like YaLLa is trying to ban Monkey and Ukil Touch Banana together because they know this will be the countering hero going against Miyamoto Musashi.
Really learned the things. Yeah.
Learned a lot of strategies back then.
And then the last pick, the counter pick of the Shanghai EDG.M. They still lack of the junglers. So Lam still available. Lam Jing still available.
Wow, the competition from EDG.M is really good.
Really good. You can only see this kind of competition in BO1. BO5 you cannot see that. BO, not even more than BO7.
I mean, if this competition happened in a KPL matchups, the opponent's coach will definitely be criticized a lot. You don't give your opponent this kind of competition after BP.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just after this kind of competition, a lot of the core you waste, that would be some difficult for the next game.
All positions, all 5 positions are meta heroes. Wow.
Meta hero, meta conversation came out from the EDG.M. Right now, YaLLa Esports feel another extra pressure from that.
And for their own, I think it's special.
Special. They really learned the huge error CC chain of that. Lambo combined with the Yixing, so it's amazing. And the Arta, wow. But I think the damage will follow up. The damage have to be follow up, so they have to be careful about the damage.
I think there are two sets of very popular pairs when it comes to frontliners. The first one will be Zhang Fei together with Lu Bu that we saw a lot, and the next one will be Ata together with Lumber. This is the two pairs we usually see during the BP. And for YaLLa, for this times, I think the damage is okay, but they really have to collaborate deeply with one another so that your frontliners will not be isolated when they're trying to engage. Trying to make sure the damage can be followed up.
There's always a hard way for them because the coordinary of the non-KBL team always perform not that well. Okay, so that would be the challenge for them. I hope they can do better than the previous game in their very last game.
But you know, take a deep look at EDG.M's composition. I'm afraid that YaLLa, when the two frontliners are trying to initiate, they will be interrupted by those minor crowd control abilities from EDG.M's. A lot of burst damage and a lot of CCs are coming from EDG.M's composition, including the ultimate from Zhang Fei. So maybe they'll be facing the fact that after using the whole ability, the whole two ulti combo chains, and they will be separated, isolated by those minor chains.
Isolated a lot, so that would be the CC again with the CC. So which kind of CC will combine together will bound, so this is quite important. Look at the blue buff once again. And the top lane priority was gained by the Xiao, so the blue, they just lose the blue in this time. Great, been arrived there. YaMeng is in danger. They're waiting for the CD of the second ability.
You know, something to work on. You have to make sure that together Lumber and Yixing will be finishing this lane quicker than Mashinui and YaMeng and Zhang Fei. You have the ability and potential to do so.
Yeah. They already lose a blue buff area. All the area. And look at me, just chase after Opto. All the way.
Aggression, huh?
So aggression.
This is how to play Mashinui. You have to stay focused, have to follow up your enemies all the way.
Yep. Yeah, and the Mashinui always can keep the priority of the mid lane. So amazing.
The bottom lane, no need to see Rock, is displaying every single talent he got against Xingzhou.
Maybe World can find a chance to do the solo kill. We have no idea. Look at Arta has been taken very low. The first flag goes to Yuan.
Like, quite a surprise. Not even two minutes, Yuan has already reached level 5. Level 5. Normally, 2 minutes will be the time where the jungler gets to level 4. Maybe half for level 4 and half.
Yeah, 1.5
bars. Yeah, 1.5.
Right now, 1.5 or 1.5. The jungler can get to level 4. When I play with Lan, I will control the time in 1 and 26 seconds.
The river sprite, including those minor minions shared by the bottom and the mid lane, managing to get Yuan to level 5 so quickly.
Okay, another rat gained by Yuan. And Lambert is still in level 3. It's powerless at the stage of this moment. Passive twin trigger, use the flash. I think he can save this flag for the bigger picture.
No vision indeed, Quiet is getting poked away, so Quiet is standing solo in the mid, and no vision is being provided from the river, so that this will be the reason why Quiet got completely killed during the skirmish. 3 versus 1.
Yep.
No way out.
And then right now, 3 minutes there, YaLLa already lose all the resources of the map. It's pretty quick in this game. And right now, YaLLa have to gather together and just release some waves to fight the 5v5 team fight or 5v4, this kind of team fight. I think Arta just can give up the top lane and then move to the bottom side to help the Xingzhou to keep more priority of the bottom side.
But another solo kill happened right then, getting the credit back to Meng.
Yep.
gradually building up the gold lead.
Okay.
EDG.M taking over all the control from the
next
jungle.
movement, bottom side, Simjo is in danger.
Red team has slain an enemy.
Yemo, suffer
Tower shields
too
have been
much tower
shattered.
shot.
Catapults moving out.
4 minutes is like 4 kills has already been gained to the side of EDG.M. It's looking bad for YaLLa.
1 kill per minute.
I mean, Yuan is very busy.
Yeah, very busy because too much resources you need to gain.
Yeah, too many common objectives to get, including getting the kill, including taking control of the dragons.
Yeah,
taking the overlord instead.
including taking the jungle monster and the waves. So busy in this game.
Yeah.
And Ming's been taken very low, but he's still safe. And then the blue buff will be gained by Yuan once again. They have no way to stop this.
This is not a very easy one to handle because a lot of options are available for you to pick, but you have to choose the best ones. The best, you don't waste your time farming up. And Yuan is going to the maximum amount of the gold experience he could have possibly got.
Yep.
And right now maintaining and making sure that the whole team can get those common objectives.
Alright, trying to find a solo kill onto Rock, but not in this kind of gold. Oh, first ability with Flash and passives and trigger once again, killing streak back over to Rock. And right now that will be a danger for the Clyde, so you have to Flash to keep him safe.
I mean, for this game, I think EDG.M is gonna end this one quicker than before, than the previous one.
That's another kind of improvement for the EDG.M. They are getting the preparation for the next game.
Yeah, this next thing is really important. Who will be the #1 representing Group B?
Yeah.
This kind of honor, this kind of achievement, both teams really want it desperately. Okay, this will be the flashback of the solo kills gonna happen, and down below again. Oh, another.
That's a replay.
Yeah, that's a replay. Seeing Simjo going down again.
Yep.
What a design.
And the substitution between Quiet and Doma, actually they want Quiet can feel some great experience in this game. I think this is a disaster and a nightmare for him right now. Every time he met the machinery and the Gong Song Li, that would be a kill over there.
And right now, Ray will be the only one who can get in touch with those waves.
Okay.
Closer.
Just go back and make another trick, and Rock still dancing in the bottom line.
Yeah, dancing it is. It's very hard for Miyamoto Musashi to
Maple dance once again. Another trick, just trick you back. Okay, Krat.
Something. Ultimate putting Quiet back for one more time. And the waves are available on the bottom lane. Collide together with Shinjo will not be enough trying to slow this team to the very end and the very late game.
Yep, 7 minutes right now. Have I missed anything? About like a 10, not a 10,000 goal lead.
Tyrant has been defeated.
I mean, the personal goal.
That's 12,000 goal lead.
Yeah, basically double the one like Miyamoto Musashi had.
Yeah.
And not just speak of the truth, that even though they're in the even personal golden, I think still Rock had some opportunity to dodge all the damage from Miyamoto Musashi. This is how the mechanism works for Gong Song Li.
And so flexible with a wealthy gold right there. It's hard to catch.
And not to mention the damage. I mean, if you have enough gold, you will be offered yourself shorter cooldown, the blue buff, the red buff, the both buff is going to offer you for a lot of advantages when it comes to the solo fight or the team fights. And right now, this might be the last
team fight. Quiet, the passive's been triggered. You have to recover in the fountain, and the rest of the squad have not enough damage for any kill of that. They have to clean the minion wave.
And the 4-member from EDG.M is waiting for Yuan to arrive at this point.
Yeah, but Yuan is so busy in claiming the blue buff.
And now the wave from 3 lanes are all arriving at the same goal and destination. 3 lanes pressure.
Flexibility goes in, and everyone in backline's been staying low, so this make a quick with straight foot up. But look at Ata, use the first second ability to pull back the enemy and Gongsun leaps in down and then Xiao stamps right there. Oh, this is shut down of Raw.
Yes. Like 2 members are getting down from EDG.M and YaLLa managed to do a very beautiful fighting back on their high ground tower. Because they make one thing sure, like Syndrome stays safe all the time. Even though Mai Xianhui, the first initial dive in is very successful, but they managed to go back for a little bit and use of the damage of the ultimate offered by Meng Ya, managed to take the front line very low.
Yeah, they're gonna kill anyone in the first round, and then Yuan's been taken down this way. Yuan's so busy and busy to, the opponent's high ground turret.
Yes, but it's a 1 to 2 trade, so favoring the side of EDG.M. But once Yuan is down, they lose the opportunity to gain this overlord and trying to gain better waves and then.
Maybe they can just take down the mid lane.
Yeah, but I think it's also located like 10,000 gold. This kind of gap as they need. While offer EDG.M a lot of time trying to prepare for more.
Such a gigantic gap of that. And EDG.M, they really want to aim this game, but
they tried like 2 times already.
They have to find the right way.
They tried 2 times. I think the next step for EDG.M is trying to make sure they get the high ground tower down. Or otherwise, if you're doing a team fight under the tower, your frontliner is going to take a lot of tower de-aggro. It's not a good sign because the tower damage might be even higher than the damage offered by Xingzhou together with Quiet.
Yeah.
The tower will be one source of damage.
And look at Ray, just like to jump inside, trying to find a kill onto the Mai Xianhui, but they strike back so beautiful. And right now they're gonna end this game. Lance coming with the 3 plays, and he still keeps spinning and triple kill back over to Rock. Is that quarter or not?
No.
Look at this play. Quarter kill.
Well, the last one. Who's still alive with?
Kill.
Again, Rock, double pentakill in 2022 KIC.
And this is a moment we're speechless right now. Another pentakill comes from Rock.
This will be very hard trying to go in further because you can never copy the same situation again. Getting 2 pentakills within 1 single round of the stage. I mean, these 2 pentakills happened just within slight time slot. Only 1 week.
Only 1 week.
Accomplishment, huge accomplishment for Rock.
Pentakill for twice.
Double pentakill. What accomplishment. Congratulations for Rock. Like personal, he leave a lot of steps and a lot of things to be memorized for 2022 KIC.
You can always trust this player. You can always trust this talented player, and this is the last game of the YaLLa right then. They have to take a picture and try to remember the stage, remember the feeling on the stage.
Yeah, thank you so much for bringing us such amazing matchups, and thank you for the hard work. Thank you trying your best to keep up with the pace, and we're looking forward to see you guys in the future. Thank you so much. But back to the topic. It's very huge for Rock. Rock has been played for a long time, and the first and the second pentakill happened in the highest level of the tournament for for HOK.
Yep, doing pretty important, and that's such a gigantic achievement he delivered. So this is good news for him. I hope that will create more confidence for him to against with the Chongqing Wolves.
I know. I really want to do an interview with Chongqing Wolves members at the time. So how do you feel, before you finally got into matchup with one another and your enemy got a pentakill after previous matchups? Well, this will be raised those kind of spirit or those kind of movements when it comes to Rock's next performances. Oh, never expect to see this. Really, this is my personal expectations.
And anything can happen in this game. Anything can happen in these players right now. It's hard to imagine in the KIC 2022 it would be the double pentakill in the same by same player.
You know, getting a pentakill is not a solo job. You have to get your information to your teammates so that your teammates will cooperate you together.
Yep.
They will let the kills to get for Rock, and Rock will try his best to find those last hit onto the enemies. It's not a very easy thing to do.
The culinary of the EDG.M seems better than before right now. Since this game, I think they have enough confidence and enough power to against the Chongqing Wolf. Maybe there will be tied again. I have no idea.
This is my new observation upon EDG.M. So after several matches, I think they are the team who excelled at the one thing, like making sure that our teammates can get the massive number of the kills, like 1 quarter kill for Ninja, 2 pentakill for Rock. They definitely put a lot of work in doing this. It's not a random thing. It's not a very common thing. Like among the whole year 2022, very limited and very few numbers of pentakill will be happening on stage.
Yeah, especially in this kind of tournament. Yeah,
yes.
The annual world-class tournament.
Yes.
Double pentakill back over to the same players, and the stage is quite hard for them, and they really did a great job. And a quarter kill by Ninja also performed so well.
I mean, when it comes to personal achievement, that ranking, I think Rock is running the first place because nobody I can possibly think of can get 1 more pentakill. For example, maybe Nuanyang has a chance because Nuanyang have already got himself a pentakill using Lam.
Yep.
And that one is a very high quality one because your opponent is also a KPL team, to XYG. So hopefully Nuanyang can keep this pace going against Rock.
Yeah, keep the pace. Maybe Nuanyang can get a second place.
All right, EDG.M Rock. Definitely, with no doubt, MVP.
MVP of that damage 37%, and the KDA 12-2. So crazy in this game.
Playing wildly. We can see those little dashes played, the little decision made during the bottom lane. Using all the ability from Gongsun Li, Rock managed to find a way out when doing those solo fight going against Miyamoto Musashi.
Yeah, if you don't know Gongsun Li, this kind of hero, you don't expert in this hero. I hope so. I hope that you can just avoid to 1v1 with this kind of heroes. Just like Rock in the bottom side, he always can dance and make some tricks in the bottom lane.
You know, solo fight. If you really want to pick one hero going against Gongsun Li, my suggestion two options. Maybe the first one, if you're accurate enough with your snipes, and the other one might be Direnjie. But the very first thing you have to pair yourself up with is enough gold.
Enough gold.
Maybe you will have stand of 1 chance of winning, but I think it's very slight. I can see how Rock get a pentakill.
Yep. Second ability for the quarter, and then the last hit, every team member stop and just say pentakill, pentakill.
Pentakill as a result of a team fight. That's what we're talking about. It's not a one-person job. It's a consequence. It's a result from 5 members' work.
Yeah, 5 members' work, and the team and the rest of the squad will sacrifice this kind of time to stay with you and stop the button and wait for you the last hit.
Yeah, and I really like YaLLa together, the whole team are doing a goodbye gesture to all the audiences because they have been played for a long time. They are the champion for their own area. They came through a lot fighting for the final glory and became the champion for Pena. And yeah, even though they're facing a lot of difficulties when it comes to how they perform during the group stage, but you know, at the end of 1 year, it's always good to have some different kind of journey, different life experiences.
Yep, different journey, different experience, pretty good for them because maybe they're the king of their area. But when you join to the 2022 KIC International Championship, you will face a lot of champions in this group, and in this stage. So as quite a new experience for them, and I think that will push them move forward or faster in their area.
I mean, if they really want to be an esports athlete, so it will be a huge chance and good opportunity for them to expand their horizon more, trying to get into those battles with one of the best teams in KPL. Like KPL teams are considered being the best ones like for the entire world. So if you want to pursue your esports dreams, it will always be a better, like best idea to have this kind of opportunity to find against with the best ones. All right, Group B.
Group B.
Right. As we estimated, right? After 2 battles, EDG.M and YaLLa together running in the very first place.
Same win, same tied, and same lose. They haven't lose any games, and the point they're together is the 13 points. So the last game between the Wolves and EDG.M will be important for them. Which one will be the first place and which one will be the second place will directly affecting the next stage.
Yeah, and one more thing, if it's a tie, we're gonna see 1 extra BO1. So we really will be witnessing who will be the #1 for Group B. Well, that's so serious. I'm getting excited for this one.
Yeah, very exciting about every time the day of this time, the KPL team versus KPL team, especially the Wolves versus the EDG.M. If if Wolves win EDG.M in 2-0 in the last time, I would have been so expected in this game. But they got 1-1 in the last game, so I have a high expectation of this game.
All right, so we are ready for an interview. All right, hello Doma, say hi to the audience, please.
Hi, hello everyone.
Hello to you too. So this will be the last match for you guys. So how do you feel? How do you describe the whole journey making up to KIC?
Like, we were all pretty excited to see such, like with very high good teams, and we were like every game, we always wanted to face off every team, especially Wolves. So.
Oh yeah, of course. I can sense you were a little bit nervous. It's totally okay. Just calm down. We're doing this step by step. It's okay. Totally understandable. Thank you, Doma. And my second question will be like, we are seeing the rotations when it comes to the mid laner choices. So Quiet goes up in exchange with you. So what will be the like whole process of how do you consider to use this kind of rotations going upstairs?
Like we wanted to give him our substitutes a chance, so yeah.
Yeah, we can see how this works. And the third question will be like, before you actually goes into the group stage, what will be the expectation for the entire team? How do you see yourself playing throughout the entire process?
Like, we know even before we came here, we know the gap, the difference between us and the other teams, and we're like happy, like we get to face this team and learn the new experience. So by the next year, we will come back even stronger.
I really like this sentence. I love how you're confident. I love that you decided to pursue your esports dreams in the future. Thank you for this. And for me, I mean, everybody will have some personal goals, you know, set it before the competition actually goes on. So how do you feel? How many like percentage did you fill in for your personal goals?
Like, what can I say, 70%? Like, we get to face off one of our dreams, like the KPL dream team.
Yeah, it's always better if you have like 25% more as your potential, right, in the future, something to fight over for. And the very last moment, this will be a very like treasurable moment for you. So spend some time, say something to your friends, say something to your families and friends who have been supported you for a long time.
Like, we would like to thank all our YaLLa fans and our sponsors, and love to thank all our coach for being with us, for working hard to help us grow in the little time, and we'd like to thank all the Pena fans who stood next to us, even though this journey came to the end. So we'd like to thank them for being with us till the end.
All right, we thank you again for all the hard work and all the wonderful performances and the tournaments you guys brought to us. Thank you so much. We're really looking forward to see you in the future, Doma. Thank you. Thank you for doing this. Thank you so much. Wow. You know, I begin to be kind of surprised because he's very nervous.
Very
during
nervous.
this interview with us.
But honestly, I feel kind of touched of that. But that will be that's a sentence I remembered. He will be come back.
Yes, we'll be back and we will try to do like better jobs in the future. Hopefully this will be happen and best wishes for YaLLa. Thank you for this. And okay, so much for the 5th medal, and the last one is about to kick off, and we will spend a little more time having the rest, and we will be back shortly. All right, we have been waiting for this for a very long time. So let's rise up our vibe and let's lift up whole expectations for this match. Definitely an impressive one is about to come.
This is the final game of the Group B, and this is the final game of today. Chongqing Wolves kind of versus EDG.M.
Yep.
And they're gonna decide which one is the first, is which one is the second.
Yes. And I've been saying this for like 2 times already. I have to highlight this one more time. So it will be we will have some possibility facing a tie here. So if these 2 teams runs in a tie, result in a tie, we will be immediately follow up with one extra BO1, trying to figure out who will be the first one. And more to that, it's not a BO3, it's a BO2, including an extra BO1 if they tied out. So which means that they have to run the global BP to like 2 matchups in total. They don't have to worry about the third one.
But actually, we can treat it like a BO3 because you have to win 2 games, right? You have to win 2 games. BO3 is best of 3. 2 games will end this game. If they got 1-2, 1 tied, that would be the third game. But it's a single one But that's a BO1, no global PP.
And yeah, so the heroes I used before can be used again. So you don't have to consider the fact that whether this hero have been pulled out once, so everything will be renewed. But this will be happening only if they result in a tie. So
you're gonna see the perfect draw.
We don't have to worry about it too soon because after 2 matches, we finally get the answer. All right, let's rewind a little bit. So the last battle between the 2 teams, very good ones. And EDG.M managed to take the very first game, and Wolves and the country take the second victory.
At the first game, I remember that Xiao he plays the monkey, but monkey actually is pretty weak in the late game because that's a physical. He chooses to build up the physical damage item. So as with the short hand, it's hard to get close to the back line, and then he strike back with Jing. So this is kind of hero which will suit to Xiao more.
Yes. So today's matchups early on, Xiao is playing monkey again, but it's a game going against those non-KPL teams, so no pressure being dealt out. But I think monkey will be one hero who will be a problem for those backliners. But for example, Lan or for example, Jing will be a nightmare for those backliners to deal with. And personally, I think Xiao suit for those assassins more than simply a monkey. But
if Yuan will pick out Miyamada Musashi, you can put you can pick the monkey as a counter hero, but the other situation, I think he's just hide it.
So very deep hero pool will be displayed by Xiao. So whatever character he finally got his hands on, I think it will be a result when it comes to countering or other strategies being pulled out from Chongqing Wolves. Really depending on what kind of hero Ling wants to give it. All right.
No matter what, that would be the rehearsal for the knockout stage.
Shanghai EDG.M will in the blue side, while Chongqing Wolves will remain on the red side.
Yeah. Kai is the first ban, and Da Qiao is not a common ban for
the blue side.
For the blue side, so it's quite interesting. Really did a lot of homework. Kind of interesting.
Of course. Pentakill hero, 2 pentakills, 2 double pentakills, and he used the same hero to do this. The first pentakill, Rock is also using Gongsun Li. No reason to explain why they stuck with this very prioritized pick.
Needless to say, Rock is in fire.
This is a sign of confidence.
Yeah, it's on fire right now, and right now. Look at Chongqing Wolves, Shen Mengxi combined with Shanghai, so stable right there.
I mean, this is very typical.
Very typical, and these 2 heroes can adapt to every single drop, so they're still hiding the thing.
Maybe they're looking for TianYun directly when it comes to bottom lane pairs. Because you well know that Rock constantly will do whatever he can trying to steal those HP away from you. So the best answer will be you have the shield offered by Zhangfei's second ability and you will be pair yourself with a TianYun together. But they're going directly to jungler choices, so which means that EDG.M might have the opportunity to ban those available choices of marksmen directly going against Wolves.
Okay, TianYun and Lady Shen, maybe that would be a choice for that because TianYun, Lady Shen, that's the hero can deal with Mengjian more easy in the late game.
That's interesting. They are using their ban plays targeting Fly instead of YaLLa.
Okay, Fly is more important.
You don't want to face the fact that you have to leave Gongsun Li dealing with those very tanky frontliners.
Yeah, and the next one maybe Lu Bu. Lu Bu.
Ata will be 100% secured to have a spot on the ban plays from EDG.M.
Okay, and the next ban, Lu Bu. I think this is a best solution for the Shanghai EDG.M if they really target on Fly.
Yes. Okay, so 1 ban plays for 1 brute. Okay, I'm okay with the consequences.
Just 50-50.
Leaving Lu Bu available again.
They just protect they're protecting Rock in the bottom side. And they leave the Lu Bu out there.
It's like this one. It works in this way. So if the second ban from EDG.M will be Lu Bu, so the pick will definitely go into TianYun. It's I work in either ways. But you only have 2 places left for EDG.M to use into ban places. So This will be the final answer.
You can ban away the Ata with Lu Bu. Okay. Also, we can ban away Lady Sun and the NGN. So this is a choice you have to make.
Yep. And the last two pick from the side of EDG.M will be Miyamoto Musashi and Lambert together.
Miyamoto Musashi.
Aggression. Aggression it is.
So aggressive, Lambert can never so to make a combine with Yixing's ultimate. So the control right there, it's okay, but I'm just worried about the damage in the late game.
Yes. Very difficult to tackle down those frontliners from the side of Wolves. They're pairing themselves with Lu Bu together with Zhang Fei. So if the time really taken into the late 20 minutes of the game, I'm afraid that both Rock and Min are facing quite a difficulty trying to deal the damage onto these very tanky frontliners.
Yeah, but they do have the advantage in early game and
early and mid as well.
Yeah, about some skirmish because they have huge average CC and this kind of combo. If the coronary performs so well from the side of the Shanghai EDG, maybe they can extend a so huge lead.
If you have decided to use this kind of composition, you do not consider the result when it comes to late game team fights, because you're definitely gonna be bringing your team the winning early game and the mid game. You wanted to finish a game quickly. You wanted to gain over 5,000 gold leading going against Wolves.
But it changed to Byron. Oh, this pretty surprised me because Byron is the first time that Fly used in this tournament.
You know, I actually love this kind of choice. I love this kind of changes because you know exactly what EDG.M is looking for in the early and mid game. So you choose one hero can stop them from doing it.
Yeah.
Can stop them, put a stop sign when they're doing aggressively. It will be Baron.
I know the theory they think because Lu Bu actually can stop them, but the CD with Zhang Fei is too long. Too long for that. So the Byron's more frequently can stop the skirmish created by the other side.
So the locking in of Byron is kind of balancing out the whole power of the composition of Chongqing Wolves. So if they stuck with Lu Bu, they will be a quite mid to late game composition, but with the use of the Baron, it's kind of accelerate the pace of the entire composition. You don't want to see a little bit weak when it compares to EDG.M's composition. So you definitely want to balance this out. I think it's okay.
It's pretty okay.
And this is a very typical way for Ling to do BP. He loves to do this.
They very love to do this, and they very trust in Fly.
Yes.
Yeah, trust in Fly. Even though that will be the first time Fly used Byron in the KIC2022, but he haven't used this hero for a long time and used it for a lot of times in the previous tournaments.
It's very typical, Ling really love to get those compositions. They do not have any loopholes in any period of the time. So basically you're seeing a very well-rounded composition coming out as a result. So, I mean, who will be the winner for this match really depends on how you performed early for the side of EDG.M. They have to win those little skirmish happen down each lane, making sure that the way laning advantages can be displayed during the early game.
And the coordinary of the EDG.M is the key we have to see. It's the key. If they perform not that well, the coordinary separate for each other one by and committing the team fight one by one, that would be a totally fail in this game.
You know, after compare these two compositions together, I actually think Wolves have better laning going against EDG.M. Bottom lane, you have Zhang Fei provided Lady Sun the damage and the protection is enough. And mid lane, Shen Muxi going against Yixing, quicker rotation speed, quicker time to do very efficient ganks, and top lane Byron going against Meng Tian.
I think it's pretty good because
Really
they have Byron, they can keep the priority of the side lane.
Yes.
So competitive, 50-50 I think in the side lane, and they can keep the priority of the mid lane. So this is only advantage for the Chongqing Wolves in the early game. And for the bottom side, Rock is on the fire. So aggressive.
Oh, look at the top one. Fly, avoiding those auto attacks from Meng Tian. Very nice and very delicate move.
Nice move. Xiao Yu's taken very low.
Well, this is not a good sign. You don't want to lose this kind of HP. You have to retrieve back. And look at where Byron is. Wow, this is what
stealing the laser.
This is what we call like gaming experiences after gaining the first priority.
But this
in the
is
lane.
quite a risky movement because
Wow.
the flash being forced out.
Risky, huh? Risky endeavor. EDG.M is kind of winning, getting some like river spread in the middle instead.
Yep.
Byron again.
Again, without the flash right here, and look at the Smite will finish the things and Fly keep going, and trying to find more, and the backup is being over there.
All right, nice dive in here. Let's see whether EDG.M can try to slow someone down for a little bit. Right, nothing happened.
Yep.
But Xiao managed to take one more set of the jungles away.
Because EDG.M is hard to retain the Chongqing Wolves right in there because Ming is still in level 3. Maybe level 4 Chongqing Wolves cannot do these things again in this kind of location.
This is really good from the side of Wolves because after forcing out the flicker from Fly, after Fly have already used one opportunity to dive in and trying to steal something, like EDG.M always thought that Fly cannot just rush back again.
Yeah.
So, but at a surprise, like all of a sudden, 3 and 4 members are rushing into a jungle. This is quite a surprise for EDG.M.
Yeah. That depends on how you know about your opponent's draft.
Yes. All right, bottom lane, 3 versus 2.
Okay, trying to find some HP onto Fan. It's quite safe right there because the minion wave is being claimed at the stage of this moment. Fan can get some recover in the fountain.
The personal gold is quite the same. Not a huge differences has been witnessed. That both teams are looking for those team fights. The next round of the buffs will be exciting.
Yep.
It's about to kick in. 4 seconds left.
And the situation seems good for the Wolves of the side lane because they always can keep the priority of the side lane. And Fly, he can be everywhere.
Look at the hand gesture, it's really busy. Have to like see a lot of visions, open a lot of vision up.
And Chongqing Wolf, they gained the tyrant.
Farming slowly. Whoever made the first mistake
They
will pay the price.
each other. Yeah, we'll go for this in the first time.
All right, what is Xiao thinking right now?
He just want to farm up.
Okay, very tensed up, but nothing happened.
Very stable. No one can 100% sure
Get a kill.
Yeah, get a kill or no backup in your back.
I mean, this is a gambling between those mentalities, right?
Oh, look at that! The flash going inside. Look at the damage. Is that enough or not? It's not enough for the kill. So the Rock and YaLLa can safely go home.
I mean, this ambushing strategy is really working. Nobody have any sight that Fan is staying in the bush for a long time, and the ultimate is actually working, but only a slight difference, like lack of damage, will be performed during the team fights. So that Wolves cannot take the very first blood. They managed to take like Rock very down so that they can gain this wave priority and again making some damage to the tier 1 turret in the bottom lane.
Yeah, once again, Chongqing Wolf trying to find something in the bottom side, but Ningzhi already here. So this is the difference between the KPL team and the non-KPL team. The backup, the speed of the backup is quite important.
It doesn't really matter whether you got a kill or not. You just gain yourself HP advantages, so you gain more opportunity to take down the towers.
Yeah, look at Yuan. It's quite interesting in that. There will be the solo on that. Pang is still in danger right there. It's a solo kill. Oh,
good one.
Surprised me. That surprised me. And Xiao Pang just surprised me. How dare he just go in there with a 1v1 solo without any other target
and
surrounding.
The response followed by the rest of the squad, 4 members in total trying to take control of this blue, and they managed to do this. And the one member who's carrying this blue from Xiao will be Rock. Double buff it is. Like Rock is gaining advantages.
Another trade will start from here. That's a good trade.
But the blue goes to Fan using Smite.
Yeah, that's a good trade, but not that good.
It's really surprising to see Yuan getting the solo kill against Xiao. So the last time this player fight together, I could still remember like Pang is using Jing and Yuan is using Lam. Like completely destroyed Yuan's whole process of the farming up. And right now, a little bit revenge. It's Sean.
Yep. Without the other targets, Lan's second ability only can save 2 plays for that.
Wow,
not
Xiao
enough for Lan.
Must be furious right now. Facing a lot of challenge.
So, so Xiaopang's gonna trying to find something back.
Destroyed a tower.
Maybe in the late game, definitely we'll find something back.
I think we have seen some skirmish, has seen some team fights, but nothing very interesting like turning point of the matchups. It has not been spawned yet.
Yep.
We're still waiting for that moment where one team started to take control of the game.
And once again, look at the wrap up.
Oh.
But yeah, Xiaopang's more clever in this time. They used the ultimate to pull back the wrap and then leave.
But Yuan is really determined to do those solo battles going against Xiaopang, causing a lot of interruptions up there.
Look at the rats right there. They're still trying to do something. Oh, look at the combo! Fan.
Perfect, like beautiful combo chain over there.
Yeah.
You have no time to respond to this kind of combo chain. You are facing a lot of minor controls so that Fan has nowhere to go. He have a smite.
Oh, look at Flash being taken very low. The auto attack with Flash will get himself another kill.
This is what we are talking about, the turning point of the game. I think EDG.M is starting to open up this game quite efficiently. Only 7 minutes and 30 seconds it is.
Yup. Chongqing Wolves, you cannot underestimate the EDG.M's combo chain. This kind of combo chain will make you die with nothing.
What a play, like 5 members standing side by side, 5 against 3, definitely a winning team fight.
And Fly is trying to clean the minion wave.
Yeah, this will be the question for the side of Wolves. You only have 3 members. You having like Pena into the top lane and ladies at the bottom lane, you would better like retreat back for a little bit, stay in a quite safer place trying to clean a wave.
Look at YaLLa, it's in the Dragon Cave right there.
Yes.
Okay, Ningzhi already arrived and trying to find the K1 to fly. Fly's too vulnerable in this time.
This will be another choice for EDG.M to try snowballing the mid.
The mid's gonna be in danger.
In danger, taken down shortly with one last hit by Rock. Auto attack will enable EDG.M to take down the very first tyrant in the mid lane.
And then, after the middle turret's down, it means the jungle lands one open for the EDG.M.
Astonishing. Those control chains, those beautiful coordination with one another, EDG.M really improves a lot as a team.
Yeah.
Like you saw no mistake made by EDG.M, and even like Yuan have gained a solo kill going against Pound. They're feeling themselves. Like pentakill really gained them a lot of confidence, you know.
Yeah, a lot of confidence on that. And the first ability still just gained the red buff back. And Xiaopang really feels so surprised in this game.
What will be the limitation for EDG.M? I was really wondering, like they got better every single time.
Yeah, I think EDG.M in a quite better state in this game.
Yes, of course. 2,000 gold indeed. And Wolves are facing quite a challenge right now.
Yep.
Because when you're sticking to the plan using Byron, you're going to face the truth that you gradually become less a threat considered for EDG.M.
And then look at the goals of Byron, only 4K, only 4,000 for him. It's not available for him to take some damage from Rock.
And the hope for late game damage, Ladyson, 6,400 gold. But
look
if
at
you
Rock.
compare with Rock,
Yeah, look at the goal of Rock.
quite a difference, quite a gap.
It's a huge gap of that.
Oh, this is really dangerous.
Oh, pretty dangerous. Flash with the ultimate, and then Yeezy's ultimates come in, and look at the backline. Backline's gonna be having something, but Xiaopang gets right back by the Rock. Rock is dancing in the team fight. So crazy of that, and Fly's been taken very low. Use the flash, try to keep him alive, and this is a bad news for the Chongqing Wolves.
The minion waves are still following the step of Ningzhi. I think they can face the fact that they're gonna have the opportunity to try and take in the high ground tower very low.
The high ground tower has been taken very low.
But
it's nearly to be disappeared.
I mean, the dragons are available. The commentator, the 2 dragons are right now spawning at the same time. EDG.M only loses 1 man's life, but in trade for 2 in return.
Yeah, But look at Rock. What a play. What a play of him.
It all started from a weird position from YaLLa. So at this phase of time, you don't risk your dive going too deep on the top laner. You got surrounded that easily. And back to life, we can see some surrender happened. And Yuan was being brought down that easily from the side of Wolf, favoring Wolf, who will gaining the first dragon to their side still remain as a mystery for this game.
Mystery, but that's a one question for them.
Oh, Fan is dropped quite low.
YaLLa just been taken down.
Oh, Xiao,
right
this position is good.
Yeah, it's quite good position. I think EDG.M can give the priority of the mid lane, and then they're trying to zoom away the members of them.
Ready for the fight.
Okay, look at the combo chain of that, and the Shadow Tyrant will join. It belongs to the Wolves right there, and then the Rock. He went too deep. He went too deep. Double kill back to the fan.
I mean, this decision is kind of mixed up for the side of EDG.M. They're losing this Dark Tyrant, meaning that Wolves will be gaining extra damage when it comes to team fights, and they rush too deeply into the backline. That Rock is really hoping desperately to gain the kills, so he went too far.
Too far of that. That's overconfident because he jumped inside the backline with alone.
It's acceptable to see. You know, both teams have made some mistakes.
Yeah.
Both marksmen have been gone too far, but hopefully they can get it recovered quickly and soon as possible. And right now, it will be the opportunity to Wolf diving in again, gaining 2 dragons in one roll, taking full control of the map.
Wow, they really turn a lot of things back. Right now, look at the goals. They're even right now. They're turning to even at 50-50. Everything 50-50.
You see the goal difference is not that large. I mean, the maximum of the goal difference will be 2,000k.
And that's
EDG.M was the one leading them.
And that's the opportunity for the Chongqing Wolves. They really love to see the late game.
I mean, when it comes to late game, compare these two compositions, like Wolf definitely holds some advantages. When it comes to damage, I mean.
Yeah. So the EDG.M, they have to do something in the stage of this moment.
Oh, YaLLa.
Okay, YaLLa. And Yuan trying to find a place to flank. But Chongqing Wolf, they stay together too tight. It's not, that's not a good location for EDG.M to engage.
And let's see how many outer turrets can Wolf get return, make good use of the vanguards.
Okay, second turret of the side lane. The next plan may be the mid lane.
Yes, like a mid lane, there's like 4 towers in total, including the base, I mean. All right, the ultimate is available.
Will they do another thing of that? Oh, look at Samosi, the poking damage, and Ling just being taken a half is quite dangerous in this play, but he still holds the trigger, he still holds the ultimate available.
The high ground is in risky.
It's a pretty dangerous play. Yamong just used his ultimate, but knock up nothing.
So the rest of the team is just rush back, trying to gain vision in the jungle, gaining those minor animals from the jungle side, and then push back.
Well, that's an old point. You cannot make any mistakes when you're facing wolves. The last team by is a huge mistake they made.
I mean, and the time. You should look at the time where they made those very fatal mistakes. It's 10 minutes. So the result of losing in a team fight will be huge because you're offering those common objectives. You're offering those 2 dragons to your enemies, and the consequences will be very hard to handle. They lost all the outer turrets in the bottom lane.
So action actually decides the consequence.
The timing is very important. I would say like Wolves making some mistake happened around 9 minutes, but it's acceptable. But 10 minutes is too risky for the side of EDG.M.
Yeah, but look at the EDG.M. They want to create a skirmish right there. Okay, use the flash, but knock up nothing. So it's quite this kind of combo was dodged by the Wolves. They want to strike back right now.
They have to go back immediately because Wolves know exactly what kind of ability they have been using. The common skills, Yanmeng, Lambert have used the flash available, which means that the ultimate, the flash, and the ultimate from Yixing at the same time will not be available at this time, which means that Wolf can have the opportunity to take this Shadow Tyrant.
I think EDG.M they went too rush to do such kind of engagement.
The advantages they made throughout the early phase just faded away from now on.
Especially the lead of the Gongsheng lead.
Look at the high ground tower, no way to defend this.
Has destroyed
Been taken down by Xiao.
Well, contributed for like the rest of the teammates trying to grab the attention of all EDG.M while managing Pound to avoid being spotted and taken and steal away this high ground tower. Very nice strategy.
Nice strategy, and that the Shadow Overlord is in danger right now.
Wow.
But Yuan's been spotted in the bottom side, so there's no way for the EDG.M to want to gain this Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord.
Within 6 minutes, Wolves managed to get them 4 dragons in total.
Okay, Zhang Fei's been taken very low and uses ultimate. Ultimate's been forced out. That's a good news for the EDG.M because the ultimate of Lambo is more, the CD is more shorter than Zhang Fei.
When it comes to this phase of the game, gaining this very minor lead when it comes to common skills or the use of the ultimate really helps EDG.M trying to buy themselves more times. For Rock to buy the items, for Yuan to change the Sage Sentry, even to buy their Destiny needed. And Ningzhi really need to build more items up.
Yeah, but that's not enough because as we analyzed before, the damage insufficient is the biggest problem of the EDG.M in the late game.
Don't ever underestimate the damage offered by Ningzhi. This warrior.
Right now, they want to kill the Fan Fan. Fan Fan gets stuck in Yixing's ultimate, but not much damage can finish this kind of kill. It's too tanky right now.
All right, and Pang will be sent into the mid, trying to clear it out. The waves are rushing in. I mean, the management of the wave is quite good from the side of EDG.M. So it all comes to a better result, like Wolves using this Overlord to help themselves a lot.
Yup. And this Shadow Vanguard, Yamong, this kind of ultimate, what kind of purpose of that? I have no idea.
Getting nothing in return to waste off the ultimate.
But at least they successfully guard this high ground chariot.
I mean, only one mistake. Only one mistake will resolve this badly. This is KPL matches. You have to stay concentrated all the time.
Okay, Fly's been stuck in the Yixing's ultimate right now, but not much damage can be follow up because AoE is too much for the Gongsun Li. It's too much for him.
Right now, the only option provided for EDG.M to stay safe, stay in your high ground tower, and trying to make sure that you stay alive till the 20 minutes and go out, manage the wave, making sure Yuan can safely do the wave push and fight for the Tempest Dragon. Will be their choice.
Tempest Dragon is the last opportunity for the EDG.M right now.
Gongsun Li is fully decked. And 15,000 gold, it's enough for Miyamoto Musashi to buy those self-protection items, for example, Sage Sentry.
Yeah, the Miyamoto Musashi also so weak in the late game.
Yes, of course. Look at those items. It's not a very physical, maximum physical damage items. Half tank. Half tanky, half physical.
And this is the last Shadow Tyrant for the Tempest Dragon right now, and look at the damage of that. Okay, Xiao Pan will gain this Shadow Tyrant, and look at the damage. Look at the damage from the Shenmeng Xi. It's too high for the rock. And right now, everyone's training back, and they've been taken very low. The EDG.M, they are in danger. And Fly just jumping to the backline, and then Xiao Pan will destroy the backline right now with the Restless Speed Trigger. And they just kill the rock, and then he will finish the game.
It's so hard. We have been talking about for a long time. As to late game damage, late game team fights, Wolf really thrive. And right now, Ningzhi will be the only member surviving, facing a lot of pressures. It's Super Soldier on the bottom lane. Well, Ningzhi do so with a flag available, but no blood rage will be offered and provided.
No.
He's trying his best to clean away, but the damage is too hard to handle right now. Unstoppable. The kill went over to the side of Wolf, and Wolf will be the team finishing it and get the very first victory in this BO2. Well, what a turnover. What a turnover. 10 minutes will be the turning point for this match.
Yup, 10 minutes is enough. And only single mistake, a little mistake, and show them the whole part of the EDG.M.
it's just a matter of the time where you made the mistake. A very obvious mistake is being made by YaLLa. Apparently, like on the top lane, you don't go that further, even with the help of the Chongqing. You don't stand between those, like the tier 1 turret and the tier 2 turret in the top lane.
Yeah.
Your enemy is leading the game. You don't go too far, but look at the time. It's 9 o'clock. It's okay to accept all the consequences from this one careless mistake. But for the side of EDG.M, when you want to look for those kills, when you want to look good in the team fights, you rush for a little bit and take a look back. It's 10 minutes. All the dragons are available and they all belong to wolves.
They rush to hurry to do everything, because if they kept controlling the jungle and controlling every single resource, I think it's pretty. I think as a lot of time for them. But they rushed a lot, trying to create a team fight, trying to kill someone. And Rock went too deep into the back line. But yeah, you can do it alone. This is teamwork. You have to depend on the teamwork. But without that, they really did a great job in the early game.
It's 100% of the accuracy of the execution of the strategies. I think EDG.M really did a great job with no mistake made during the early 8 games. But after getting themselves this kind of goal lead, they got way too excited. This is also about a matter of mentality. You have to keep calm. You never got too excited during the team fights, or otherwise you're gonna lose your advantage to your enemies. This is what happened just now. The whole matchups will be a consequences when you made those mistakes, when you're going too far, aiming too far. All right, this is, apart from the fact that it's a turnover, apart from the fact that EDG.M is losing, while like Wolves really thrive at the very late game, it's an impressive game to watch.
Impressive game to watch, yeah. I think Rock really on fire, but this fire is too big, all right? Okay, he's so excited, and this kind of mentality will destroy him, because it's so exciting to because he have a huge goal lead. He want to kill more. He have to contribute more things for the team, but he went too deep and went too far.
You know, the reason why Rock is really rushing into this is because like he knows when it comes to 20 minutes, when it comes to real late game, they might be facing some difficulties. So he really needs to try his best to bring more advantages, to try to snowballing using those kind of team fights. So it's totally understandable to perform like this, but sometimes you never underestimate the damage from Shen Mengxi. We can see the last team fight, 2 ultimate already gaining the Sage Sentry right there, and basically every single member are waiting for Rock to revive again and kill him one extra time, right?
Yeah. Also, so the damage from Shen Mengxi is definitely the biggest threat to Rocks, right?
Too hard to handle.
Yeah, too hard to handle. But the last item he built, it's a physical damage defensive item.
Ominous premonition.
Yeah, ominous premonition. He can build up the succubus clock, but he refused to do that.
This is a good opinion. Whether what if Rock has paired himself with a succubus clock? Maybe we're seeing and watching a completely different game.
You can feel confident of yourself, but you cannot overconfident about that. You have to respect the damage from the Shen Mengxi,
Magical damage, it's a real thing. In the late game, Shen Mengxi's poking ability will surprise you eventually. And yeah, you know, ominous premonition might be an answer, because Xiao is feeling very good at the late game. Every single diving in, every single moment he chose to go closer to backline, he succeeded. All right, the MVP goes to Xiao
Yu, the damage.
The damage. The last team fights is so important to have those ultimate aiming directly towards Rock.
Yeah, I can understand you're afraid of Xiao. You're afraid of that. You build up the physical damage, a physical damage defensive item. I can pretty understand it, but just right before the team fight, you have been shut down the HP to the half by Shen Mengxi. You have to make sure to prioritize of your item.
And ladies and gentlemen, pay attention to the KDA. You know, there's a lot of skirmish out there. There's a lot of massacre going down there. And this Shen Mengxi never got killed once. Like 504 or 506, I didn't remember, but this 0 kills, it's something.
0 kill, but burst damage. Look at Xiao Yu. Every time he will aim to the rock every time. Once again, all around explosion to make him have no ability to join the team fight, and then Fly just come inside with Xiao we clean up and switch the team fight.
Yeah, the next movement using the flicker, using the second phase of the damage of the second ability offered by Shen Mengxi, managed to take one member down. Assassin. Good ones.
A good assassin for that. So
this is Xiang Yu, right?
Xiang Yu.
The last time he got an MVP, he's using Shangguan. Every different type of mages will be performed like assassin.
Will be the same style.
Yes, playing the same style. Oh, 5 for 4, I didn't remember wrongly.
Okay, and that's a lesson that Rock will learn in this game. Yeah, you have to build up the succubus block.
But still, I mean, this is a beautiful game for EDG.M. They just have to make sure you don't be too excited. Around 10 minutes, play safely, play peacefully around 10 minutes, making sure that you can stop bowling after 10 minutes. It's done. You don't have to spend a lot of time reviewing what's going on and whatsoever. Don't blame yourself.
Yeah, they really showing the competitive in the against with the Chongqing Wolves. They have the ability to defeat the Chongqing Wolves. Actually, no matter the first time matchup or this time second matchup, I think this totally they have totally the ability to defeat the Chongqing Wolves.
Of course.
Simple mistake will turn everything back. So first mistake made by Yuan and then Rock. So this is the thing they have to find a solution.
Yeah, this is the only mistake they made during the team fight, and otherwise I think the first 8 is perfect. All right, so I think that this is how cruel that KBL matches are supposed to be. You are not allowed to make even one mistake. A slight mistake made might be the opportunity your opponent and your enemy seized, and from now on you have no way to turn this tie around. This is KBL. That's KBL. The whole vibe is so tense.
Especially when you're facing just like the team like Chongqing Wolves and Wuhan East Pro. Yeah, single mistake, half mistake. You cannot make any mistake. Half mistake is not available in this time.
Yeah, those are the opportunity seizer and hunter. You don't want to perform poorly in front of them because every single slight chance of mistake might be an opportunity for them to shine later on. So let's take some time and do a little bit of review then. And yeah, this positioning is really weird because you're facing to be surrounded at any time.
And EDG.M, they really did a great job in that time. During this team fight, and Rock dance all the time.
Yeah, this will be the key. Oh no, this is the last
team fight.
This is the last team fight.
Last team, but without the succubus clock, it just cannot suffer any magical damage of that.
Yes.
Look at the magical damage.
I think at this point, like succubus code might be more important than Sage's Sanctuary, right? There's no use of the Sage's Sanctuary. You like gain your life back a little bit, and you'll be killed for the second time.
As we always talking about the room or space for the marksman to doing the damage. The item is a part of it.
Yes. Oh, this is a really interesting one. And right now, Wolves is leading because we are playing in BO2, and the first battle, the winner will be Chongqing Wolves. Let's together wait and see who will be the next one. We'll take a short break. All right, I always enjoy this moment to cast the very last battle of each individual day.
Yeah.
So the schedule is very interesting. We're going to see those winner group fights for each day. Today is the day for Group B. And this will be the last battle between Chongqing Wolves going against EDG.M.
Okay, that would be the last battle. Maybe that would be the last two battles.
Yeah.
Okay, if EDG.M they get 1-2-1 tied with the Wolves, that will be the extra match for them. But I think EDG.M actually can show the competitors to aim this game only if they make no mistakes.
Yeah, zero mistake will be expected. And from the side of Wolves, I think they're gradually trying to fit in to the atmosphere. Oh, they're wearing the same necklace.
Same necklace for the Chongqing Wolves.
All right. It's a spirit of brotherhood, okay. All right, so back to the game. It's a global BP. So the hero that you picked and locked in at the very first game cannot be played again.
Yep.
So you make sure that you can use your ban places trying to restrict your enemy's choices, or otherwise you directly go into another different whole new composition. It really depending on what kind of the coaches are thinking.
Definitely. And Shimengxi and Lam is not available for the Chongqing Wolves right now.
Yep.
And also the Zhang Fei. But they still got Jing for Pang Pang. And then got Shangguan, Pang Pang, Xiao Pang, Pang C, okay? Pang C, okay. And then they've got Shangguan for Xiaoyu.
Yeah.
It's also okay.
To be easier for those times, for those first-time viewers, Xiao Pang will be calling the jungler representing wolves, Pang, and Xiangyu will be the Chinese name for Yu. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, after the bans runs really fast. My Nui, the first answer.
Oh, Xiangyu play with My Nui, also another chance for him to show himself because Shangguan is the same style with My Nui.
I'm just gonna put it there. I think in BO7, the future matchups, Xiangyu will definitely use new assassins as a millionaire, for example, Yuange. Definitely.
In the BO7,
yes.
I think Yuange will show up at there. But good. Just wait and see.
Oh, Ming's best move, Zhou Yu. I like it.
But the Jing's being released by the Shanghai EDG.M, so our Pang C will get this hero.
How about Yuan C? Also, Lam is available. Another game.
Okay.
I love that. Once you lose, you have the extra opportunity to try to do the revenge. At the last game, using Miyamoto Musashi going against Lam actually got a solo kill back to Yuan.
I remember the last time the first time they match up with each other. It's the Jing versus Lam, and then
destroys.
Destroy the jungle lands, and Yuan find no place to farming up.
It really suffers the whole game. Yuan have nowhere to go. Every single time he showed up during the side lane trying to manage a wave, he got killed. Every single time dive into the jungle, he got killed. So this might be the revenge only one, sold once.
And he got killed every time.
Yuan got. Make sure you perform the best.
Okay.
Looking forward to see those performances. All right. Oh, the second ban's really fast. Two marksmen are being eliminated from side of EDG.M, while Chongqing Wolf choose a ban Dongwang Taiyi and Lu Ban at the same time.
Supports of that, and then Lan can actually have Liu Bang in this game. It released Liu Bang.
I really love that EDG.M is trying to make a composition for Yuan, trying to gain back the bravery, the self-confidence, using Lan together with Liu Bang. So, which means that Lan will be the high core, the true core for EDG.M.
Yeah, the only one true core for him. And then the marksman maybe goes to Yuanfang, or some marksman can protect himself. But Chongqing Wolves, they pick Garrow, and then, wow, Mozi, this is a hero which is Lam's most afraid of.
I mean, this is very typical for Chongqing Wolves. This composition has a name right on it, Chongqing Wolves. They love to have this bottom lane duels all the time. KPL, regular season playoffs, they have been playing this kind of long range poking bottom lane, members down all the time. Garo together with Mozi. Sometimes Mozi will be pairing up with Bali Shoyu, but the whole system, the whole mechanism work in the same way.
Yeah, the same formula for the Chongqing Wolves right now. Especially you can use the second ability to poke, to do the poking damage. Garo is long range, so no doubt for that. And then Mozi, I think it needs some time for them to farm up, but it's quite more easy in this time because Mozi actually can provide a lot of CC to stop the enemy.
I mean, Mozi is a great counter hero, going against Lam with Liu Bang together. So he will be causing those minor CCs when doing the laning. So Fang will be facing a lot of problems trying to finish the lane. And when it comes to team fights, when will be the right moment that Yuan felt safe enough to dive in, trying to start up the team fight, trying to clean those whole battlefield. Mozi will be a huge problem. Those ultimate, those locking downs.
You have to choose the right timing to interrupt the ultimate from Mozi. So this is quite important. And also a big challenge for the Yuan.
But however, if you see this composition in the other way, if Shanghai EDG.M managed to gain those advantages like they did in the previous one, they're getting those tower down so quickly. Zhou Yu together with Li Yuanfang.
And Fang and Zhou Yu actually is a good combination to for doing these things, and we can trust in Rock because Fang is one of his best heroes.
Yes, and when it comes to cleaning the wave, it's not one of the merits from Maishinui, and Garo is a very late game marksman. So what EDG.M is looking for is those early game initiations, engagements. They're trying to build up the goal differences and goal lead like they did previously. So I mean the gaming style will remain the same. Let's see what kind of gaming plays that EDG.M prepared for this. And for Wolves, I think, yeah, the later the better. They're waiting for
the late game.
Yes.
Because so weak in the early game.
Yeah.
Only Jing and Wang Tian actually can do something.
Even though the two teams changed completely new 10 heroes, but the gaming style stay the same.
Yeah, it's the same, very aggressive, and look at the river by sprites of the top side regained by the EDG.M.
EDG really have to be efficient and fast. Every single time they waste it during the rotations will be a waste of the time.
Yep, and gaining the information of the red.
Oh, Yuan using his own body to block down those fans.
Okay, nice move.
Yeah. Smooth.
And so, even though Chongqing Wolves, they're not so strong in the early game, but they play so proactive.
Yes, it's because they put Mozi in the mid at front. So Mozi is not pair himself up on the bottom lane doing the 2 versus 1. On the contrary, he chose to go deeper into the jungles, taking those little minor resources from EDG.M. It's another good beginning from Wolves, good design.
But look at Ming, he just went to the top side and placed a fire and then just walk away, keep the priority of the side lane. That's a nice play of that. And then Rock, second ability, dash forward, trying to find something, trying to find a kill, but he just realized Fanfan's over there, so he have to retreat back.
I mean, if he has like first ability cooling down, I think he can try. But after using the dash, there's no more falling web damage, so Rock will definitely keep kiting from YaLLa. The Garo has a lot of long range. This is one of the longest range marksmen that we are talking about in HOK.
It's a long one again with the short one.
All right, stunned again.
Okay, look at Flying trying to do something in the blue side. And zoom away all the members of EDG.M and they can gain this blue buff easy or not. Let's check up this. And Xiao is coming on this way. He's on his way. But they don't need this.
Oh, they can give it to Garo, but instead they give it to Yu, Yu. I should have not even have a mana bar.
Yeah, CD cooldown reduction is pretty important.
No, I really think they plan to give it to YaLLa, but by some mistake of calculation of the damage, the blue resulted into nice stimuli.
If they didn't take down the blue at that time, the blue will reset because it's in a long way.
Yes. They have to do this. There's no more time waiting for that one single auto attack released by Garo.
But I think it's okay because YaLLa will take a lot of time for farming up. So with or not, blue buff is the same.
This is one minor. Oh, sorry. I see something happened on top lane. Yeah, this is one minor design for Garo because Garo uses his mana to do those very long shoots when it comes to auto attacks. So when he is shifting back into the normal state, he will gain those mana back by doing those auto attacks, normal ones.
If your auto attack turn into the critical auto attack, we gain some mana back.
Tower shields have been shattered. Catapults moving out.
Look at that. Nearly to full. And look at Xiao trying to find a kill on that. And do a lot of damage onto Liu Bang. And Liu Bang have to take some recover on the fountain.
But it's not a good news for EDG.M because they're supposed to play to gain more advantages at the early point. But from now on, I think the first 5 minutes, Wolves is taking the initiatives instead, which means that they will be getting to their peaking time even sooner. This is not a good sign. Just imagine if like Wolves can let this Garo farming up safely till to 13 minutes. With 15 minutes, the damage will be very hard. Trying to soak in.
Okay, look at this. Ultimate issue once again. He knew that YaLLa without a flash because the flash being forced out in the last time.
Yeah, this is one of the very classical Wolves moves. I think EDG.M is losing some initiative from now on.
Yeah, you have to find some way, but they're waiting for Yuan because Yuan need 2 items for him.
Yeah, Wolves has already went through the most difficult period of time. So from now on, these 2 assassins will make a lot of things happen. They will keep rotating, keep disappearing from the map, making EDG.M hard to find. And the ultimate is being forced out on top lane, which means that YaLLa will have to wait for an extra 40 seconds for the cooldown of the damage.
And right now, I think the EDG.M, they have lost a lot of vision of the map. And right now, once again, blue buff. Can EDG.M protect the blue buff or not? That's a good question for them. But Xiao choose to rush the Tyrant at first.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Quite hard for EDG.M right now.
EDG.M is losing the advantages.
Yeah.
It's losing the initiatives.
I think they cannot find a way to engage or create some goal lead or advantage.
I mean, everything starts on the very first wave. How Wolves managed to do the lanings instead of going together to a bottom lane. Okay, Ninja diving in.
Okay, diving in, trying to kill the YaLLa. YaLLa use a flash trying to get out of this way. And then the YaLLa will catch it up, but the ultimate used by Fan will save him.
It's a sacrifice.
Sacrifice
He sacrificed his own life, trying to block down those enemies, trying to chase up into YaLLa. Nice move from Fan using the ultimate lock. 2 members down right there, making sure that YaLLa can escape away, find a way out.
But we have to admit that that will cause a lot of mistakes. That's a quite risky movement of Chongqing Wolves. Because my Shununu and Jing is on the top side.
YaLLa has made this kind of mistake for 2 times today. The last one, going further to clean a wave, it's not rational enough. And for this one, 2, going deeper, trying to gate the blue is not a wise choice, I would say.
Yep.
Given EDG.M some time to trying to figure out what to do. And the flash is really important. So the last impact, apart from the fact that Fan went down for once, but both Garo and Moods have used the flash. It will not be available after 1 minute.
So that would be the timing for Ninja to engage, because the Ninja actually have flash on his hand and use the first ability with his flash to knock up the YaLLa.
But still, Wolves will be the team who's leading the game, leading the gold. Because apart from the fact that these 2 bottom laners are creating some situation right there, but the mid laner and the Cessna jungler, look at the gold. Nearly 6,000 gold to Xiao.
And Yuan is still on the way.
Farming
away. And look at this blue buff. It's quite important for the EDG.M right now. And And Xiao
Look at the damage.
Look at the damage from the inside. And YaLLa's been taken down right away. But Jing and Mai Xunlui may turn everything around. Now there's a double kill for them. And that would be the triple, I think.
Oh, this ace will be the end of this game. Chongqing Wolf will never be losing during the team fight after taking the whole victory ace. Only lose 1 but get 5 in return. This is a huge winning when it comes to team fights. Massacre down there. So I've been emphasizing a lot. This Jing is farming up so quietly, farmily, steadily. So, but the fact that he wants to dive in, look at the damage from the ultimate siege breaker it is. It's only 9 minutes.
Only 9 minutes siege breaker. I think EDG.M have to realize the true core at the stage of this time from Wolves is Jing and Mai Xunlui.
Yeah.
Never be Garrett in this time because Garrett only have 2 items of that.
These 2 assassins are playing so good. I mean,
nice coordinary.
After the ultimate pulled by Xiao, the following will damage, like Yu using the dive and using the flash, getting 1 extra kill. Wow.
Well, another
classical movement.
Classical movement and make the EDG.M collapse in this team fight.
Like collapse totally. There's no way they can keep up the pace.
And look at the kill deficit right there. Chongqing Wolves already lead 5,000.
Like EDG.M will be starting to look good again after 10 minutes. Like they are waiting for 20 minutes to take in. The rest of the 10 minutes will be some time period they really need to be careful with. Letting go all of the turrets that you can possibly imagine and just trying to fight back. Stay on your high ground tower. Hold your hand tight to those common objectives.
It's so hard for them because the marksman is found, which is hard to deal with Meng Tian, this kind of a hero. Meng Tian actually already became invincible at the stage of this time.
Look at the items, like Sun Chaser will be the one dreamy one for YaLLa to build up for this time.
Oh, look at Fly, just stay in front of 3 guys and take a lot of damage. But you look at the health bar, barely move.
It's gonna be a challenge for EDG.M, trying to slow the time to 20 minutes. Wolves, one of the best team from KPL, know exactly how to get onto the high ground towers. And right now, with the advantages of their poking ability, I don't think it's a very hard task to do.
Not a hard task because the Shadow Vanguard is on the way. Look at the waves there. They leave the minion to stop the Shadow Vanguard, and then they want to destroy the mid lane first, and then they will leave the Shadow Vanguard, arrive the bottom lane, high ground turret. They will destroy another. But look at Lam just come outside trying to clean this wave, but it's too dangerous for doing this. Look at Liu Bang will transfer to doing this or not, but look
it's
at
a 1+1.
Okay. Flash for blood. The ultimate from Moses, totally encountering Lam and Liu Bang.
Now let's see where the Vanguards is. The next wave of the Vanguards is Martin, and EDG.M is facing a dilemma. They have to wait extra 15 seconds for them to be back again. And right now, Rock is being eliminated, vanished away. It will be Wolves' second victory. There's no way, no possible way that EDG.M can fight for this.
They have no way, no ability to stop it because, and let's check of that. And Yuan's available right there. He's able to come back and look at the Jing. He's coming inside and melted down 1, and then there will be the 2 of that. But look at the ultimate issued by the Moses. Make sure he can control everything. And congratulations to the Chongqing Wolf. Wow, what a play of Fan in this game.
3 points down, running #1 in Group B, leading the whole group to the next level. So after all, like 2-0, it will be like complete revenge from the side of Chongqing Wolf because the first encounter with one another, it's a tie. And the next one, Chongqing Wolf just made their promise happen. They did what they promised us to do. Xiao
they delivered the promise. They delivered the promise. I think Pang he really did that. When he played with Jing, I think this is
2 things, 2 signals. You've seen a Xiao disappearing for the 5 minutes. That will be the moment where you start worrying. Where is he standing? You have to keep your eyes on Xiao, or otherwise you let this player to have a lot of item, a lot of gold, you will be facing a whole destroy of your backlines. And more than that, I think that's 2 like marksmen paired with 2 poking. This kind of composition really works for the side of Chongqing Wolves. You can see with that kind of goal lead, you are like outraged against your enemies. There's no way that EDG.M can win in this kind of team fights. During the process, you're getting closer to their backlines. You're getting poked. This is hard to get. The range exists. The auto attack from Garrow exists. It's hard to like trying to escape.
It's hard to get close to the Garrow. If you do get close to the Garrow, that would be the more the issue. The ultimates out there to make sure you are under control. Because more with Flash, with his ultimate, you cannot go everywhere.
I mean, the last team fight started from the fact that Yuan is trying his best to push away further, but he was cornered. The best solution for this is you just let it go. You accept the truth that if you are such like so many goals, so many thousand go behind, you have to pay the price. Even though you got killed during those wave pushing movements, it's okay. It's a like result of doing this. But you don't go further. You don't use Liu Bang's ultimate trying to give Chongqing Wolves 1+1. You know, it's like 2 versus 3 or 5. And after all, like EDG.M's member just got gradually down 1 by 1 because all the time 5-person in Chongqing Wolves, but also all, like constant 3 members, 2 members, 4 members, not a full round. They can never like wait for the right moment where they can gather around as a group in 5.
Yeah, totally agree. They made a lot of mistakes in this game. I think it's totally acceptable of their composition because Liu Bang with Lan and then the Fang as a marksman can protect himself. But the problem is Yuan never engaged by himself with Liu Bang together, and then the teammates can follow on because when you play this kind of combination Lan together with Liu Bang, you have to be engaged by yourself. You have to jump inside the back line and then dodge a lot of damage and by the protection offered by Liu Bang. So I don't think they really have the proficiency of this kind of drop.
I mean, their mentality just vanished away after the first engagement. I think something must have happened within the group, so this is worth reviewing for. So these 2 matches brought to us going against Wolf, EDG.M, I think the first one is good, but the second one really needs to revise for a little bit, get improved.
Improve some proficiency,
like in the future, your enemies in the quarterfinals will be Wuhan Eastern Pro, Nanjing Hero, Wolves again. You might encounter them in the future and just make some predictions right there because we can see the ranking for Group C, Group D, AG, like GK, WB, and XYG. You can't use this kind of arrangement, use this kind of execution when it comes to team fights and strategies. You cannot possibly gain a win when countering with those teams. So you have to do a greater job in the future.
I think EDG.M, they really surprised me during the group stage.
Yes.
But this kind of mistake will show up. Will become more bigger when you're facing the top team, just such as the Wuhan Eastern Pro and the Chongqing Wolves. Maybe they can deal with the other KPL teams. But yeah, if you want to be the best, just make sure you showed up with no mistakes.
Yeah, I mean, getting defeated by Chongqing Wolves is not a very difficult thing to like accept. A lot of teams got defeated by Chongqing Wolves. They are the champion in summer season. But one fact that you can see some mentality brought kind of low. This will be a very important question. You have to remain confident. You have to remain calm during the team fights, even though you're facing a very powerful enemy. And MVP goes to Xiao with no doubt. I mean the best 2 players, Xiao and Xiao. Top 2.
Top 2. I think the pity for the EDG.M is not losing this game. Is you actually can win this game and you lose with some mistake. And look at the burst damage from Jing and Mai Shunanui dominating all the game, and Xiao just get out of the mirror space and refresh every single ability.
That damage. Every single jungler's dream.
You can see the Lamb just jumping inside trying to find some damage on the backline, but Fan always in a well preparation because ultimate always available and welcome you to get into the cloud. That is quite important for the EDG.M to improve a lot and reduce the mistakes in the future, because they really show the competitive in this KIC. They have been waiting for a long time, a year, 3 years, a year and a half in the KPL. Always the underdog in the KPL. They never accept this kind of title anymore.
I mean, EDG.M have those potential to fight to be the best four. Not to mention like KIC, they have a brighter future ahead waits for them in the 2023. Like for example, KPL spring season, a lot of opportunity, a lot of potential was lying there waiting to be discovered. We don't really need to be worried about how EDG.M will be going. They will definitely become better. So it's a matter of time, but you have to keep those pace running. You have to make sure that you run faster than your enemy does. And for Wolves, after watching all the games that Wolf have performed in KIC, you can see that they have like 2 different rhythm in the top triangle and the bottom one. Like the 3-2 formation from Wolves is really good, while remaining fly very safely farmed, and Peng and Xiao while constantly trying to help like Peng gaining more stuff from their enemies, and Peng will be taking place and taking care of those like top lane waves, making sure that he will be running at the first place when it comes to personal goals.
Yeah, and I would like to say Chongqing Wolves this kind of job is mature conversation for them already, because they practice a lot, and in terms of the individual ability, it will become more better and more stronger by using this kind of job.
Of course, every single time we saw this kind of composition being pulled out, they got better. Okay, we are ready for the interview, and let's see who's with us. Hello， 小胖又见面了，跟我们打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是重庆狼队小胖。
So the last interview we did with you, you promised to perform to us a 2-0, so you really did it. What did you prepare for today's matchups? 上一次采访你的时候，小胖说啊，我们非常有信心2-0拿下。那么今天呢，确实也是做到了。在这场比赛之前呢，对于 EDG.M 这个对手做了哪些准备呢？
就正常打就好了呀，没有什么。
Okay, nothing special. We just do it in our normal way and get to victory at the very end. 第一局呢有看到在纠结吕布或者是狂铁，那当时是为什么会给 Fly 锁下狂铁这个选择呢？
因为 Fly 的狂铁是非常厉害的嘛，然后也创造出过奇迹，然后也非常自信，然后就选出来了，而且对蒙恬也有很好的反制效果。
All right, so I was wondering what would be the reason they choose Byron instead of Lu Bu going to the top lane in the very first match. The answer will be like, yeah, Fly plays Byron really well, and he used this kind of character and hero, actually made some miracle happen in the early games, matchups, and he is very confident about using this hero, and also it will be a quite good a countering going against 蒙恬 on the top lane. 其实我们这个小组赛呢，最终在 B 组狼队是以第1位收尾啊。对于下一个阶段的比赛，小胖个人有什么目标吗？
那来4冠的目标就是夺冠嘛 ，Champion。
All right, so what will be your next target and personal goal? I will spend the least time trying to make sure we have the most words saying out loud. The champion will be our final goal. Okay, thank you for 小胖 for doing this. I love your confidence. 谢谢小胖接受我们采访，下次加油。This is 小胖。
This is 小胖. This is what we call Cup Punk C.
Champion.
Champion.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, they already gained the 2022 KPL Summer Season Final Champion, and that way there may be another champion for them. But look at the confidence of 小胖.
Yeah.
That might be happen, but you have to ask your old competitor.
Are they okay? Are they okay with this kind of result? I think the answer will be completely denial. V-Star is also looking forward to be the champion. I mean, so many, like 8 teams going into the finals, quarterfinals will definitely be aiming towards the final glory.
Okay, look at the Group B. We finished Group B right now. Chongqing will be the first player and leading this group, and Shanghai EDG.M will be the second place of that.
All right, so tomorrow will be a day of Group C. Chengdu AG, Foshan DRGGK Scars and Red Cabinets all ready for the battle.
I think that will be the same, the same formula.
Yeah, it's the same situation.
Same situation because they get tied together.
Maybe another round of an extra BO1 will be witnessed tomorrow.
Okay.
So these are the 6 matchups will be going on tomorrow. Stay focused. We are gonna do our stream at the same time, starting from the 3 p.m. Beijing time.
So everything we've settled down in the game 5. Chengdu AG versus Foshan DRGGK. That will be definitely an excellent game.
You're really good at trying to pay attention and looking for the one who is the most important, the 5th one.
That was most important because they're already in this first and second place in the of this group, and they have to decide who will be the first player. Okay, just like today. Today's matchup, and finally Chongqing Wolves won his place. So that will be the same story on yesterday.
It's always nice and super excited to cast KIC games, and thank you guys for sticking with us for a long day, and we're looking forward to see you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Bye.